Welcome back to the Platinum Endurance Championship 12 Hours of Road America. You join us just at the start of the third GTP pit cycle, where it has been nose to tail with Balzaz Tirosi and Julian Harmond for the last stint and a bit so far. There has been nothing between these two for the last hour or so. Balzaz Tirosi losing the lead twice in exactly the same way, but still managing to take it back. We've had Reiter Engineering make their way back into this fight as well, and they have just taken a pit stop in an attempt to undercut both of these drivers. We also had a round of pit stops from the GT3s, and Olivia, I think you've got a couple of things to say about that one.
Yeah, so we're just hitting the mark of 8 hours to go in a couple of minutes in this race. But we've had about 2.5 hours of green flag running. We are actually maybe a third of the way through the third stint of racing for those GT3s. And currently in the lead, it is the 206 car of SD Racing, piloted by Ruben Lorente. It's a Ferrari 1-2 with the 244 of DTI Motorsport behind. Then the RPM Racing Lamborghini rounds out the podium before we have 4 more Ferraris you can see on the time machine: the 219, the 230, the 218, and the 276. In terms of a battle for the AM lead, it is the 324 of HWT Motorsport, passed by Tom Bryant right now, with the Lithium Motorsports AM entry and Squadron Velocio Bravo round out the podium in there. But the 341 has the pressure in for that third position very closely indeed. With that being said, there's a lot going on at the front of this field. Like we said, pit cycle just kicking off, so we'll see where everyone shuffles out. But Reiter Engineering for a multiple lap undercut, it seems like the 55 and 96 still nose to tail, not giving anything through this traffic, navigating it very efficiently. But I'd have to imagine it as we hit the 25th lap for their stint, they'll both be down on pit roads very soon. It become switched between a battle on track to a battle of the pit crews. Who can get those tyres on off? Who can get the tank filled? Which of these drivers can hit their marks most effectively? And most importantly, has Jonas Webb been able to gain as we don't feel like actually the 96 stayed out for one more lap? So Magic Arrow, Balazs bring it down pit lane. 96 inherits the race lead. Reiter Engineering is currently heading into turn 5 to give you an idea of the delta for a full service pit stop. It's 50 seconds stationary, about 1 minute 20 total transit time from end to end. We'll follow on board with the 96 here, but we'll have to see, does the number 1 car have anything to gain? Currently getting a bit of draft off the 33, who got caught up in that incident the first time through traffic after the restart. And I'm sure it's not looking to get in the way of Jonas Webber very much, but you've got to remember, there's a little bit of tyre warm-up time as well. You don't get tyre blankets in here, so you've got to make all that work happen. And I'm assuming this lap from Webber won't be the best, but we saw the traffic that these drivers were dealing with on the way into the pit lane, especially especially 96, which I've just about cleared it in the final corner. But they're still stationary, they're still taking on fuel. And as Reiter rounds Bill Mitchell Bend and has a bit of traffic ahead, we'll see who wins the race to the exit of pit lane and into turn 1. Magic Arrow dropped,
they're rolling now.
Released, they're rolling. Reiter Engineering at the start finish line, but it looks like the overcut will prevail, and Magic Arrow will have tyre warm to do, but will be ahead right now. We're looking back at this fight, I believe, for P7 on track right now. P6 and P7, Old Firm Racing and Photo GT, are both just out of the pit lane, but are expecting their sister car, the 96, is to be down now. And once again, the 55 on the straight heading towards turn 5, right just behind 2 seconds, but having a lot of traffic to deal with. And I'd imagine, given the deficit that we saw, we should expect the 96 on this additional overcut to hold on to the lead. So let's keep the focus on the 69 and the 7 for now, as a little bit of dust kicked up on the edge of the final corner, and it looks like they are going to be side by side across the start-finish line. What is the straight line speed like? It's Porsche versus Cadillac, and it looks like American muscle in the number 7 is going to prevail, and they're going to move up cleanly into turn 1. And that will relegate Old Firm Racing Yellow down to 7th, but of course, we are expecting their sister car to hold onto the race lead through the cycle. And we'll see where everyone else shuffles out. Fury Simsport also in the pit lane behind. DLR Simla doing for a 26th lap, matching what the 96 did. And they will have the race lead for a lap, but that won't last too much longer, I'd imagine.
No, the 96 has been in the advantageous position for the entire final stint, able to sit in the slipstream of that Magic Arrow number 55 car as we just watched the 7 squeeze down the inside of turn 6 on the RPM Lamborghini. So Armand had a choice to make. He could have pitted at the same time as Tirosi and probably taken a shorter stint, shorter tank, but was it worth it? Because here comes Tirosi. The gap is going to be less than a second as they rejoin the circuit, but the 96 is going to come out in front. 8/10 is the advantage on the run down to turn 3. Julian Harmond and Old Firm Racing Orange come out in the lead. Balzaz Tirosi now chasing it down into turn 5, where we've seen him struggle so much in the last couple of stints or so. But look at the gap that the number 7 has managed to pull over the Old Firm Racing yellow car already. Great bit of pace as we see, I think that's one of the other, I'm trying to figure out who that is. I wanted to say that was one of the other Magic Arrow cars, but I don't think it is. But the 7 showing an amazing turn of pace in this last lap or so, as he goes again for another lap to extend his advantage over Old Firm Racing.
We've got to keep an eye on that battle for P2. It will turn into the net race lead once the 5 car comes in to end this stint and finish off the pit cycle for the GTPs here. It's less than 2/10 coming into the kink. The car's not held up, but remember, the 55 pit a lap early. They have the tyres fired up. And they don't be able to go for a move, but this is still super tight in the battle for our net race lead. The 96 holding on for now, but we saw these drivers swap positions time and time again in the previous stint. I know we didn't catch too much of it on the feed, but it was back and forth. Both drivers making mistakes as they got into the car, got settled in. It seems like they're now very much locked in, fired and ready to go. That 3rd car in line is 4 laps down. They're not the fight. There is a car 3 seconds down the road that we are actually looking at of Radar Engineering, but for now it's 1 and 2 trailing through turn number 1. And as they pass some traffic and make it into turn number 3, it doesn't look like that'll be a great run for the 55 out on the edge of the corner.
The 96 is going to have the advantage due to being able to get back onto the racing line through turn 3, and you can see how that advantage is already coming into his favour. Tirosi already falling back 3 or 4 car lengths without really doing anything incorrect. Harmon just able to get that better exit off the corner thanks to the positioning of his car relative to that GT3, and just able to relieve some pressure off the back of that Acura for a little bit into a sector where he knows he's fast. However, the 220 Corvette in front is going to get in the way a little bit through this kink. Tirosi's going to carry all the momentum. We've seen this one before, but the other way around. There wasn't a gap for Harmond to squeeze through on that particular occasion, and it's going to be exactly the same story for Tirosi. It seems like if you do catch a little bit of traffic through that kink, you're actually in a really good spot. But eyes up the road a little bit. Harmond coming up behind one of those Ferraris is going to have to check up massively. Tirosi isn't going to have to lift at all. This could be an opportunity. 3 wide through Kettle Downs. Tirosi goes back to lead. Harmond can't do anything and just has to watch as his rival goes by into Canada corner, and the lead switches once again. It only stayed that way around for 3 laps, and now Tirosi and Magic Arrow back to the front of this field. What a bit of driving from Magic Arrow.
And this is gutting for the 96 because they were making it through that difficult phase. They had to defend on cold tyres, getting on with temperature, while fending off the attack from behind, but then just catch a bit of traffic at the wrong time. There's really nothing you can do in that situation. You can try and back it up early, but here we go, gonna try and pinch in traffic turn 1. Chelsea's wise to it, get to the side early. And they're going to try and funnel through again, but they're trying to fight side by side ahead as well in the GTs. And I mean, that's just some great traffic management with 35. 96 did all really that they could to try and hold on to that position, but Run place, run time. Sometimes being the lead car is not all it's cracked up to be, and we have a new race leader once again in Balcherosi.
Well, that was the exact opposite of what we saw last lap. So will we be seeing the same sort of situation when we get back round to the kink? The next bit of traffic for these two drivers, 11.3 seconds up the road, just going through the carousel as well as you look at it from here. So not going to be an issue this time through in the final sector. But consider the sort of traffic they're going to have to deal with coming down the start-finish straight. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 GT3s in a very disadvantageous position. If you'd ask me my opinion on that, I reckon they're going to catch the majority of them in the middle sector, and it is not going to be pretty. Tirosi is going to have his head switched on, his brain engaged, and his reactions fully in gear to try and get through that little pack of GT3s, because they're all fighting for position, and they are not going to give up any space. But Tirosi doing a great job to extend that gap at the moment. Carmen just coming under a little bit of pressure from Jose Manuel Cazon, who of course isn't for position, but Cazon's going to want that track position to get in a little bit more clean air and start to pull away. But during all of this fighting, gap now 1.4 between P1 and P2, as Cazon does pull to the inside and Carmen doesn't choose to fight it too hard. The gap to Jonas Weber behind is 1.9 seconds. He set himself a 48.9 last lap, whereas All Firm Racing Orange only set a 1 minute 50.6. So that gap is coming down, and it's coming down quickly. And even then, now Harmonda's got another car in his way between him and the race leader as the gap extends by another half a second. So Harmond really starting to struggle at the start of this second stint in the car for him, as he's not only driving behind a lap down car, he's got another car coming up behind him very quickly who wants to take that position.
You gotta remember, hit 3 laps later than the car directly behind and a lap later than the Magic Arrow car. We're seeing this team go long on their stints. All Firm Racing really liking that strategy in the orange car, and actually maybe a little bit in the yellow car as well. I think that was a strategic move. Saw that the car behind wanted the position and goes, okay, let's play the long game here. I'm happy drafting behind you. You can punch the hole in the air for me. Maybe drag me back to the 55 if you can get you fast enough. But more importantly, we saw how powerful the overcut was in the last pit cycle. If you can keep extending and extending and extending, that is going to become more and more powerful as the race goes on. We still have nearly 8 hours to go to make strategy happen, and it could be a situation where they're trying to maybe extend an entire stint, but even if they can't manage that, if they can get a 5-6 lap overcut on the rest of the drivers, they could gain massively, but it does depend on traffic, of course.
Yeah, it's a lot less fuel you need to put in at the end of the race if you can keep this stint length up. An incredible bit of a turn of pace from Jose Cazon, who's managing to close down on Tirosi too. Look how much that gap's already closed. Like, we've seen Harmond is slowly dropping back from both of these guys, but Cazon has decided it's go time, and I think he wants to get past both of these guys and start running in that clean air. So what does Tirosi do? I think we're about to find out as they come out onto the straight. Cazon has the advantage through the corner, is tucked in the slipstream behind your race leader. The 963 has the advantage off the corner though, as the speed slowly builds. Cazon might look to the inside, decides not to, just sticks behind the race leader for now. I don't think he wants to get involved in this little on-track scuffle with the 55 if he can help it. But if we look behind the 96 of Julian Harmond now, Jonas Weber is 1.1 seconds behind, and he keeps getting closer. 49.7 last lap for Reiter Engineering compared to a 50.5. It's not a massive gain lap on lap, but it's enough that the 96 crew and Harmond have got to start worrying about what that Reiter Engineering team have got cooking.
And can we just appreciate here, we are more than 4 hours of real time into this race. Almost 3 hours in this segment after we bunched everyone up in the red flag. And our top 3 overall are separated by just 3 seconds on track. 3 very strong teams, 3 teams that have had great runs in this championship in the past, and they're showing why that's the case. They are so consistent, so competitive, and they are not giving anything up right now.
Yeah, I think the best part about it is something we discussed whilst we were taking our break back there. It's not just 3 different teams with 3 different sets of drivers. It's 3 different manufacturers. This is something we really didn't see last season. It was very much the Acura show. But now, with that little bit of downforce being dropped off the Acura and that little focus switch towards the Porsche, it's like we've already got what we can out of the Cadillac in terms of absolute pace. We've already got what we can out of the Acura. And now everyone seems to be focusing on the Porsche and making that as fast as possible, which means the pace of the car itself has just been elevated up to, if not slightly above, the same level as the 2 cars behind it. So to have 3 manufacturers in the fight at the same time is so cool. We won't talk about the 4th manufacturer though, because there's only one in this race, and something happened to it earlier. I don't remember what.
Nah, I don't quite remember either. Maybe not quite the same story in GT3. Right now, 6 of the top 7 running in those Ferraris. The RPM Racing entry of the Lamborghini Huracan, currently P3, and then behind 8, 9, 10 is Chevrolet, Audi, and BMW. So there is that variety, but it seems like the Ferraris have sort of, I guess, just outnumbered. There's a decent pack of them further back, but strength in numbers gives them a lot of strong competitors right now. But again, 7 hours, 50 minutes to go. There's plenty of time for everything to change, and let's not forget, it is just past 6 p.m. here in Wisconsin. We are expecting it to take well past midnight sim time before this race is over, and we've got to see how can these drivers not just handle the difference in track conditions and the rubber building up and the air cooling off and the track cooling off, but also there's a lot less visibility to work with at night. There's no lights around this place. You've got quite powerful headlights. Actually, the Ferrari, very strong endurance lights. It's a really good feature that we really enjoyed during the Nürburgring 24 as we rode that car through the night.
Yeah, we did.
But for a lot of the other machines, they are going to struggle to spot their braking points. They're going to have to really focus to make sure that they're judging the distance of the lights of the cars around them. And it's an entirely different challenge that, let's not forget, we didn't have on iRacing until, what, 6-7 years ago? Now we have full weather conditions that we won't see today, but it could be pouring down with rain 1 second here.
Yeah, I actually didn't check how the weather looked after the session was restarted. It's not really something that's been...
I believe they rolled it to be dry again to make sure that...
That is completely fair and understandable.
Yeah, for the past 48 hours at least, it's been guaranteed that the forecast has been the sunniest skies you can get in August. Perfect for, you know, cheese top hot dogs and a bit too much beer. And, you know, 12 hours of fantastic sports car racing.
It was quite entertaining because I know the drivers were airing concerns about only knowing the weather so late compared to when the race was, wanting to know what the conditions were going to be a couple of weeks early. But I don't know, it's one of those, it's weather, isn't it? Like, we don't know really what it's going to do until it gets here. So I feel like the randomness would have been maybe a little bit more entertaining in that respect, rather than knowing it's going to be dry for 2 days before the event. It seems like an underutilization of the program. Either way, though, this fight just continues to develop as Kazan has not left Tirosi alone at all, as Harmond and Weber are still only 1.2 seconds apart on track. So that fight could sort of explode at any point. Kazan tucked way up under that rear wing. Remember, this isn't the position. Jose Manuel Kazan is a full lap or 2 down on
and not just that. I've just had a thought. This is why that car is so pacey and wants to make these moves. They are 24 laps into their stint behind. They are running a much lighter car. That's why they're having so much advantage, but it also means that all the cars around are saying, don't fight us, you're about to pit. This is not helping anyone. And it seems like the 33 is being a bit sensible. It's sitting in slipstream, but Old Firm has managed to use a bit of slipstream and get back, and just has that one car separating. They are going to pit soon, there's no doubt about that, within the next 3 laps at most, and then we could see the battle spring to life once again if the 96 has found that little bit of confidence and is going, these tyres feel really good now. I'm not happy about the fact that traffic made that pass happen. I'm going to try and fight back now.
it's always one of those things that's so difficult, not only in endurance racing, but in sprint racing as well. If you're engaged in a fight with another car, and you're in front, you're the lead car, you're defending. I don't know about you, Liv, but I'm always hesitant to pit first, especially if it's in like a little bit of a train, because I never want to give a gap for the car behind me to just drive into, because that's essentially what you're doing when you pit. All you're doing is taking away that slipstream and giving the car behind loads of clean air that they can just sort of drive into, especially in these sorts of endurance machines where you don't see much pace drop off compared to the start and the end of a stint. So sometimes it is better to just overcut and leave them in the dirty air for as long as you can, surely.
Yeah, but it's not really a choice the 55 has the privilege of making here. Remember, they pit a lap earlier in the previous stint, and once you start getting off cycle, once you start offsetting from the car around you, you have to fight that back, because otherwise it's just that one lap difference can persist for the rest of the race, and every single pit stop they'll have the chance to overcut you, to run into that clean air, as you said. Is the 55 able to fuel save here? They're leading this train. If anything, I'd suspect that the 96 might be the one to save another lap and maybe have a 2-lap undercut, or 2-lap overcut I should say, at the next stop. But we're not in the cars, we can't see their fuel numbers. I'm sure there's a lot of conversation between those drivers in the channels, working out, can we extend, how much pace would we have to lose per lap to make that extension, and ultimately making the call if it's worth it or not.
Well, I can tell you something about these cars. I know it is a lot easier to fuel save in the Acura than it is the BMW. I'll tell you a short story about a race I had the other week. It was Neil and me did a race together at VIR. He was in the BMW, I was in the Acura. I qualified towards the back, and I was like, you know what, I'm just going to save fuel, save energy, big lifts and coast, big long braking zones, blah, blah, blah. And he was at the front, so he was fighting, pushing, big on throttle, big on braking, whatever. Came round to the pit stop. I pitted first, I undercut him. Oh, no, did I overcut him? I might have overcut him. I was like, right, okay, 23 litres of fuel, boom, done, go. And then I'm talking to Neil about it. I was like, yeah, I put 23 litres of fuel in at the stop. And he went, 23 litres of fuel? How did you only put 23 litres of fuel in? I was like, oh, because that's how much I needed to get to the end of the race. And he went, I've had to put 26 in. That's like a second and a half of, a second and a half to 2 seconds of time loss, like straight away. But that's just because that's how much more fuel efficient the Acura is. Like, realistically, the cars are meant to burn fuel at a very similar rate, but you'll find it's just so much easier to, you know, lift and coast, save fuel, and not really have to, I don't know, you don't really lose so much time when you do it in the Acura. But for some reason, it's really difficult to do it in the BMW, and that was only a 45-minute race. So for 3 litres of fuel to be the difference after that short a distance it's not just mind-blowing, but it really highlights the struggle that anyone picking the BMW has when it comes to strategizing for this race.
And it's worth wondering, I wonder if that comes down to the sort of formula that the Acura engine is working from, because I know there's a link between that car and, well, I know that there's a link between between HPD, so I always felt like the gear in the HPD was very long, like say the DW12 would be. I'm not sure if that's necessarily the case for their GTP program.
It's a spec gearbox. It's an X-Trek gearbox.
Right. Okay.
I don't know.
But they might have a lot of knowledge about how to run fuel as efficiently as possible for those sort of fuel save oval races that then can be transferred into the sort of machinery here. Whereas BMW, obviously, they're always running sports cars, so they have the same requirements sometimes, but not the certain sense of how to make that happen. I'm really not too sure. Of course, it's Porsche versus Acura here, so again, a manufacturer that's not that's only focused on road racing, whereas the two behind Acura Cadillac both have departments in oval of various kinds as well. Oval
and oval adjacent, yeah. It's something to think about, because these are the things that we're not really privy to as the general public, so we don't really know. Like I think we know as iRacers that the GTPs aren't exactly 100% accurate. The hybrid system doesn't work as it's designed to in real life, and I think a lot of us find a good chunk of frustration in that. And I guess it throws up the well. I'll highlight why that is as Terozzi nearly goes into the side of that BMW, struggling in traffic just a little bit here. The way the hybrid system is supposed to work in real life is it's meant to not be an addition of horsepower. It's meant to be an assistance. So every single GTP has to hit a designed torque curve for balance of performance reasons. So every single powertrain should behave exactly the same. When the hybrid is engaged, the fuel map is basically dropped automatically by the car. So let's say, for example, the hybrid kicks in, and combined with the engine, it would push the engine over that defined torque limit. The ECU puts less fuel in to drop it back under that torque system, or that torque curve. So theoretically, there shouldn't be really too much difference in how these cars go. But because we're talking different engine formulas, you've got a road car based V8 twin turbo in the back of that Porsche 963 that comes out of the 918 Spider. You've got the DTM based V8 in the back of the BMW that literally comes from BMW's old DTM program. They did consider the inline four, but just found it wasn't reliable enough. The Cadillac is, of course, NASCAR derived, so you'd think it would be a lot less efficient than it is, because it makes that massive loud noise. So, you know, that's just an inefficiency. But then the Acura's got that 2.6, 2.8 litre twin turbocharged V6 that was meant to be like the next generation IndyCar engine, before they just completely scrapped that idea. And obviously HRC had this engine and went, well, we kind of got to do something with it. Hey, DPI 2.0 program, here you go, Merry Christmas, enjoy. We just kind of handed it off to the prototype division to run in the back of that car. Of course, the Acura now sounds a little bit different to what it did in pre-season testing, but the one thing I remember from that pre-season Daytona test back in 2022 was just how similar the Acura sounded to an IndyCar. It was like one-to-one, and it really freaked me out. But as I say, that sounds very much gone, as that's one of the Project Valorous cars off in the background there at the carousel, just misjudging the exit there. Manages to get it back on relatively cleanly, but yeah, fair play.
Stays out of the way of our lead battle, quite crucially.
Thank goodness.
Did a great job with a safe rejoin and started him right ahead of the number one, but in a way where it just slingshot past coming out of the pink, no problem whatsoever.
Good bit of heads-up driving, but yeah, it's just interesting how all these cars perform so similarly in real life in terms of like stint length, whatever. You barely see a car going a lot longer than anyone else. I mean, obviously you see it, but that's just strategy. But there's just so many differences that they have in iRacing, and it's a little bit frustrating, because don't get me wrong, it's good. It produces really good racing, and I love the racing that these cars produce. Like, look what we've got now. Again, three-way fight, 3 manufacturers for the lead of the race after 3 hours of green flag running. Well, 2 and a bit hours of green flag running. But it's just those little bits that they get wrong that it's just like, it could be so much better. Like, give us the virtual energy tanks. It's doable. We know it's doable because Motorsport Games have done it.
Oh.
That's not a slight towards Studio 397. They are very, very good studio developers. But
I just don't know if saying that name's allowed on here.
Of course it is. It's just a game. This isn't an official iRacing sanctioned broadcast.
It's an official Carmen sanctioned broadcast. That's what I'm concerned about.
No, good point.
Look at how close this is. This is great. And like you were saying, even if we had the more realistic, anyway, it uses that to sort of fill in the low end of that torque curve. Mm-hmm. If you can use that to that and still have an effect on the efficiency of the engine, of course, that'll get bopped out as time goes on. But like, every team is still trying to find those advancements, because even if just for a few rounds, it's going to give them that edge, and it's such a tight championship, that can be all the difference. And it's the same things that teams are doing with setups here. If you can find that extra couple of tenths of pace, we saw how close qualifying was. We're seeing how close running the race is. If you can maybe find the same lap time with a little bit less drag, or if you can find a little bit more lap time, you can do something on track, do something on strategy, and over the course of 12 hours, that is going to pay off massively. Again, we see the 96. They are one lap earlier in their stint compared to our leader. They are sat behind. They're going to be able to fuel save. So, and if they choose to make the move, we'll see, okay, they're going full push. But otherwise, for the time being, I would assume they are not too unhappy to sit here and just try maybe extend that overcut window to 2 laps. Maybe another lap at the end of the next stint. And suddenly, they've got a lot of room to work with to maybe respond on a pit stop and short fuel to get it back in line, but save like 3-4 seconds in terms of station time filling up that tank. Or they can just keep carrying around those extra laps and try and keep off the overcuts, see what the traffic's like, and then if they have it at the end of the race, they can deploy that to either shorten a stop massively or potentially avoid a slash and dash, which would be worth 40 seconds if it falls that way. But I'm sure the 55 crew are making sure that that is not the situation and they are safe in terms of making it on the same number of stops, because that is the number one thing you need to avoid.
So, interestingly, during our 24 hours on the Mans.
Oh, they're side by side and GT's ahead.
That's not even for position as well. That's the 213 trying to unlap themselves on the overall GT3 race. Or was it the other way around? I think that might have been the overall GT3 race leader trying to squeeze his way through.
It was the XPD of Rubens Lorente. And Jonas Webb will get through. But 3 wide coming through Thunder Valley is terrifying. Well done for the 96 holding the nerve and staying within range of the 55 there.
So but the situation that we're seeing now that we're talking about, it's something that I've been in recently. So I already know my answer to this question. But I know you don't do sports car stuff as much, the endurance stuff. I wish you would. There's always going to be a seat in one of our cars for you, Liv.
I'm just always so busy.
I know you are. It's insane. But if you were in this situation, you're in Harmond and the 96 crew's shoes.
Fuel save every day of the week.
Yeah, but your option is pit at the same time, take the lead, or do you just keep burning those laps of fuel and keep extending your...
I keep extending. This is the sort of thing where this really does have parallels to the racing I tend to do, again, in the IR18. It's... if you can keep doing that, the benefit you have in that car isn't necessarily a shorter pit stop, though it can happen. It'll be you get a shorter stint on the alternate and you can really burn them and use them up and push every single lap to make that happen. It was a strategy I was doing last week at Watkins Glen. Rather than going 16, 16, 16, 12, I'd go 17, 17, 16, 10. And it shortens the stop slightly, but it also means those last 2 laps where the tyres are really suffering at the end of the race, you completely cut that out. And I always made sure to save that to the very end because I'm confident enough in my abilities in that situation to just hover on the back of someone and not need to have the track position to be able to follow them. And I think the 96 Julia Harmon probably has the same comment as I keep getting to the back of them. They're a bit separated right now, but there'll be pockets of traffic that will bunch them back up again. And I think for this team, they know they can stay in touch, but they also know if they make the move now, the 55 can probably stay in touch as well. So I think bank the extra laps now, bank that fuel that you don't need to put in at the end of the race, and recommutation as we liked with this. Maybe on a driver swap is when you deploy that advantage. Because maybe the person coming in doesn't want to keep doing fuel save. Maybe they're the sort of person that wants clean track ahead and just go until the lights go out. And so I think for Julian, for the remainder of his driver stint, I say keep up with the strat you're doing and ask the next driver, do you want me in early? Do you want to take a short attempt? Do you want to jump them on pit road itself? Or do you want to run the overcut and inherit whatever advantage falls to you from there?
I mean, if I was in their shoes, I'm doing the fuel saving all the way. I think they've got a talented and skilled enough lineup in that car that as long as they can stay with the 55, all they need to do is keep doing that fuel saving strategy and they're going to be absolutely grand. But it's not been an ideal lap 96 for car 96 so far, getting stuck behind a little bit of traffic through the carousel and just left them out of touch with Tarosi in this final sector. 1.5 seconds is the gap, but the fight that we've been watching for the last couple of laps or so, is, we've lost it now, Kevin Jallier. Great name. Yeah, oh, Jailer, there. It's still a great name. Kevin Jailer has just been closing up to the back of Kevin Chartier. And if you remember earlier back in this race, this is the fight that Julian Joy was involved in before making that. In fact, no, sorry, Kevin Chartier is behind Jailer. So they've managed to jump the 13 in all of this. So that fight that Julian Joy found himself in and then accidentally exited himself from, that's been overcome now. They fought that one. Now they're chasing down the P6 of Albert Priem and that DLR SimLab by Orange. By Orange? DLR by SimLab Orange car. In what I've got to say is a fantastic debut for the DLR SimLab team.
It's really, I don't know, we had the number 6 car, the DLR White, have those issues that put them way down the order. The 5, I believe, was involved in an incident before the red flag, but was able to get those positions back, and they've really used that second lease on life to massive effectiveness. They are still in the lead lap. Only 9 cars in GTP have managed to stay in the lead lap at this point, and they are well within fighting distance. They have Old Firm behind them, but they are within 10-12 seconds of P4. Again, the top 3 really putting on a clinic for the entire field, but in terms of best of the rest, they are well in contention, especially because they've had the shortest stint of any of those drivers so far as well.
Yeah, fighting for a top 5 in a field like this it's probably the aim for a lot of these cars out on track, but to actually be out there doing it, they've got to be able to give themselves some credit for that. Whatever happens today, they've been fast enough to be in the top quarter of the entire GTP fields. But this field is stacked. There's so many talented, successful teams and drivers in this field. A lot of them have managed to get to the top. Some of them have come a cropper to a couple of incidents. Don't know who I could be talking about there. But yeah, I'm excited to see what happens in the rest of the race for DLR by SimLab. Albert Priam's putting on a really good a really good bit of driving right now. Coming under fire a bit from Kevin Jailer, but he's been one of the faster drivers even in that 69 crew. And this isn't going to be good for Priem, who's got to try and squeeze his way through some traffic in the kink, which is the last place you want to get it. Big bit of slowing down for the driver of the number 5 car as Jailer just manages to squeeze past all of them without even having to lift his foot off the throttle. It's a little bit pushed onto that inside line by the GT3s that were already there on the racing line. Navigates that one expertly though, and Priam's getting stuck through Bill Mitchell Bend, which again is another place you really don't want to see it. The 222 Lamborghini inserts himself into this fight and blocks the 69 and opens that gap up to a second. And now Priam's got a good bit of slipstream down the start-finish straight and can start to pull away from the car behind a bit.
The problem he does have is that he's on that right-hand side and actually was feeding slipstream to Kevin Yala, who was making the passes on GT3s on that side as well. So the traffic not doing anything to impede the drivers, but obviously, just like any traffic in a multi-class race, things in an ebb and flow a little bit weirdly as 3 wide. The Ultimate Racing yellow driver goes around these 2 fighting for P23 and 24 overall, which is 5th and 6th in the GT3 class. They are not giving anything up. Yeah, but luckily, cool head from, I mean, both Old Firm cars doing a great job, 2nd and 7th running currently. I don't think there's many other teams that have 2 cars in GTP that are still running as effectively, and that is a very slow car. That's purely sim sport. And what's happened to them? They have a meatball for something. And
I'm going to see if I can rewind and check out what happened there, because that looks like it was recent, perhaps coming into turn 5. Was it even earlier in the lap? I can't actually see anything. I don't know when they start to go slow.
That is strange. It's not lack of fuel. There is definitely a meatball being given to that car.
But where wait, could it be? How long have they been out on track? 17 laps. It can't be tires. It looks like something just breaks on the car as he comes up the hill.
I wonder if
Oh.
is there some sort of strange netcode contact that happened there?
But on what?
We'd have to ask.
I don't know what that could be on. That was so straight. It just looks like the front left suspension's collapsed on him. Is this a replay or is this live? Is he back up to speed again?
This is, I believe, live pictures.
Yeah, he's back up to speed again. He's not going that slow.
But has a meatball and is going to have to come in to serve it.
That's very strange.
I have no idea.
I might have to try and get in touch with the team there and see if we can get anything out of them over.
And that's a massive shame. Today we're running, I believe, P4 or P5 in this race. P5 at the time, and now I don't know, lose a lot of time fits in whatever has happened. I don't know whether iRacing started simulating stones ticking up and breaking radiators, or so we have seen stuff like that in real life this season in endurance racing. But that would be an incredibly harsh way to lose 5 laps or so.
So just whilst we await any confirmation on what happened there, the race for the overall lead in GTP is closing back up again a little bit after Old Firm dropped back a touch in the last few laps or so. But now they're back under 1 second, so back in the slipstream of the 55, so they can start that fuel save once again. Again, Magic Arrow having a really, really good day to stay in front, and Tarosi's shaking off that rust after making those couple of mistakes in the previous stint. I think he got lucky that both teams were making those same mistakes the entire way. But now he's got to be a little bit shaky about just punching that hole in the air for Old Firm Racing and letting their strategy, run its course and really giving them some good assistance on that one. It's because it's not really something you want to do, is it, Liv?
Sorry, repeat that.
You don't really want to be driving in a way that's giving your main competitor any sort of advantage in this race.
Oh, absolutely not.
A hole in the air is just feeding into that race.
I mean, there's situations where if I'm the one sort of leading a train, there's no fuel maps in these cars, obviously. It's something that sports cars have tried to get rid of, unfortunately. I did enjoy sort of in that GTE era or early GT3 where you could really enhance the fuel save by using lower fuel maps. Still a thing in open wheel competition, and sometimes I'll just put it into a super low fuel map and say, okay, you're saving on the back of me. Either I slow down this whole train, or you go past and I start saving off you. So maybe the future I could do some lift and coast to try and force that switch, or I think you just have to try and be as brave as possible through traffic if you want to try and break away, but it's not. Seemed to us by the 96 and Julian Hond doing a very good job cutting through and staying in touch, and if he doesn't want to bring the number 1 into this fight by doing something extreme to knock the 96 off their strategy, then I think you've just gotta run it for now and hope that you can at least make this a 2-horse race, because if you can break another car off the train and knock them out of contention, even if your odds are maybe 40-60 against the car on a better strategy, it's better than having 1/3 at best against 2 other cars. And I realize I'm going a little bit Scott Steiner with this, so I'll stop now.
You know what? I was gonna try and apply some. You know what? Never mind. My brain was going somewhere. I had a whole topic of conversation that I was going to bring up, but it's kind of gone. This doesn't.
We are
don't know where it's gone.
About 6 hours deep in this broadcast. I think it's understandable.
I just want to know what I was going to talk about. Oh, fuel maps. That was it. Yeah. Changing the fuel maps and actually playing that, keeping the engine turned down strategy is something that the old Mazda Motorsport team used to do really well. I think back to that 2020 24 Hours of Daytona, where they literally kept the engine turned down for the first 18 or so hours. Well, it was more like the first 20 hours or so of the race. And then the second they got into those last 4 hours, where they knew they'd saved enough life in the engine that they could whack it up and crack on, that's when you really saw that car come alive, and Harry Tinknell was able to drive literally from the back of the field right to the front within a couple of stints or so before the rear wing eventually failed and they finished only 5th. It was horrible.
That sounds more like a story from sort of the 60s or 70s in sports car racing. You know that very cheesy scene in Ford v Ferrari with the shortboard.
Yeah.
So even in 2020, that was still sort of an approach that was being taken, because very much not a factor here. You're not trying to preserve the engine in racing. There's no fails like that. I mean, the IndyCar engine temperatures sometimes, that's a very different kind of management. Actually, saving fuel is technically bad for that. But it's very much about you need to preserve the car. And if driving at 95% helps you do that, and sometimes I find that like a 5 to 10% lift and coast extension on fuel is sometimes a really nice window to help keep that consistency. Make sure you're not pushing braking zone unnecessarily because you're just coasting into them. I think back to the Road America 500 last year. It's a very interesting race format because you know the exact distance of the race ahead of time. It's not like most sports races where it's about making it to an hour on fuel or making it to whatever. It's, you know, it's 124 laps, I believe, so 500 miles around here.
Is that all?
Just over 4 miles per lap. And so it's a 23 lap full push in the Nissan, but if you can get that to 25 and just save the extra 10%, if that, you can cut out an entire stop. And I really enjoyed running that race and going for that fuel save strategy because it just felt nice and easy. And although I was maybe not the most practiced for that race and I was running it solo, which is a solid 4 hours of racing, the fatigue never really got to me because I wasn't pushing every single lap. I was letting the race come to me. And I think if that's what the 96 crew is doing here, of course they do have multiple drivers to relieve them, but if that's how they can approach this race, I think it'll benefit very well. As talking about pit cycles, number 1 already forced to pit. This is just 22 laps in the stint for the 96. Number 1 already in, and they are going to have to go for the heavy undercut once again.
And there are battles happening up and down the field at the moment. A couple of GT3s going side by side as the ailing TMR number 41 car still out there on track after they got those repairs made and trying to continue in this race. Bless them, and I do appreciate that from Neil.
They are the lead BMW.
Exactly, and I do appreciate Alex. And oh goodness gracious me, what's this here? That looks like damage for one of the DLR SimLab cars. Is it orange or is it white? Is it the 5 or is it the 6? I can't tell. I'm gonna have to try and see if I can have a gander. It is the 6. It looks like it's the. I mean,
it looks okay to me.
Hang on, you know what?
You got caught out to the rear wind start, didn't you? You thought it was missing.
Yeah, I did. It was just Carmen's end. Of course,
you thought the visibility was going to be bad for the drivers. It's apparently already getting a bit sketchy for us in the booth as well. Yeah, and we've got 7 hours left to go.
Well, we've both got 2 feeds up, right? We've got the broadcast feed where we can see what Carmen's looking at, and we've got our own feeds where we can just check out other things that happen in the race. So I got really confused when I saw an Acura with no rear wing for a second there.
Camouflage.
Camouflaged rear wing.
They've got the like the black and white sort of stripes on there to so you can't see where it is. Anyway, Retro Engineering, by the way, have made a pit stop, full service, this car in P5 and less than 15 seconds off the podium positions. That is the gap that these top 3 have pulled. We're watching this battle in the GT field right now. Is that second place? No, that's
further back. I think that's just 2 cars laps there.
It possibly could be. The field is pretty spread out at this point. It looks like we are about 15 cars on the lead lap for the GTs at this point. And past that, the remaining 24 are either down on pace, another 10 or so 1 lap down, or have come into some major incidents, with a couple retiring after just 6 laps in this second session.
I want to say that's some sort of wait, is that actually damage? So I can't even tell nowadays because it's just so unclear as Magic Arrow 55 put another car a lap down as they do get to the end of their pit window. There is a bit of a fight going on track in GT3 at the moment. 224 of Carlos Ruiz is just behind the 277 of Chris Gouchet at the moment. We're just following Old Firm still chasing down that 55 car, trying to make something of their strategy. I say trying to make something, succeeding, very much succeeding in making something of that strategy. They've ran an excellent race so far and everything seems to be unfolding in their favor. You know, we've still got 7 hours to go. They're looking like a shoo-in for the win. That it could be a bit of a commentator's curse, but I don't actually believe in my commentator's curse anymore.
So I was very curious. I think this is a different Carlos Ruiz to the one that I often see in IndyCar officials, maybe. That's his name, and
Carlos Ruiz 3?
yeah, it seems like the one I know is Carlos Ruiz 4. So there's a separate thing where Drew Glover 2 in the session has the same name as a Drew Glover that I've known through the race for a good couple of years now, and I always get confused because whenever I see them in like an official IMSA session, and I have to double take to make sure, wait, no, it's not the same person. And it's just happened again. I thought, you know, there's enough crossover between different views. It could very well be the same person, but I've just looked it up, and in fact, it is not. So the driver running 13th in that in the GT3 class, I have not seen on track and cannot comment on.
I mean, I would sarcastically say thank you for that tangent, Olivia, but we do seem to keep going off on tangents, so I can't even give you any smack for it.
It looked like both of the lead cars are still out. Actually, no, Magic Arrow has to pit this time. Old Firm stays out, inherits the race lead once again. And again, we'll keep you updated on where the 55 are in relation to the 1, while we focus on which car is this? Is this the DLR SimLab car?
5, that is in fact the 5, yeah. The DLR SimLab so
they've moved up into 3rd. They're probably going to actually take 2nd for a brief moment as the Magic Arrow pits, but actually could inherit the race lead. They're on a 23 laps in their stint so far, but it will not be, you know, throughout the race, and the other cars will cycle through again. But it shows, even Old Firm, they are not the ones we're doing the most fuel save right now. The number 5 car has done an even better job holding onto the fuel, and it's probably too far back to strike in the battle for that podium without any calamities ahead. But that is going to pay massive dividends in the battle for P4, and there's still plenty of points on offer for that, and it's a great way to start your campaign.
Yeah, DLR SimLab been fuel saving since the very start of this race. Old Firm jumping on it quite late, 26, 27, and currently 25 their last 3 stints. We expect Old Firm Orange to go to 27 once again as Magic Arrow get rolling, but they are going to come out of pit lane side by side with another GTP and behind some GT3 traffic, as they are going to have a Ford Mustang have a look around the outside, but obviously that car doesn't have the grip to make that work. Looking down the inside of the Ferrari that joined them on pit lane exit, and that 1 car is going to be a very long way behind. That's they've opened up that gap quite beautifully.
And guess who is not down on pit lane right now?
Yeah, we didn't expect it. Old Firm Racing Orange and Julian Halmond on board.
They saved a 2nd lap.
Yeah,
they've saved another lap over them, and that is going to be huge. We'll have to see how it picks up. They've got some pretty clean track ahead. A couple of GTs to deal with here, but then it clears up. And I think for most of this lap, they will be full speed ahead on a super light tank, and I expect them to once again hold on to the race lead coming out the pit stops, with the exception of number 5. We'll ignore them for now.
Yeah, so of course, the 55 crew only doing 26 laps over the last couple of stints, whereas Old Firm Racing Orange have done 27 and will have done 27 back-to-back. So with that 1 lap advantage every single stint, if they keep that going, they're going to be 4 or 5 laps to the good every single by the end of the race. In fact, it'll be more than that because we've still got quite a few stints to go here. So again, a really good strategy from these guys. That means they're just going to have a much shorter stint as we're just watching the prototype field cut through this gaggle as Writer Engineering squeeze through on that lap down car. that has to take to the gravel. But Jan Curbs, we know, is a very aggressive, very quick driver. And look how much time he's gained on that 55 car. In fact, if you think about where this gap is, look where he's going to come out relative to Old Firm Racing Orange. He is in the space that they were occupying for the entire last stint. So that's either a really bad lap for the new driver on board the 55 car, or a really good bit of driving from Jan Curbs to close it up that much. Only time going to tell, because Julian Harmon comes out of the final corner, dives down to pit lane, and will be taking fuel tires and maybe a driver change. Let's see.
I think that does just show how important the warm tires are. That is the deal you make going for the overcut. You have the warm tires, you can make hay on the low fuel before you come into the pit lane, but you've got to pay the toll eventually. You've got to take those fresh tires on, and you've got to warm them up. And I think what we saw there is Jan Curbs was ready to go by the time the 55 rolled out of pit lane. And maybe with a bit of traffic and a little bit of still finding the footing, the one is very much back in this fight. But again, the relaps longer on fuel so far. It is a driver change for the 96. It's back to Randy Martin and Mateus, who started this, or at least started this segment of the race, and has some great performance in there, I've got to say. So, I'd expect can bed back into the car surprisingly quickly, and as they are maybe 30 seconds from rolling off the pit lane, Magic Arrow is still making its way into Canada Corner. We've seen how powerful the overcut has been for a one-lap overcut. Now they're going to try two, and we'll see how well the Knights can hold on. But remember, they didn't have to warm the tyres just the same as anyone else. Old Firm Racing rolls out the pit box. Magic Arrow is in the final corner. That's
a good advantage. That's a really good advantage. Off the pit lane speed limiter is that Acura. Rejoins the racetrack. And what sort of lead is that? That looks like a 6 and a bit second lead in 2 laps. So yeah, it was in fact a really, really poor outlap from Dominic Feketa. So he's going to be kicking himself a little bit on that one, allowing Jan Curbs in that Writer Engineering car to get back in this fight, and also just dropping so much time to the 96 crew. But again, this puts the 96 crew in a really awkward position now, because they still want to do that fuel saving strategy, and the car that they were fuel saving off is 6 seconds behind on track.
I think this is the perfect time to do that pivot we were talking about. You're in a good spot now. You've handed your driver a good advantage. They are now officially ahead of that pack. Now you tell them, go for it. Don't let them catch up and sail off into this very beautiful Midwestern sunset.
Ooh, a bit of a wiggle from Jan Curbs, who's been on that grass. We talked about how difficult it is to open up the corners, especially down at turn 8, without touching the slippery stuff. Jan Curbs fails to do that into turn 8 this time, but recovers really quickly, just having to take a little bit of a trip through the grass, and only loses out on track position to Jose Manuel Cazon. Getting checked up a little bit behind a bit of traffic into the kink, which I feel like is something I've said about 50 times so far in this race, and it is going to keep happening. But Curbs, quick to recover, is straight back on it and pushing like it never happened.
I think with that, our lead battle has taken a little bit of a simmer for the time being. The number 5 car's now in pit lane, so the 96 will return to their rightful race lead, and it'll wave all 3 cars through to about a minute advantage once again. And with that, I think it's a perfect chance to take a look back at our GT3 field, because they have been fighting. We're on board with up a P8 right now, coming into the kink, and there's a GT3, or GTP, sorry, splitting the gap between them. That's the number 7, I believe.
Yeah, that's a 7.
I'm glad that I'm starting to recognise liveries to numbers in the first race of the season. But here we go. They've nose to tail coming out of Canada Corner.
Oh, and 3 wide with the GTP as well. That's the Project Valorous car trying to squeeze their way through.
We've also got a quite close battle for second overall, but the Valorous car goes wide in the final corner.
Again.
They're 4 laps down. They'll take their time to gather this back up and rejoin nice and safely, and actually pull into pit lane. I think that was the end of their stint, and they couldn't get to the inside because of all the traffic. That is something I don't think about too much, but it's crucial. And if you're an oval driver, especially in those plate races we were talking about earlier, you will know how important it is to be on the inside line if you want to make your way onto pit lane, because if you're not, it is going to be an absolute disaster for all involved.
I don't know if you were there for it that one time when I started to get back into prototype racing after I kind of put it to bed a little bit for a few months in December 2022. And I did a race at Road Atlanta. I was leading by a comfortable margin, and there was this Audi that was pitting and exited turn 10B on the outside of the circuit. So when you're in a prototype, you just kind of go to the inside and overtake them because downforce, grip, whatever.
I think I do remember that clip, yeah.
And this Audi just pulls straight across in front of me, takes us both out of the race, and then PMs me and says, "What the hell were you doing? I was trying to pit."
Remember, there is... I do believe driver chat is not enabled for this session, the host sessions. They want to keep drivers from chirping on the radio because there's always temptation in multi-class to give a bit of a barb to a car that has gotten in your way. That's not available for this session, probably for the best, but it does mean if you want to make it into pit road, you have to speak car, make your intentions clear by where you put your car on the circuit. In that case, it didn't quite work out, but still making a solid call to not turn across someone's nose, wait until there's a gap available, and then make the move, and knowing that those sort of 10 seconds are not the worst thing in the world compared to what could happen.
Well, it's the reason we've still got PMs. You can still PM another team. That's not something that it can be disabled.
Maybe, I'm not sure actually. And
you can always just communicate, "Oh, I'm pitting this lap if you're behind or ahead of someone," if you need to. Obviously, it's a bit more difficult to do that when you're approaching GT3, so you've got to predict which ones you're going to catch up on and the message.
There's a side-by-side for P8 here in GT3. Into turn 1, Furious has finally gotten to the inside, and they are side-by-side through one, door to door.
That's great.
And the 202 maybe is going to be able to clear. That is textbook GT3 racing, leaving almost your own paint on the other car. They're both green, so they'll get away with it.
No one's going to notice that in scrutineering.
Yeah, although actually, there's a prototype coming through. That is the P7 car number 69.
Yeah.
And the cars are trying to defend from each other and not leave any room, but we get away with it. We'll keep focusing on this battle for P2 in class because they are just as close, and there's so much more at stake. You've got to think they are 33 seconds off XBD, who've had a fantastic race so far. They're fighting for the order of the final step of the podium, and actually, the 219 doesn't want to give anything up either. They're only 2.5 seconds back and could always join this fight. Do they still? They have no damage? It was maybe a different car that had that front end damage, but it is been cleared up now.
It was the 219, yeah. It's the Sim Race Sweden esports pro car that managed to pick up that damage really early on in this race session.
Wait, so, was that in the first session, or
am I just? It was not. It was in this session.
Okay, it was in this one.
In the first part, and then.
But it's got all fixed up, and now they are looking to charge back forward again.
And I said this earlier in the race. They were just kind of not. They were handing out positions left, right, and centre. They weren't really fighting because they're confident in their own crew that they can.
You say that. They fell to 4th.
Yeah.
They do have like 2 positions.
Yeah, exactly. Handing out positions left, right, and centre. But they're confident that they can get those positions back later on in the race, so it's just a matter of sort of waiting and seeing what they can do, because it won't be long before they're easily won't be long until they're back up there again.
Especially if there's any fighting between the 210 and 244. I think Mateus Debschut has been quite sensible, quite cool-headed in this fight, and maybe saw what the 96 was doing, heard that over the radio and went, yeah, that works even better in these cars. I'll just try and do the same thing. Hasn't really made too many efforts, has really been patient behind. Again, knows that the 219 has 3 laps more of fuel in their car and can maybe pull off an overcut later on in the race, but if you can stay attached to the 210, they can pull you along, then can maybe put yourself out of striking distance of them.
Yeah, that's actually a really impressive bit of strategizing and driving from the Sim Race Sweden esports team. They're only 11 laps into this stint, whereas everyone else is 13 and 14 in. So really going for that big fuel save strategy in these GT3s that we know can be so effective because you have so much time to make that fuel save happen. But the stint lengths are still quite similar to GTP. Like, you've got the big fuel savers going for 28 laps, whereas the GTPs are going 27 on the big fuel saves. So
I will say one other car that's done an even better job with their fuel save. HWT Motorsport is only on lap 10 of this, it now on to lap 11, and is about 45 seconds off Lithium Motorsports AM, who isn't shown on the time and tower because iRacing is not handling this competition very well. There's too many cars involved. But they have a 45-second lead to second place in AM, and they have a 3-lap advantage on fuel on them, and they're better than anyone else in the field. So they've done a great job managing their race so far. They've got, I believe, a new driver in, who is 1.8k. So this is where you've got to start considering that maybe that could be where the race tips back over. But for now, they're running nice and clean, getting into the 206s a couple of laps ago, which is a very impressive lap time for where they're running in the field. I have to imagine they're going to continue to open up that gap.
Yeah, I think the problem with this race at the moment is everyone's settled into a rhythm. I say problem, it's not much of a problem. It's intriguing and interesting.
It's a 12-hour race. There's got to be a rhythm at some point.
Yeah, it's the fact that everyone has settled into that rhythm, and instead of going for overtakes, everyone's just sitting behind other cars and saving fuel. Now, it does introduce that very interesting strategy element to the entire race. But, you know, when we want to see some good, hard racing, it's just not really providing that for us at the moment. I'm not calling the race boring. There's still some intrigue in it, and I love a good strategy race, but I want to see some people going side by side through corners and fighting for position and door banging like we saw a couple of laps ago. More of that, please.
I think there does seem to be a bit of a habit sometimes of endurance races where you have all that early on, so of course everyone's bunched up. Then everything really calms down, and then in the final hour or two, everything fires back up again. Cars find themselves aligned on strategy once again, and at that point they know what's on the table. All that's left to do is put everything, all of your sort of ammunition towards getting those positions. And I think right now we're very much in that, I'm gonna use a chess analogy and you're calling me a nerd for it. This is very much the middle game. You're maneuvering pieces around you, trying to put yourself in a good position, but you're not quite making the attack just yet. That is what's going to happen in a few hours' time. The stage is set, and then
Magic Arrow off the road. That's the Magic Arrow 55 car off the road. Jan Curbs going around the outside of Bill Mitchell Bend for P2 and down the inside of a GT3 into the final corner. That is a mistake from Dominic Feketa that has given up track position to the Reiter engineering crew as Jan Curbs even slips through into P2 and now has the advantage over the Porsche. The complexion of this race just tipped on its head in the space of 10 seconds.
Okay, that's a queen sacrifice in the middle game. That can happen as well. If we don't get a replay of that incident that happened real quick, I think that might not have been unassisted for the 55. It was quite a late lunge into Canada. It seems like through some traffic and just came a little bit undone. But out of the wall, still running, still got plenty of chance, and is already back on the back of the number one. Cannot clear this GT quite yet, and so that could cost them another couple of tenths, but they're within 1 second, and that is fuel safe range. And again, Reiter Engineering has been the one car out of anyone in this top three that has not been economical. They have very much been pushing, they've been aggressive, and they are 3 laps lower on fuel than this 55 car, 5 laps short of the 96.
But speaking of the 96, you know who's going to be taking a big sigh of relief over a 10-second gap that's just opened up to P2? Is that number 96 crew. It's dropped to 9.8 in the last half a lap or so. But yeah, just sudden little bit of a change there. Very interesting to see. As this replay cycles through and hopefully eventually gets us to Canada Corner, I am curious to see exactly what caused the incident that allowed Jan Curbs and the number one crew to get past the Magic Arrow car. And I mean,
ultimately, the main factor was that Jan Curbs was there to try and force an error, was within a second, was pressuring the 55 and saying, I know I can make these aggressive moves through traffic. I want to see what you can do, and if you can pull it off as well. And you keep going around the carousel, clearing these cars nice and cleanly.
It's gonna be those ones.
We come through the kink, and there's that car, maybe one or two of them, coming into Canada, and this is where the incident happened. We know it was here. Goes for a lunge on the inside.
He just outbraked himself.
And
oh no!
gets a bit of a tap.
Bit of a touch, yeah, just touched by the BMW on the rear diffuser. Makes
Into the braking zone.
Line and
gets up a tiny bit on the exit to make up for it, and the GT just wasn't quite ready for it.
It's one of those endurance racer things that happens, unfortunately. But you talked about how much Jan Kurbs is pushing. We said how comfy that nice 10-second gap was for Old Firm Racing at the front of the field. But he has closed that gap down, and he is marching his way forward. The gap was under 9 seconds before that 222 Lamborghini got in the way. But Jan's pushing. I think their strategy is to just push all the way to the end of this race. And they should have the pace to pull it off. Because that gap being, you know, pretty much under 9 seconds, about a lap after. In fact, it's back under 9 seconds again. It's a good sign. It's a good sign for the one crew, and they'll be looking at that and going, you know what? Yeah, I think we've got a chance here. And I think the facts that they're catching so quick, I think that suggests to me that the 96 crew is still going for that fuel saving. Because if they were going full push, they should be able to match Jan Kurbs and Writer Engineering. It shouldn't be too difficult to match them because they've been doing it all race.
It's always hard to tell in endurance racing because you've got that multi-class ebb and flow, and there we go, a 49.0 last time by. That is much more on the pace that we expect from these cars. Writer Engineering replies and does dip into the 48s though. Does chip away another 4/10, but again, we know there's a lighter car there. They've burned off another 5 laps of fuel. They're gonna gain right now. The question is, what do they lose in 10 laps time?
Well, it's all questions to be answered when we actually get there. Just a strong bit of driving from Kurbs though to already have pulled 1.2 seconds? Goodness me, 1.8 seconds on the car behind and continue that march up the field. But with those 14, 15 all laps to go in the stint, it's going to be close as to whether or not he's going to be able to get on the tail of Randy Mateos before the Writer Engineering crew pit, because if they can then get on that undercut, get those tires fired up and go full push once again, we already know that they're faster at full push than the 96 crew are. We can see it in front of us right now. They might be able to jump them in the pit stops this time around because the 96 aren't going to have the assistance of the 55 to help pull them along and give them some extra speed, you know, whilst they're doing that fuel saving. It is all just how fast Randy Mateos can go in that car, and right now it's not looking like it's good enough. 7.4 seconds and less is the gap, as Jan Kurbs even got held up by a GT in the kink and still gain time.
And some of that is down to that experience of, if you need to know the class dynamic. Jan Kurbs is maybe one of the most experienced multi-class race world prototype drivers that we have in this entire series, and knows the exact ebb and flow of, if the car is that far ahead coming out of the carousel, where am I to catch them? How much do I have to lift off to bleed that speed now and build the momentum back up through the apex of the kink, and then carry that momentum down the straight? The last thing you want to do is you want to get close to them and then check up and then be down at GT3 speed. You want to catch them and pass them as a flying visit, and that means slowing yourself down early and then getting back on the power. That's something he clearly did very well there, and that's all down to experience and really feeling the cars and calculating it to absolute perfection.
And that's the thing with Jan Kurbs. He's always willing to put in all of that practice to make sure he's as fast as he can be and completely understands the car that he's driving. It's what made him so terrifying to race against in the LMP1 era, and why every time we saw his name in the session, it was like, oh, expletive, here we go, this is going to be a race and a half, we're actually going to have to try. But it was always a pleasure because it was always a challenge to race against him and RLR, and to a certain extent I do miss it, but it's so cool to see him out here still succeeding with Writer Engineering. Of course, he has raced under a few names at this point, PCS, RLR, to name a couple of them, and been successful. I do believe he is an IELMS/EES champion like myself and Neil. But he's clearly out here still giving it his all, and yeah, it's still being good at it. 7 seconds the gap to the leader right now, and he's doing everything he needs to put his car in exactly the right position to try and take the lead in the next 15 laps or so.
That gap down to 7 seconds. That experience really showing, and we'll have to wait and see. We obviously, again, we keep saying we don't know what's going on inside that cockpit. Only Randy and his team know what the fuel number's like for 96. Are they continuing to save? Are they keep extending that gap and hope to maybe cut out a stop and win the race that way? Or is this just the pure pace that Jan has as he keeps closing in and keeps dropping the Magic Tower car off the back of this group? Again, it's still very much cut above for this podium. The number 7 has broken away a little bit for P4, but has an 8-lap fuel disadvantage over the DLR car that is 26 seconds behind. So that could become close to a that could be the margin of a slash and dash versus save it to the end. But the top 3 very much in control of this race as the 55 gets around the TMR GT3 entry. And as we look back through the field, I think this battle for P2 in GT3 is still pushing very close indeed, but it's still the same order that it has been for this entire stint. The 244 sitting behind, using that slipstream to very good effectiveness. The only problem, Vincent Usums is knocking in the 219 Simway Sweden Esports Pro car now within a second of the 2 cars ahead, and again has that fuel advantage, doesn't need to save right now, can try and make that move happen, or can use this opportunity to stretch that advantage even further than it has been already. A GTP slots on the inside, and there's a GTP off actually. That is Dodson Web DS Racing. They are running 22nd overall and 5th in GT3 AM. It looks like they'd mostly got away with it. Might have had a little bit of contact with the barrier, but no, just a loop on exit and then reverse to get to the barrier to give themselves room to turn around. That's fantastic recovery from them.
Yeah. Brilliant C1 maneuver to keep it out of the barrier there as best as you can, because Canada corner is a really tricky place to have an accident, because there's not really much opportunity to get the car slowed down before you get to that tire wall. We've seen it happen on a couple of occasions, but remember back in the days when the gravel used to be really, really slick and you couldn't get any brake pressure into the ground to get the car slowed down. It made that corner a complete risk to try and carry any speed through.
That and the carousel. We had some cars go off at the carousel and managed to keep the car out of the wall. And I think pre the surface updates, that was the sort of situation where it would be a complete death sentence. But we see the Magic Tower cutting through traffic pretty well, but not able to hold on to the pace that Jan Kurbs has now for more than 3 seconds back. Closing into the 96, sort of 10th by 10th. But it's going to be the one who makes first contact, and by a long way in this battle. As again, very close battle in the top 3 positions in GTP. The GT3 Pro battle has a very tight battle between 2nd and 4th. And then in GT3 AM, it really is HMC Motorsport controlling the show ahead of the Lithium Motorsports entry. And as we get maybe towards the pit cycle for GT3, this could be the first time that both car classes really start to overlap significantly in their pit stops, and that is going to be a little bit of a nightmare to follow. As here we go, the 244 giving the hurry up to the 210, sees the car in the mirror and doesn't want to wait around anymore. The headlights are on. We're starting to get to that dusk phase and the track is going to cool down, but it's going to keep getting slicker and slicker. The rubber's going to keep being laid down for another 6+ hours. The defensive move by the 210, leaving just a car width on the outside. The 244 doesn't really want to lunge into it. It's a very dangerous vortex there. But the 219 now within 2/10. We've seen them catch up over the course of the last 5-6 laps. The 244 doesn't want it swallowed up. They've got to make the attacking move instead. As the GTP has to weave through. That's the number 7 again, I believe. No, it's number 30. The Fury Simsport entry. And with a 244 go for a lunge, they have green liveries. That was the main thing.
Okay, fair enough. I'll give you that one.
But yeah, look at this, cutting through again. That is the number 6 car, the DLR White entry. So also a few laps down, but it's going to show up as a red name on the relative of all these GTs, of course, and they've got to get through eventually. And it's broken up the field a little bit, and it's broken the 210 more than it's broken the gap between the 244 and the 219. But they'll bunch back up in the carousel. He's got to make a move sooner or later. You've got to think this is going to be a really tight battle until the 219 either defuse the situation by passing them both, or until these lead 2 cars have to make their pit stop and defuse the situation that way.
Well, it's all opened up a little bit more because of the 244's poor exit off of turn 3 when that GTP was coming through. So it just gave Tom Tichetto in the 210 a little bit of space to breathe a little bit and really focus on his braking zones for the next corner and navigating around those GTPs as they came through. But it's just everyone settling back into that rhythm now that the traffic has come through. I've just seen the 219 starting to drop off the back of these two quite aggressively, so I don't know if that's a problem for them, or they've just sort of, I don't know, had a bad half a lap or so. It's one of those things that can happen. You get out of rhythm and it can sometimes take a while to get into it, especially after you've been driving for such a long time. So yeah, could just be one of those things. Could be a genuine issue. Maybe they burnt out their tires or something, but they've still got a long way to go until the end of their stint, and this is just pure speculation.
Again, just to state, it is lap 20 of the stint for the 219. The 2 cars directly ahead, 23 each. They are on cycle with each other. We might expect the 244, who's been trailing for so much of this stint, to try and extend this one by a lap. But that's not going to make up for the deficit to the 219. Are they going to try and cut the move through now? They've gained a couple seconds in the last 5-6 laps to get to this fight. Are they going to try and force a move and run off into the sunset now and try and chase down that 206 over the next 6 hours? Or are they going to do what we've seen the 96 do and just go for a massive undercut? Speaking of the 96, the number 1 car now within 5 seconds. Jan Kurbs with a monster stint in the number 1 to try and chase them down. Strategy might not matter if you've got a driver that fast to lead the car to the lead of the races. That is very nearly...
It's coming under 4, Liv. That gap's coming under 4 seconds. Randy Mateos is coming up under a little bit of traffic in this middle sector that he can't quite squeeze by. He's being very patient about it. And it's the traffic that's really helped Jan Kurbs catch up in the last 5 laps or so. But even then, Jan's now got to deal with exactly the same traffic, that 222 rearing its head once again. And as I say, 3.7 seconds is the gap. Very decisive maneuver from the Simray Sweden Esports Amcar to move right out of the way of the number 1. But still, that gap it was under 4 seconds. It's just extended a little bit once again as Jan goes around the outside of one of his sister cars in the GT3 field.
I think if we follow this GT3 battle for a couple more laps, at some point in the next maybe 3 laps or so, we are going to see a battle fly past, and that's probably when the number 1 could be in striking distance and going for the move. But I thought there could be a move into Canada for the 244, but couldn't make it happen. Again, must be getting some very good fuel save here, but...
Yeah, I don't see anything too dramatic really happening in this fight, to be honest, and I'm hoping that's some sort of jinx, because I don't think it's worth the 244 or the 219 making any sort of move. It is better to just stay behind and save fuel and do it all in the pit stops. Now I know that the 244 is on the same sort of pit strategy as the RPM car, so if you just stay behind, save a bit of fuel, take that shorter pit stop, Because these two are probably going to lose out to Simrace Sweden Esports behind anyway because of the strategy that they're on, where they're just super uber fuel saving. And yeah, there's no point getting aggressive when there's still 6 hours and 40 minutes on the clock.
They've got a little bit of breathing room for now. That's one prototype coming through. That is the second Right of Engineering car, who is close to being put a lap down by their teammates after 6 hours of racing here. I think you're right that they are playing a very patient game, and actually now there's the IS Corsa car who's many laps down on the GT3 lead. Giving a little bit of slipstream to the 210, so I doubt the move is going to be able to happen with that car there, though they might get out of the way on this front stretch here and just try and stay out the fight entirely. But within the next lap or so, again, we're going to see that fight, and here we go.
Here it is.
The 244 one state advantage, and he's going to get the slipstream, should tuck in to the slipstream of that lap car ahead, and it's going to be a nose ahead, a door ahead into turn one. Can't quite chop across, wants to leave that room, wants to play it very safe, but gets the move done on the 210. And now the question is, as this GT of the Rolling Goat comes to the GTP, doesn't look like the 219 to take advantage. And so that is a swap. That is second position now to Mateusz Dubczyk.
And with a little bit of assistance from the GTP as well, that gap has opened up to the 210 already to a few car lengths. So that's going to leave that Lamborghini vulnerable to the 219. But we know that the patient game that the 219 has been playing all race long, I don't think they're even going to bother attempting to go by during the stint. They're going to try and do it all in the pit stops. I mean, I said that about the 244 and I was wrong. We did see that beautiful little bit of racing through turn one. It was almost the perfect endurance racing pass, using traffic a lap down to pick up some slipstream and take that run all the way into the first corner and outbrake the car that you're trying to overtake on the outside. Didn't, as you said, didn't quite chop across in front. It would have been probably too aggressive and too dangerous a move, and rather pointless, but just left enough room and squeezed the 210 enough to let him know that, right, I am not letting you back through. Lift off.
And knock knock. Here's 96 and doesn't get held up, has a very fortunate run of traffic through the carousel, and the Kingdom manages to carry some good speed. Now it's Jan Korb's turn. Can he make the run? It's through Thunder Valley and Bill Mitchell Bend. This is going to be tough for the one. This could help build the gap back up again.
We know how aggressive Jan's been through here. He is not afraid to make those moves on the grass, switching sides of the road between the two GT3 cars, which is a move we've seen from this man so often in previous races.
The final corner.
There he is, going to have to check up behind that 244 in the final corner. This is a few laps ago. That gap wouldn't have been there, and he wouldn't have got held up by the 244. So swings and roundabouts as the gap opens back up to 3.6 seconds. But now, Curbs can see Randy Mateos in front. He sees his target that has been 10 seconds ahead of it, as much as 10 seconds ahead of him in this stint. And that is all the encouragement he's going to need. As soon as you can see that car that you're gaining on, that's when you start to really get excited. And it's important to try and keep your emotions controlled, not get overexcited, because that's when you start to make mistakes. But you cannot deny that this has been, as you say, a monster stint from Jan Curbs so far. And he's only just got in the car, so we've got at least another stint of this.
And I've still got one eye on this battle for P3 in class. The Magic Arrow car has now joined the party, 11 seconds off the base lead. And it's going to weave through turns 5 and 6, a little bit awkward. The 244 has now cleared that lapped car. Would help out a lot. I think the 210's going to go for it as well, and actually lap car is going to let both of the lead lap contenders through here. As the Magic Arrow car gets around the outside of the 244 nice and easily, it's going to be 219 versus 210. Again, 3 laps more of fuel, so a little bit heavier of a car right now. It'd be hard for 219 to make the move here, but what Vincent Ustoms knows he can do is extend if need be. But if you can make the move now, then you can get in the slipstream of the 244, stay in that slipstream, and then try and jump them in the pit stop instead. It makes it a lot easier to get the 2 for 1 if you've already cleared one of them on track.
eyes at the front of the field for the race for the overall lead. Randy Mateos has had a beautiful time of traffic in the final sector. Jan Kurbs, not so much. These two cars matching each other last time by. 48.1 for Old Firm Racing Origin, a 48.168. A team PB for Writer Engineering. So both cars really starting to turn the wick up at this stage.
And both cars in that GT3 battle into pit lane, same lap as well. And that will unleash the 219. Has maybe 3 more laps to run. Sorry for interrupting, but there's going to be a battle on pit road for what could be P2 in the GT3 field, as this battle for the overall lead is going to start keep closing and closing, and maybe we could see Jan Kurbs go for a massive undercut to try and clear the car directly on track. Is navigating traffic very well as usual, patient when he needs to be, but efficient more than anything. Still within 4 seconds, and the 96 is going to have some real trouble through the carousel and maybe into the kink as well. Has to navigate this really well and just about hooks it around the outside of one, inside another, and holds pace pretty well. But that gap is slowly but surely dropping. It's still under 4 seconds. It's going to stay that way.
Honestly, it's remained quite neutral in these last few laps or so. Kurbs hasn't really had the look of the traffic in his favor, and Old Firm Racing and Randy Mateos have really started to open up the tap. Maybe they were fuel saving beforehand. I think they were probably doing some rather aggressive fuel saving, but now they've realized that you cannot stop the advancement of the one, and you need to start pushing if you want to stay ahead. As I say, the lap times came down to a 48.1 for Old Firm Racing last time by. The reference, their fastest lap in this race so far is a 48.107, and they backed it up with a 48.109 on the previous lap as they come across the start finish line for a 49.2, obviously having to deal with a bit of traffic. On that last lap, Jan Kurbs having to deal with even more traffic, 49.4. There is nothing between these two drivers at the moment, and that is 100% because Mateos has started to push.
And a quick update on those GT3 pit stops we saw. We're talking about how the 244 was able to save fuel behind the 210. It wasn't enough to extend an extra lap, but that pit stop was a full second quicker. Took less time for them to brim that tank to the top with racing fuel. They're now a 1.5 seconds ahead, out of draft. And they're going to be hoping to just pull away and pull that undercut to cover off the 219 Sim Race Sweden, who is still out after 25 laps of their stint.
Randy Mateos is fortunate to still have traffic between him and Jan Kurbs, because we know what sort of pace that one has got in it. As soon as they get into clean air, that's when that Cadillac really starts to show that pace advantage. And here they are in the clean air now. Mateos is going to start to catch some traffic. There's 4 cars coming through the bottoms at the moment into Canada Corner. So the question is, when is Mateos going to catch this traffic? However, one thing that we have alluded to that is about to take shape is the fact that this #1 Cadillac is taking much shorter stints. 25 laps on a stint. And Liv, I ask you the question, which lap of his stint is Jan Kurbs on right now?
Showing 24 for me, so it'll be probably this lap or next lap.
It will be.
And with how much he's been pushing in this stint, I'd imagine it very well could be this one. And sure enough,
there it is.
Takes that right turn onto pit road, hit your brake mark properly, don't speed, gets it down, and that's expertly done from Jan Kurbs. Magic Arrow, from on board, will inherit P2 for the time being, as they get around that GT3 car. But now it's a question of how much longer can the 96 extend, and can that low fuel, warm tyres really benefit them and try and extend that gap back out to the #1, give themselves at least a 5-second buffer, because otherwise you've got to think Reiter is going to be right back on them after the stop.
I think a more important question is, where is Jan Kurbs going to come out relative to the rest of the field? We know that typically your pit stop window, or your pit stop stationary time, or your pit stop traversal time, there we go, that's the one I was looking for, typically brings you out with cars that were around turn 5, turn 6 when you came into pit lane. And I saw that car number 5 was around that part of the track when Jan Kurbs entered the pit lane. So that is something that I'm going to be keeping an eye on, because we know how quick the 5 has been at times. But the Jan Kurbs needs to be able to get those tyres fired up as quickly as possible to be able to clear that car. And there is a big pack of GT3s coming as well. And if he gets involved in that, he's going to be out of luck, to put it politely. But here they come. Jan still isn't moving, and through go those 4 GT3s that he was slowly approaching when he entered the pit lane. He's going to come out a couple of seconds behind them, and is now going to have to navigate every single one of them, and I don't think this plays into his hands at all.
And more importantly, not only did the 5 jump, but the 69 car jumped. That's Old Firm Racing Yellow. May I remind you, the name of the team at the lead of this race, Old Firm Racing Orange. That 69 car, he needs to get there first. He's 4 seconds back. But if he does get there, they are not going to give an inch in any corner. They are going to be trying to obviously defend their own position as much as possible, keep their own pace up, but also play that intercar game in the team and try and boost as much as possible for Randy Mateus.
Yeah, it's certainly a game that teams like to play. Definitely can't tell you how I know that. Won't go into that one in detail at all. What type of formula? 4.4 seconds is the gap between Jan Curbs and Kevin Jailer. It sounds like I'm admitting to some really dubious things here in front of the series coordinator, which isn't the case at all. What's collision?
Well, we don't keep an eye on the 96 here, of course. Like, right, just starts to warm their tyres up, so probably not too much happening there right now. The 219 rounding the final corner to finish their 26th lap of the stint, and you've got to imagine no, they're not. Ignore me. They are going out for a 27th lap.
Wow.
Again, massive fuel saved on for that team. The question is, are they running a solid pace compared to the 2 cars behind? Looks like they're covering it off pretty well. They're now actually in the lead of the GT3 field as the 206 is in for their pit stop, but they're nearly done with service. They are going to come back out in the lead eventually. But that's a statement as to how long Vincent Olsen is extending on the fuel here. Takes the lead of the race for the time being, as that is the 399, the AM entry, who was off course at turn 3 and gets rolling without too much trouble.
Yeah, so I'm just keeping an eye on the actual time gap between Reiter and Old Firm Racing Orange. I don't think we've actually come up with a number as to just how much time a pit stop loses you at this track, but the gap between the 2 cars at the moment is about 1 minute and 21 seconds. Curbs is just not hemorrhaging time, but certainly losing a little bit. As
I can tell you,
the tires.
The pit lane transit time for Jan Curbs last time, 1 minute 21.0.
Yeah, so
now bear in mind that doesn't
track time
take into account time going in, time coming out, and of course the fact that you have to take a few seconds to fly down that straight in racing condition. But it's pretty close. It's shockingly close, and I think that maybe 5-second gap is gonna be about where the 96 ends up, if I had to imagine. We'll get our first idea as the 55 pits a couple laps earlier.
I have a question. Do you figure out pit lane time loss by just timing how long it takes to get from entry to exit, and then comparing that to how long it takes to get from entry to exit on track at full racing speed?
Well, I'd say from exit of the final corner to entry of turn 1 to account for speed up and slow down as well. The time I have on my timing is just limit to limit.
The only way I've ever calculated that is push lap, in lap, out lap, compare the times to what it would be on normal. That's the long way of doing it. Oh, what have I been doing all my life? Okay.
With that existential crisis, the Simracing Sweden 219 is in pit lane finally, taking on a full tank of fuel, 4 fresh tyres. Do you know what tyres are these Michelin's or Bridgestones on the
They are neither. I think they're unbranded in
okay, understood.
It's Michelin and GTP, I know that much. Oh, actually no, I think I just saw the Michelin branding on the side of the GT3 tyres. It does stand out quite well. It's very well designed. A confirmation they are Michelin tyres on the side of the GT3, so there you go though, that answers your question.
So 4 fresh gummies on for the 219. They are now rolling out of their pit box to 41.4 stationary time again, similar to the cars behind. They're only just coming through the final corner, but it's a long trundle down pit road from the GT3 pit stalls to the pit lane exit. The 244 coming across the start finish line. Will the 219 jump them? There's a GT3 behind that's going to have to get around with the Old Firm Racing Yellow. The 219's released, and they are going to be side by side. It looks like, and I'm going to cover off the 244 and the 210, and that is the strategy of the 219 coming into full force. But now they've got to defend on those cold tires, warm them up, and not give those spots straight back up.
Unfortunately, he does have a lap down car in between him as a little bit of a bookmark to save him from the advances of the 244 and the 210. Again, it's another one of those quirks of endurance racing. It's not the sort of thing we really see in single-seater sprint racing, and I'm sure the 219 will be very grateful of that as the 244 squeezes down the inside, and Charlie Nilsson follows very quickly down the inside of turn 5 to get that lapped car out of the way and put themselves both on the end, or right on the back end of the 219. So again, a really strong bit of driving from both of them.
But we're now, what, half a lap in? The 219 is doing a great job getting that car up to temperature and holding off the cars behind. The 244 has a bit of a run, but maybe can't take too much advantage of it. We see that is our GT3 AM leader coming down pit road, but they have a massive advantage. They did a great job on fuel save themselves, and I'm not quite sure what the gap is, but it is quite remarkable from what I remember. Maybe like over a minute and a half. 150 there it's showing us timing and ticking down now.
Leader of the race overall then, Randy Mateos, still on board that number 96 Old Firm Racing Acura at the head of this race. 24 laps completed in that stint. We think still 2 or 3 to go after this one. I think because of the way he pushed in the middle of that stint to make sure they kept the number 1 crew behind, I imagine that he's going to be going a couple of laps, maybe 1 lap shorter than he otherwise would have. So keep an eye out for that. That means we expect him in maybe even next lap. But he's done a great job to maintain this position so far. The strategists at Old Firm Racing have done a fantastic job to get them in this position, but at the moment they don't really have an answer for the raw pace of Jan Kurbs behind the wheel of that number 1 Writer Engineering Cadillac. The Cadillac's seeing a wonderful turn of pace as the track temperature drops below 26 Celsius.
And they will stay up for 1 more lap. Again, we know that the Acura is good on fuel. The Writer car running that Cadillac is going to be burning it a little bit faster, but you're seeing what advantage they're getting out of that fuel. They cut 5 seconds into this gap in the last, more than that, maybe like 7 seconds in the last stint, and let me tell you, it's not going to be a 7-second quicker stop if you take that amount less fuel in. So the 96 pushing, but has a 48.9 last time by. Brett Engineering able to match that on the on the cooler tires and with the full tank of fuel. I imagine this has to be the in-lap for the 96, but we'll have to wait and see what they can manage, as it looks like Simrace Sweden have managed to get those tires into a good operating window and have dropped DTI by about a second behind them, with RPM Racing starting to put pressure on the 244 as well again. They're on the same strategy. The 244 made a good move by having a shorter stop on fuel load to defend the position they gained on track. But now the tables have turned. The 210 is the one with the slipstream. The 210 can try and extend as much as possible, and the 219 is just run off into the sunset and maybe has sights set on the 206. They went a second and a half faster that last lap. And we know how both fast and efficient Vincent Ursons can be. There's a lot of time to make up. We've got more than 6 hours left to do it.
We also know how quick that 219 is on the straights. Damaged front end earlier on in this race, but clearly got some rear wing trimmed out of that car. So that'll be helping the fuel save, especially with the position they're in. They can afford to do a little bit of lift and coast, afford to do a little bit more fuel saving, and the car's also doing it automatically, so a lot less pressure on them to try and extract some pace out of the car whilst doing the fuel saving, because the car's doing a lot of work for them. It seems like the 244 and 210 a lot more draggy compared to that 296, and again, a lot of that could be, it's probably going to be in setup, considering that one of the cars in this fight trying to chase down the 219 is also a Ferrari, but SimRace Sweden Esports just strategizing perfectly to get themselves out in a little bit of clean air and begin that hunt to close down XBD Racing. We've still got 6 hours and 20 minutes left on the clock. So if they want to start hunting that gap down, they've got to start doing it now, and they need to start pushing, and it looks like they are. The gap is at 37.0 seconds and looks like it's closing as it stands. But at the front of the field, we are still waiting for that 96 car to pit, and I don't think we're far away from that at all.
But they passed the pit entry one more time and sort of showed no interest, but this is going to have to be the one, I think. They're on 26 laps, so whether in the pressure from behind, not blinking under that pressure, going, no, we're going to keep saving, we're going to keep doing our lift and coast, we're going to keep using the advantage that we know the Acura has in terms of fuel efficiency. And they might have the pace, and we know Jan's a very quick driver, but we think we can do it our way. And as 96 comes round final corner, I'm sure this will be the time that they'll come into pit lane, and we will finally see how the cards fall for this cycle.
Well, I think Jan Curbs has managed to lose a couple of seconds in this pit cycle. Just looking at that gap, it looks to be around a minute and 23 seconds, which is significantly more than it was when he came out of pit lane. I believe it was under 1 minute and 20 seconds. But that tire warm-up, the traffic that he's had to deal with, the extra fuel, has just let the 96 crew start to creep away a little bit. So they should come out on track in front of the #1 squad with very little difficulty, as the HWT Motorsport car goes fastest in its class with, I think that's a 205.3. Good bit of pace.
96 car still stationary. I think still on the jacks as well, taking their tyres. They're going to be there for a long time. Where is the right engineering car? They are just coming through the kink here, coming toward Canada corner. About 20 seconds left on service. We'd expect to fill that tank up for the 96, and I think they might be able to hold on to this position, but I think it's going to be close. I think the delta will have come down to within 5 seconds, and again, we know how fast Jan Curbs is. He's going to keep pushing every lap after lap, try and make it happen. And there rolls 96 out of pit lane into turn 1 as the #1 is at the start-finish line. The gap is 6 seconds, and it's going to close as that car has to warm up its tyres.
Yes,
and we've seen Jan on warm tyres already gain so much in the early phase of last stint.
Yeah, the question is, can he get that gap back down to where it was before the pit stop cycle? He's got a couple of GTs that are going to sit in the way and really kind of limit his advance. In fact, no, he's going to clear them both very easily on the run down to turn 5, and 5.4 seconds will be the gap as he enters the twisty middle sector of the track. More GT traffic to play with in this middle sector. I think that's just a lone Ferrari though. But again, that tyre warm-up not really in the 96's favour right now as that gap continues to collapse. Once again, I don't think he's going to be able to get back within the window that he was, but we know what sort of pace he was able to extract from that car. So I don't give it too many laps before he's under 3 seconds once again. And then I don't give it more than 10 laps before he's challenging for the lead of this race. If anyone can do it, it's Jan Curbs.
I'm just checking how many stints. Jonas Webber came in for a couple of stints to relieve Jan after starting the race. So this is the second stint for Jan, and they've run double so far. I'd imagine this is the last chance, at least in this phase, for this very experienced prototype driver to try and make the move happen and be the one to put the #1 car in the lead of the race.
Call him a veteran, make him feel old.
The veteran. But you always want to be the one to get that move done. It's always so satisfying when you're the one, even whether it's on track or whether it's through a pit cycle. If you can be the one to put that car ahead of where it was, it feels better than anything else for your team to say, here it is. All you have to do now is hold on to it.
Yes, indeed. You know that we've got a little bit of experience with that. You were steward in for the race for a cause 24 when Alex Gerber made that move that put our team in the lead of that race. It was something to be there for it, but part of you always wishes that it was you that was in the car for that moment. Like, of course, I was happy for him that he did it. I was happy for the team that it happened. But yeah, there was still work to do, and it was just like, oh, it would have been so cool if I was the person to do that. Which is very selfish, but...
Yeah, the most fun moments, I think, to a race are the start, the finish, and then those moments where you make those crucial moves that end up in the race result.
100%.
And I'm sure you'd have loved to have been in the car for that race start as well.
Yeah, because I actually wouldn't have picked up the jump start penalty. Hey Neil, okay, do you know what you're doing for the race start? Yep. Do you know where the restart zone is? Yep. Jumps to start, get to penalty. It's fine. I'm okay with it. We won anyway. Doesn't matter. Nothing matters. 3.6 seconds then is the gap. That tyre warm-up again has really worked in Jan Kerb's favour, and that lighter fuel load that Cadillac's got on board. He's already a good few laps into his stint relative to that number 96 car, so is able to just push that a little bit harder. We talked about at the start of this race how that less weight in the car is literally just free lap time. It's lap time you don't even have to work for. You don't need to do anything different to get that extra bit of lap time out of the car when you've got less weight in it. It just does it automatically. Jan Kerb's really taking advantage of that at the moment to just keep pounding away and keep bringing that gap down. 49.6 to Old Firm last lap, 48.6 for Jan Kerb's in the number 1 Writer Engineering car. 1 second was the time gain. But we've still got a really long stint ahead of us, and there is a bit of a fight emerging between the 210 and the 244. That Lamborghini has kept that Ferrari under pressure for very, very many laps so far, but I think is finally looking to try and make that move work. Looks to the outside of Canada, has a little bit of overlap and sweeps around the outside, keeps it out of the gravel and maintains the side-by-side up the hill to Bill Mitchell Bend. Has the preferred inside line. They're both going to keep it clean, but the Ferrari keeps the momentum around the outside of the corner, pinches the 210 to the outside of the last turn and manages to hold on to the position for now. But that Lamborghini had that preferred line through the final corner and will still have the slipstream down the start-finish straight as they come across the start-finish line. Is the Lamborghini going to have an opportunity to squeeze through? One of the GTPs makes an overtake. The 210 peaks out but thinks better of it. Tucks back into line for turn 1, but it's going to have plenty more opportunities to make that happen as more traffic makes its way through. 210 still sat behind the 244 through turn 3, but another big long straight with a huge braking zone at the end of it that could be the move for the Lamborghini to make it up onto the bottom step of the podium. Big gains being made in that slipstream, but one of the Project Valorous Acuras is going to come through to maybe take that opportunity away. The 244 defends the inside. 210 goes to the outside again, door banging side by side through 5. The 244 is going to maintain the preferred inside line for turn 6. The Valorous car has to stay out of it. The 210 squeezes the 244 to the inside. Great bit of driving from both of these drivers to not knock each other off the road, but blimey, they are trying. Valorous now getting involved in this contact. The Project Valorous car and the 210 make contact in the braking zone for turn 8. The Acura ending up in the gravel on the outside of the corner. We'll have to see if we can get a replay of that from onboard one of the cars to try and figure out exactly what happened there. But a bit of clumsiness perhaps from both cars to, well, give the Project Valorous car a little bit of time loss.
I mean, you've got to say, the Valorous car was being so patient through that entire battle.
He was. And he wasn't rewarded for it either. Take us through it, Liv.
So it's just trying to get back into line and slipstream as soon as possible to try and settle the move again, and just isn't clear. It's still overlapping with the rear of that GTP. Spins around. Luckily, Valorous car threads the needle behind the 244 car and stays running, but a lot of confidence on the brakes around the outside for the 210, but I think a little bit too much aggression through the mid-corner phases, and I'd have to imagine
here's the onboard.
That one misjudgment is gonna make all of that worth. I'd imagine there's gonna be a 30-second trip down pit lane coming for that 210 car.
Was the 210 the same car that wiped out a GTP in the early phases? The first?
I do not believe so.
I know it was a
check, but they're just pointed towards the outside of the track, and the 50 car is already there.
Mm-hmm. I think it
To
might
me,
have
that
been-
it's a simple misjudgment. To me, it's a very clear misjudgment.
but it's
I
one of
think, and
those. It's one of those that doesn't have to be made. He didn't have to try and rejoin the racing line. He could have just made the safe choice and stayed on the inside there, and then everything would have been okay.
And it's not the same car. It was the 222, I believe, got penalised for that incident earlier on.
The race menace got it.
Well, I didn't say it. Was another Lamborghini, though. You're correct about that.
Lamborghini is absolutely cursing this race so far. Unfortunate for both of them, just as cursed as they are in real life. We don't need to talk about the Iron Dames car exploding it into Lagos.
Oh no!
I don't know what you're talking about. 2.9 seconds is the gap at the front of the field, by the way, as Jan Curbs is really starting to bring that gap down now with the pace advantage he's got on those in that lighter car, and just in himself. A lot of confidence behind the wheel of that Cadillac, and he is doing everything he can to get that gap down. A bit of traffic for Randy Mateos to deal with, and he hasn't really been able to get through it as nicely as he wanted, as closed the gap by another half a second, as Curbs is just going to be able to sweep around the outside of the Porsche that held Randy Mateos up. The 96 just, I don't know, starting to lose some time really consistently, and it's going to get held up behind another GT3 through Canada Corner and up Bill Mitchell Bend. Any guesses what car that might be? It is the 242 of Michael Grossberger, who's forced the 96 onto that inside line, and again just made him lose a little bit more time as the gap comes under 2 seconds for the first time all race.
The very distinctive blue colour on that GT3 is a really, really beautiful livery, if you don't mind me saying.
Turns out, doesn't it? that car was almost pink.
Ah, right. Did you like to have contrasting colours for when there's multiple cars who are in the same event, but obviously with them being in completely different classes, it's not as necessary.
It's not necessary at all, no. The two TMR cars in the Race for Cause 24 have the same colour as well.
Okay.
It's only when it's in the same classes that we tend to change the colours. For big events, like for big special events. If it's just, you know, your Global Endurance Tour and your IMSA, each car will have its own colour. That's fine.
The 210 is not done trying to hound this 244. Going for the inside into turn 6 this time. Had the outside before. It's going to make the move stick for the time being. The 244 didn't decide to press discretion is the better part of Valor. Backs out, and now there is the lead GTP coming through, and dear Lord, don't have a repeat of what happened earlier. 244 leading on the 13, who's now been put a lap down. And here comes Jan Curbs around the outside of both of them. That gap is now less than 2 seconds. It's caught them at a really awkward time. Gives a flash to the number 13 and says, I want to get past you as well. I don't want you between me and the race leader. I want to get past you, get past them, and run off into the sunset, or
it is a flash of
evening as we get here.
It is a flash of excitement, a flash of anticipation, and a little bit of frustration, because again, Curbs can now see how close he is to this race lead, and he wants it just as badly as Randy Mateos wants to hold on to it. So he is on those headlights more out of habit, and you know, as I said, anticipation more than anything. He's probably not actually frustrated or angry or anything. He just wants by, and he's trying to make that message very clear, and it is read, it is understood. We get it, Jan, but the car in front does not seem to take the same attitude towards it as we do, as Jan gets held up again into turn 1 by the 242 once again.
That's the 346.
Is it? Never mind. It's another blue Ferrari. There's too many blue Ferraris.
There's too many Ferraris.
I think we counted it at 21, didn't we?
Yeah, of 39 GT3 entries in this race overall, more than half are running the Ferrari 296. It's understandable, it's a very good car, it's a very new car, and it's a car that I think everyone owns at this point in iRacing.
Everyone's a Ferrari.
But come on, give us a Mercedes. I love the Mercedes. No one seems to want to be. I think the front engine crown has been taken by the Ford as the cool new thing.
It does make a better sound.
I mean, I cannot deny that. The Merc makes a good sound, but the Ford makes the best sound.
Yeah, the Merc's kind of hampered by the fact that it's a twin turbocharged engine, whereas the the Ford Mustang is just like, what is it, 5.2, 5.6 liters of naturally aspirated Coyote goodness.
You know what they say?
Raw. What do they say?
There's no replacement for displacement.
The second I asked, I knew exactly what you were going to say. And I'm here for it, and I agree.
That's why I always loved running the Aston Martin GT1. The DBR9. I know that the
Corvette had a bigger engine, yeah.
No, didn't the, I think the Corvette had more, I think it was a turbocharged engine, whereas the Aston Martin DBR9 was a 6-litre naturally aspirated V12.
I swear the Corvette was like 8 or 9 litres or something in the GT, in the cars that we've got in Sim.
There's no way.
No, I thought it was. This is when we need producer Carmen to do a little bit of Googling for us to...
Oh, it seemed like it was. It was a 7-litre, but it was a V8. So,
yeah, 7 litres of V8. Brr. Come on.
Yeah, but V12 sounds so cool.
V12 versus V8 Brr. I'll take big V8 Brr, to be honest with you.
It's 1 litre. That's...
Yeah, but think how big those cylinders are. You could put your fist in them.
Gap less than 2 seconds back at the front of our field. Writer Engineering trying to cut through this traffic. As cleared, number 13 rolling goat car from Manutel, who again, still running 8th overall, has been having a fantastic race, but that's just the nature of how a field spreads out over this long of a distance. Cuts through the traffic, and guess who is the car directly ahead? No GT3s to separate them right now. Jan Curbs has arrived. Randy Mateos, what is your answer?
I think it's panic, because he's going to get held up again on exit of the carousel by a GT3 that Curbs is just going to be able to... No, actually, I think he's going to be far enough back that he shouldn't get affected by it. He just keeps his foot flat through the kink and is slowly inching towards that slipstream window as they...
And there's a little wave of hello from Jan.
Yeah, that's it. That's what Jan does. As soon as he knows that he is in your mirror, he gets on those headlights and he's like, hello, I am here. We are going to race. He's actually the driver that I learned that from, because every time he'd come up behind me, he'd do that. And it used to be really intimidating until I got used to it. And he continues to use that trick to this day. The probably 10-year veteran of iRacing at this point. Very good fun to race against. Very talented driver. I think we've said that enough this race. But managed to dispatch Roman UTL rather easily. However, average pace for Randy Mateos at the moment, 1 minute 50.2. Jan Curbs, 1 minute 49.6. Do the maths. He's there. He'll be passing soon. 1 second is the gap. The Cadillac can start to take advantage of that slipstream. Randy Mateos and the 96 crew's race lead is very much under threat, as we have the 222 in front. Coming under pressure from one of the other Ferraris, and it is decision time for Mateos to make those moves aggressive and make those quickly. Curbs is going to get held up through turn 6 by that Ferrari of Alberto Moreno. I think that's the overall GT3 leader, as the gap's going to open up once again to 1.4, and we are teased with another fight for the lead once again.
That decisive move into turn 5, I think, shows how you have to change the way you race once that gap closes down. I know you said it was very fun to race Jan Curbs. I don't know if fun is the word that Mateos has in mind right now, but what he does know is he needs to go. And sure enough, twins out very well, but the gap's still 1.2. That is very much within draft range. And there's not really any traffic to hold up Jan Curbs. Again, you're the one leader. You can maybe put a car in between to stop someone being right on your tail, but I don't think that will ever keep someone more than maybe a second and a half, 2 seconds back. And we know that this one car has the pace to close that gap in straight away. Maybe the slipstream to clear this one car. Will the number 1 be able to get there into the braking zone?
Easy.
Of course. Gap is 1.0 across the line. And it's go time.
Cameras focused on the race leader of Randy Mateos in that 96 Acura, but all you can hear are those snaps on downshift from the Cadillac, the V8 motor roaring and shouting, letting that 96 crew know that it is there and it is getting closer. And the gap between those two cars, it's getting closer together, and it's getting closer together as the laps tick away. 0.7 seconds it drops to on the brakes for turn 5.
Oh, and around those Jan curbs.
Jan's had an off. A mistake on corner entry to turn 5 for Jan Curbs. A rare mistake. I'm trying to get a bead on exactly what happened there. Wide on entry he goes and just spins under braking very wide of the apex of 5. Gets on the brakes to maintain control of the car as the gap reopens to 7 seconds as we have been denied a fight for the lead. Yet again, Curbs needs to get back on that loud pedal and close that gap back down, but what an error to make at this stage of the race. But there is still 6 hours to go in this event. There is time to make that up, but he's going to be kicking himself for losing that opportunity.
If Gus has an uncharacteristic mistake to sort of make, but I think what the kicker might have been, missed the apex just a tiny bit. Maybe tried to keep trailing on the brakes to get it rotated so it stopped. Maybe misjudging the fact that he had that bit of slipstream from that he had. Hasn't really had a car to follow, has been making moves on everyone. Here we go. Coming through onto, I think if we can go on board, I think that would be the perfect angle here.
Nudge, nudge,
Just so you
wink,
can
wink.
see.
There you go.
Hey! Great, so late. Once does close in a lot, but you see still on the brakes as it's trying to get the car onto that apex tipped on. And maybe a little bit of downforce loss as well from the car ahead at that point. Just goes around. That is a huge mistake at a crucial time. But let's not forget, there are still 6 hours left in this race.
Yeah.
That team will for sure be looking to regroup, and I'm sure Jan is already right back on it, trying to get locked back in. It's about how you bounce back from that. Can you get back into a rhythm? He's already made the first step. He's backed through turn 5, nice and clean, nice and on the apex. What will this lap time be? Can he start to close back into 96 now and potentially hand off to Jonas Weber to make that move happen for real this time?
Well, Olivia, look at that gap. It's already down to 7.3 seconds after it opened up to well over 8. So all those questions you've asked about, can he get back into a rhythm and can he close that gap down? The answer
I think they were rhetorical. Of course he can get back into a rhythm. He's Jan Curbs.
No, we don't need to hype him up like he's some sort of god. He can be killed, but he won't be. Not necessarily on this particular occasion. But remember, I did note about how much he did close up in the braking zone of that corner. It was 0.3 of a second, and I think that probably should have been a sign that perhaps a little bit of something was going on there. As the race leader
was too late, unfortunately.
As the race leader does get checked up behind a few cars in that final sector and presents Curbs another opportunity to get that gap closed down, but just something to keep an eye on as this gap does close back up. The fight for P3 in GT3 Pro isn't over yet. Charlie Nelson may lead Mateus. Give me a hand here.
Mateus Debsuk.
Debsuk, there we go. That's what I wanted to say, but it wasn't coming out. Charlie Nelson does lead Mateus Debsuk, but Debsuk hasn't given up yet. 0.4 seconds is the gap, and it's been pretty stable at that sort of gap for so long now that I feel like Nelson is starting to get used to the pressure from the car behind, but realistically, you never fully get used to that pressure. And Debsuk is going to be trying to apply it as much as possible to try and force an error from that 210 Lamborghini, as the 219 is still pulling away. 5.8 seconds is the gap between Debsuk and the 219. Of course, it's a little bit less between the 219 and the 210. But Debsuk just trying to stay in that slipstream as Julian Troy that is squeezing through in that Porsche. The gap down to 0.2 seconds, and we have a big long straight coming up where the 244 could maybe think about making a move into turn 1. But maybe not into turn 1. Is a difficult overtaking spot. We've seen it happen, but turn 5 looking much more likely.
I think oftentimes what you want is you want to try and get the car ahead unsettled on the entry of 1. Make a look for it, make them go offline and go slow, and then try and set up the edge of turn 3 as cleanly as possible. Sweep right from the very left-hand side of the track over the apex and get on the throttle as early as possible, and then set up that lunge into 5. Again, we know how confident the 210 was on the brakes, especially on the outside line. If the 244 wants to make that move on the inside as a dive, they're going to have to be super committed and super precise to avoid the similar fate to what happened to our number 1 car just a few laps ago.
Well, all you really need to do to get past that Lamborghini is get it a little bit offline. That car is infamous for being a little bit killy, a little bit of a death trap in the sim. It's a very, very difficult car to get consistent lap time out of. So it's quite something that RPM racing crew have managed to keep it between the white lines for 4 hours and 45 minutes straight so far, and to not only do it just full stop, but to do it whilst under immense pressure from the 244 and the 219 car for the last hour or so. Of course, the 219 has out-strategized both of these cars and is running off into the distance at the moment. Doesn't really have an answer for XPD Racing as it stands, so you know, this race is XPD Racing's to lose for now. But this fight between the 244 and 210 is set to continue for the next 4 hours of this race.
And again, we're still awaiting any confirmation as to that incident that happened between the 210 and the Project Valorous 50, who is currently now 2 laps down and 10th in GTP, going past our GT3 race leader of XPD Racing and Alberto Moreno. So there's still a lot to play for. There's still, I think, fuel save games at the 244 to play. They had a shorter stop last time. They're behind again. There's no reason why they can't try and make that play again. But also, the 210 could very easily be falling back into a fight with the 276 if the stewards decide their actions in turn 8 were a little bit over the line.
So there's a lot of exciting things happening up and down the field at the moment. We've got that gap coming down at the front of the overall, for the overall race win between Jan Kurbs and Randy Mateos. And also this fight that we've been watching for about an hour now between the 244 and the 210. But I want to highlight a team that's come back from a bit of a knockback earlier on with a power cut for one of their drivers, meaning that a driver that wasn't scheduled to get in yet had to get in a little bit early. But now with Michael Grossberger on board the 242 TMR Ferrari, he has started to bring the gap down to the 234 of Zachary Livingood, who started to fall back in this race. We saw him up at the front of the field at the start, but that team just taken setback after setback. The gap was about 1.5 seconds, half a lap or so ago, which is why I brought it up, because it looks like Michael Grossberger was catching, but that gap just seems to have opened up a little bit. It wasn't just me trying to glaze my own team, it was genuinely something that was happening on track, but it appears to have fizzled out a little bit. So 3.0, in fact, less than 3 seconds, the gap ticked down to then at the front of the field. Jan Kurbs has to navigate Thomas Berlin and Vincent Osums, with Randy Mateos in a relative little bit of clean air right at the front. It's not a question of if, as we've seen, it's a question of when. I don't remember the last lap that Jan Kurbs came in on. Unfortunately, I did lose all of my data in terms of that due to a server disconnect. So perhaps Olivia may be able to fill in the gaps for me on that one, if she is in fact here. It looks like we're having some connectivity. It looks like we're having some connectivity issues to my co-commentator for now.
Hello, I'm back.
Olivia has returned. Welcome back, Olivia. Nice.
Hardware issues continue. This time my entire computer just restarted, no warning.
That's what that was. Okay, fair enough. I did try to hand off to you for a second over there. Yeah, I've got lap 127 was Jan Kurbs' last pit stop. Thank you, Carmen, for filling us in on that. It's been a few laps since then, so he is looking towards his next pit stop. We are 22 laps on from that pit stop, so give him 3 more laps and he will be looking to come down pit lane again. So the question that's in the air is, can he get in front of Randy Mateos before that pit stop? It looks like he may have the pace to do it, but there's going to be a few roadblocks in his way in terms of making that happen, because of course this isn't just a one class race, this is a multi-class race. He's going to have a Ferrari in his way on the run down to Canada corner that will check him up a little bit. but Randy Mateos will have some traffic to deal with as well, such is the case with multi-class racing. 3.5 seconds is the gap now. Jan Kurb's getting the worst of the traffic in these last few moments.
Sorry, the gap's down to 3.5. I was offline for a minute. The gap's down to 3.5 again already?
Yeah, it's down to 3.5. It was.
That's remarkable from Jan. What a recovery.
Bro literally had a half spin and went, you know what? I'm just gonna go faster. He's gone full Daniel Ricciardo from the 2019 Russian Grand Prix. Oh, you've got a 5-second penalty. Okay, I'll drive faster. Jan, you've had a spin and lost some time. Okay, I'll drive faster. Because the gap is now under 3 seconds. It was 2.7 seconds in the braking zone for turn 3.
I guess now he's probably even more prepared for getting to that move again, because that's just even more practice of late braking, of trying to push as much as possible every single corner. I can imagine.
If you didn't already know the limits, he knows what the limits into that corner are now.
Yeah.
But usually you kind of leave those sorts of pushing the limits for practice. It's like, I remember for the Champ Car race from Chicago, I was doing a bit of work with the team on that one, literally telling them to get out there and hit the walls so they know where they are, so they're not scared of them.
Well, I mean, that was the quote from Van Gisbergen running last year. So it was a bit unfamiliar not having the feelers, which of course are the wind mirrors on the V8 supercar that they often use on the street circuits to let them know, okay, that's been grazed. I had some scraping there. Oh, that's fallen off. Okay, good to know. That's where the wall is. I should maybe not go any further than that, but I'm sure they'll continue to go exactly that far.
Yeah, literally, it's like it's what practice is for. It's about going out there and finding the limits. I think Jimmy Broadbent spoke about it quite often, is how in sim racing we can do something that you can't necessarily do in real life. Because in real life you have to slowly build up to the limit, you know, because you don't want to crash the car and cost the team hundreds of thousands of dollars in damage. But in sim racing, because we can just reset the car, what we can do is go out there and find the limit straight away, because we just go over it and then start to wind it back in a little bit. And it's something that's really unique about sim racing, and it's why so many real life drivers and so many real life teams have started to use sim racing as a tool, because not only can they learn the racing lines and where the track goes before they get to the circuit, they can really figure out and learn where the actual limits are. He's not the sort of person I like to bring up in conversation very often, but I remember a story about Kyle Larson from Martinsville. Between the practice session, or it was qualifying in the race, he literally went home and turned laps on iRacing in the car he was driving at that track, and found time because he just had that extra little bit of experience that being on the sim was able to give him. Now, it's not one-to-one, well, the feeling isn't one-to-one with real life, but iRacing has those laser scanned tracks where the track surface is built literally from scan data they've taken from the road surface. Combine that with an in-development tire model, and you get a relatively realistic representation of those circuits and cars in sim that you can use as a reference when you get out there and drive in real life. But I talked about how the tire model is in constant development. Back during COVID lockdown, they got all the IndyCar drivers together on the service to do some IndyCar sim racing, because, you know, the Dallara IR18 is on the sim, and the drivers themselves gave iRacing the feedback that the cars don't really slide around as much as they're supposed to be able to, and they really didn't enjoy the fact that the cars couldn't be slid around at the rear and caught, because that's the way they drive the cars. They drive them very much on the rear axle. And that was a change that iRacing, I think it was either 6 months to a year later, but it's a change that iRacing did implement on the IR18, and now we have a car that you can overstep the mark on throttle and with steering angle, and you can still catch it. It doesn't just snap and die. It snaps, and you can just make those little corrections. and really save the car. And it's a change they really introduced to a lot of the cars as well. And we've seen the quality of those models really take those steps forward. And the cars have become a lot more catchable. Like there was, back in the LMP1 days, you couldn't just stand on the brakes 100% throttle, 100% brake pressure, because you just lock up and go straight on. But
I mean, you wouldn't want to anyway, because you wouldn't get the regen.
You might need to if you're trying to pass traffic or make an overtake, blah, blah, blah. But in these modern GTP machines, you can get up to 100% brake pressure. It's maybe not advisable to do it because it can still cause lockups, and obviously you might overshoot your braking zone because you're trying to be aggressive on the brakes, but you can do it without locking up, and it feels so satisfying when you get a braking zone 100% right. Good change.
Can I ask, it's all be set on my end, how many laps has the #1 car running their stint, do we know? Okay, well that answers that question.
Yeah.
The answer was enough.
Yeah.
So the gap was down to about 2 seconds there. One thing I have just noticed, and the reason I was asking that question, Jonas Weber has just disconnected from the session due to packet loss. I imagine
100%.
Yeah, I imagine was planning to get into the car just now, and Jan Kurbs is now suddenly being told, well, possibly by a lack of anything in the air, saying, "Hey, we need you for another stint. We don't have a driver ready to replace you."
See what happens when the taxi goes.
I'm sure that doesn't. I'm sure he's not scared by that. I'm sure he's well and truly ready to go and make that move. Like we were saying, you want to be the one to make that move. He had one chance at it, couldn't make it stick. That little bit of having that one driver not quite there, and there's been situations where a driver not be able to get in because they've been in the bathroom as a safety car's come out, and we want to driver swap, but they're not here.
Well, I promise you that Jan Kurbs is no stranger to a triple stint. I know I've brought it up a few times, but I'm going to bring it up again. He and I are from the ridiculous era of LMP1 racing.
I'll bring it up. I remember a Le Mans race you did where it was a 10-stint race.
Yeah.
You were on your stream making all the calls to go 3-4-3 on the tyre strategies and swap driver each one.
Oh no!
And then,
no, that's not it. Wait.
Oh.
No, you're continuing.
And then you went quiet and then just suddenly pulled back out the pit box and were like, no, we're doing 5-5 actually.
Yeah,
you were so paranoid you didn't want to let even the stream know in case it was being fed back.
Yeah.
But 5 stints in a row on one set of tyres.
Yeah.
To then hop back in.
You could lose up to 0.7 of a second per lap at Le Mans in the LMP1s, and that's still not enough to mitigate a tyre change, because this is back when tyre strategy was actually interesting, because you couldn't change tyres and refuel at the same time. We use IMSA rules with these cars now, and I really wish they'd implement a series-specific tyre rule. Like in IMSA Endurance, change tyres and refuel at the same time, but in GT, force us to not change tyres at the same time as the refuel, because then we have to change our setups and change our strategy to suit the tyres, and that would be so cool. But I bring up the whole 5-stint thing because that was the strategy for a 6-hour endurance race. And Olivia, I'd like you to ask me how many stints we were able to do overnight during the 24 hours of Le Mans without losing time.
Taylor, how many stints were you able to do overnight at the 24 hours of Le Mans?
7.
You could have let me finish. I was being all nice and polite and doing exactly what you said.
7. I did that.
That's like what, 4.5 hours of straight driving?
It made everyone delirious, and he's from that era, and he's done that. Like he's one of the few of us who have actually sat behind the wheel of an Audi R18 for 4.5 hours straight because it was advantageous to the strategy. And it wasn't just the once in the race. We had to practice that. So I've done that 3 or 4 times, and most of those times it didn't even matter. It was just practice. Like the things we used to do to try and be fast in those cars, the things we used to have to do, it was ridiculous.
And you had to do that because Jan was in the other garage doing that.
Literally, yeah. We were strategizing to beat each other all the time. And we still didn't win a 24 Hours of Le Mans until the last season with these cars, where me and Neil popped into a 7 a.m. split of EES and just kind of cruised to victory. Because I was on because I still worked at the pub at that time, at the restaurant. And I was on an open that day, so I literally got in, did the first like 3-4 stints of the race, and then went, right, okay, Neil, have fun on the last 6. Let me know if we win or lose.
Oh my god.
So I was just anxious for the first like 3 hours of the day because I had no idea what was happening. And then when I eventually got the message from Neil that said we won, I literally jumped around the glass wash room. It was so lovely. I love racing cars.
So Jan Kurbs has gone for a third stint in the number 1 car. Do we know how many laps the 96 can extend from here? Maybe another 5? Maybe 4 or 5 laps? So
yeah,
we'll know in about 10 minutes time whether the Outlast push laps. It was a 150.1 first flying lap, which isn't particularly quick, but remember, there's a little bit of traffic and it's warming those tyres up.
And saying that though, he doesn't need to worry too much. Old Firm only set a 1 minute 51.1, and the same lap he set is 50.1, so he actually gains time then.
Yeah, that will definitely be because of traffic.
A minute and 15 seconds is really, really good if you're trying to overtake someone in the stop. We know that at a minute 21, he came out 6 seconds behind. He is currently 5 seconds further ahead than that. So there you go. That's his gap to keep an eye on for the next 10 laps or so.
I will say it does seem like whether it's the cover of night is sort of hiding certain things on the screen, but it seems like my system is a little bit more stable. It seems like the stream's holding up a little better, which is nice to see. I think most of all because having cars flashing in and out of resistance with bright headlights, especially the Ferraris with their endurance lights, for those that have those set, that would probably require a medical warning on the stream.
No, that's fair. I mean, there's only one issue with racing into the night, really, especially at a track with no proper like night lighting. We're going to get to a stage in this race. We're approaching the stage in this race where it's going to be like, oh, and the shadow goes down the inside of the shadow. What a move from the shadow.
I know, we need to get a screenshot and be like,
yo, this race is fire.
People will post this and be like, yo, yeah. Which honestly it is. Magic Arrow are into the pit lane right now. Brighton Engineering already passed, and Magic Arrow's not even finished taking fuel on yet. That is the gap that Jan Kurbs is able to pull from Norbert Tamas, who's now back in that car from Dominic Fitete. They'll hold on to P3 pretty solidly as that 55 crew once the field cycles through. But that's not the question we have right now. It's that two-way battle for the lead now. Old Firm Racing Orange still staying out, the gap behind only 75 seconds. That's.
Yeah.
I think they're going to make the undercut work here.
Yep.
As I've jinxed it, haven't I?
No, you haven't. 1 minute 48.4.
No, I mean the seizure warning on the broadcast.
Oh yeah. Oh, it looks like it. Yeah. 1 minute 48.4 last time by for Jan Kurbs. 1 minute 50.4 for the 96 of Old Firm Racing. So that Acura really starting to struggle as the temperature. In fact, I was about to say as the temperatures drop, but it's been 25 Celsius pretty stably for the last 2 hours or so.
Yeah, this is one thing. We're talking about tire models and how they've been updated. I think they are currently working on a new update to the tire model to make them, among other things, a lot less temperature sensitive. And I'm hoping that after that happens, they'll be able to widen the possible window of
8 degrees track
temperatures.
Spa 2023. Let's go see some prototypes spinning out of pit lane.
Because if it's 25 Celsius during the day here in Wisconsin, it's not going to be 23 Celsius at night. That's just not. No. Especially when there's not much cloud cover. But there's limits. Obviously, the tires very temperature sensitive, and you really feel that in oval racing sometimes. And we know they're working on it, but I think it's one of the things that has given that frustration with Tempest since being introduced a couple seasons ago. Not the rain specifically, but just the more dynamic conditions for cloud cover, ambient temperature and therefore track temperature. Like it's very realistic variation. The problem is just that the tire model hasn't quite caught up to that, it feels like, and you get much bigger challenges than you necessarily should. It's possible to adapt to them, but I think I'm looking forward to if they can get that really nailed down, so that the normal temperature ranges are more stable, and then you get those, again, 8-degree track temp situations,
so
and that's where you're really challenged by the track in a realistic way, because that's just how the Belgian mountains are sometimes.
Give me the 6 hours of Spa in the Global Endurance Tour in March with 7-degree track temps. I will be laughing because it's going to be dreadful. Like, we don't have tire warmers in this series anymore. So can you imagine coming out of the pit lane? Like, you're going to get on the throttle rolling out of pit lane and the tires are just going to spin up straight away.
Do you remember the wet race at Spa last year?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. When the number 50, was it the 50 or the 51, came out of pit lane, Antonio...
I think it was both the Ferraris.
The big
they were just terrible at...
I
think the Ferraris just couldn't ever get any temperature into the cold tires.
Yeah, it's because they used the hards in the really cold weather.
That's a Ferrari moment right there.
I know, it was very silly. They should have used the mediums. Says the genius strategist.
I've got to say, one team that's not having Ferrari moments in terms of strategy is the 219, who have been really maximizing that fuel save. And I don't have the numbers right now because my computer crashed about 20 minutes ago. But once everyone cycles back through the pits, I'll know just how much it actually was. But it was like at least 3 laps, I think, to the cars they were fighting.
It was.
And
which means it could be 6 by the end of this stint if it keeps
honestly,
going that rate.
Honestly, actually, speaking of the 210 and the 244, both came down pit road that last time by. I was worried why it was a minute 12 gap to the 219. It's because they are on their overcut once again. And 42 seconds on SVD, not falling off particularly quickly, but also crucially not making headway, which is what you really need to be doing at this phase of the race. We're past the halfway mark of the 12 hours, of course.
Well, hey.
Not quite at the halfway mark of this segment, but we're very close to it. And any gap that has been extended to this point, you've got to start reeling it back in now at the same rate to get there by the checkered flag.
Mm-hmm. That's it. The countdown is soon. Well, the countdown has begun. We are starting to count down towards the end of the race, little bit by little bit, because we are halfway there, in theory. So this is when it starts to get interesting. This is when everyone's like, right, okay, this is where we are. This is where we want to be. What do we need to do to get there? And you need to decide whether you need to start pushing, start fuel saving, or start doing something else that's funky on strategy. It's really difficult to uncommit from a strategy when you're already on it, but sometimes it does need to be done. And it's all about the teams that can adapt to the best, that are going to be successful in this later phase of the race. But 1 minute and 16 seconds is the gap between Writer Engineering and Old Firm Racing Orange. And Old Firm Racing Orange haven't stopped yet, which again I think is a really interesting thing, because Sienna's still got to try and close that gap. In fact, he's dropped it again to 1 minute and 15 seconds. Old Firm Racing had a couple of really good laps there to just eke that gap out a little bit more, but of course traffic getting back in the way, and in fact that gap's come down by another second, which is the last thing that Old Firm Racing need.
Yeah, that was a really brutal little window of traffic, having to fight through 2 cars for that session. Couldn't get past the first one through Bill Mitchman, and then the second one holding up in the final corner, and that's a 151 last lap, 2.4 seconds gained by the number 1 car, as it looks like the number 210 car is going to be called down pit lane in the next few laps to serve a penalty for that incident earlier with the number 50. They're currently running 3rd in class with the 244 on their bumper, but it looks like that is going to be conceded. And the 210 is going to fall back out of the podium positions and give the 244 a lot of breathing room, actually.
I do believe the 244 has got by him this lap.
Not quite yet.
Why is ATVO lying to me? Never mind. Yeah, Tom's Chateau then involved in a very avoidable incident down at turn 8. 20 laps.
It wasn't Tom Chetto. It was Charlie Nilsson. This is the horrible thing where you have one driver get in the car and you'd have to serve a drive-through for a different driver.
I think we saw it. We've seen it in a couple of 24 hours on the mall where what was it? Jose Maria Lopez has decided to take someone out of the race, and then his poor teammate.
Didn't you have to serve a penalty for one of your teammates in the race for a cause as well?
No, I had to serve a penalty for my own.
Oh, okay. Did someone else have to serve your penalty? Was that what it was?
No, I had to serve my penalty.
Okay, fair enough.
But like, where was that LMP2 going, Liv? Why was he so far over to the left? That's not the racing line.
I don't even remember what it was at this point.
Oh, I do. I remember every detail.
Of course you do.
Only because I was involved in it.
The 96 still staying out here. It's going to be a stint. This is a 7th lap of the stint for the number 1 car. But again, closing in, the gap is now a minute 13.
Wow.
We mentioned total transit time 121. It seems like the deltas probably pretty similar to that as well. Yeah, definitely not a full 8 seconds slower, let me tell you.
Don't want to.
The 210 has officially given up 3rd position in GT3 Pro, and it's taking a very slow 45 mile an hour. And they said Watkins Glen. We're in America.
Wrong track. Too many Americans.
Hey, we'll get there soon. I'm looking forward to it.
2 more rounds. Is it 2 or is it 3? It's 2. It's 2. Halfway point of the season. Jan Kurbs then. I don't want to speculate, but I actually do because that's my job here in the commentary booth. I think this is going to be the stint where he does get by that Old Firm Racing Acura. He's close enough in terms of track time to get by during the pit stop cycle. So unless the 96 can get them back out in front, I think that's going to be all she wrote for the fight for the lead for now. Still a long way to go in this race. We've got to wait and see really what happens over the next 5 hours or so. But I think for this particular stanza of the battle for the lead, it may be over in Writer Engineering Esports' favour.
The 96 coming through Bill Mitchell Bend here. A little bit of traffic once again. They are getting very unfortunate in this section of the track. Again, that's one of the downsides of having an alternate strategy to a car ahead. You've got to deal with different things. It's a bit of a roll of the dice. They get down to pit lane. The 242 TMR car follows them and luckily doesn't miss them. Also, it's always terrifying when you are entering pit lane ahead of someone, especially here. But nice and clean for both cars involved there as they pull a drive out and put Rachel Kokoli in. A loan from Prismatic Motorsports. And a wicked fast driver, but I think maybe not with the amount of experience they wanted. And it looks like the 96 might have missed the box slightly. That's not helping things at all.
Calara. No,
and it's a driver swap as well.
Yeah, Jan Kurbs then coming
Julian Harmon back in.
Jan Kurbs then coming through the carousel and into the kink. No traffic in front of him at the moment, but he will have something to contend with as he comes through that final sector. There is a pesky Ferrari GT3 just in front as he tips it into Canada corner. Going to be a little bit of a blockage between Bill Mitchell Bend and the final turn. Let's hope we can get the cameras back onto that number 96 car to see where they're at in their pit stop cycle as Jan Kurbs exits the final corner and comes thundering up that start-finish straight. Where is it going to be relative to that 96 car? Julian Harmond on board. The 96 is rolling, but Jan Kurbs and the number 1 Writer Engineering car will take the lead of this race. It is spin to the lead of the race within the space of 30 minutes. Jan Kurbs has done it. 3.4 seconds is the gap behind, and now all he needs to do with that lighter car and warm tires is run.
He's done a very good job of that in the past hour or two, so I'm sure they're ready to do it. 96. Probably enough also of about 5 seconds getting those tyres into a window. They have 9 laps advantage on a pit cycle at the end of the race. That's close to half a stint. I think what they're hoping is that it'll work out to avoid a splash and dash. But I know the crew in the number 1 car is also trying to cover that off plenty as well. Actually, Jan Kurbs getting held up an awful lot in traffic here. a hornet's nest of GT3s coming all the way from turn 5 and all the way through the carousel. That's let the gap close to about 2.2. But Curbs is now clear of them. The 96 have to check up into the carousel, and that is going to win the advantage back in the way of the number 1 car. Gap back up to 3 seconds and probably still climbing as the 96 has to make these additional moves into Canada. Makes a lunge on that Ford Mustang and gonna have to weave around this Audi coming through Thunder Valley.
Audi. Yeah, great bit of commitment to that strategy then from the Writer engineering crew to just push and go as fast as they can. And it's worked out in their favor for now, but now they really need to build that gap so that when the eventual pit stop cycle at the end of the race comes around and Old Firm Racing have that huge advantage in terms of fuel, that they still come out on top. It's going to be a challenge, but as we said, they've got 5 hours and 24 minutes to make that happen. There should be plenty of time.
It's remarkable how much of a gap Jan Cubs has managed to pull. I mean, especially on the Magic Arrow car. Remember, they were side by side at one point, nose to tail. That gap now 25 seconds, and the drivers of that car are not slouches whatsoever. This has been, I mean, I've not seen too much of PEC, but this has been one of the most impressive driver stints that PEC has seen in a long time from the driver number 1, despite that mistake, picking himself straight back up, charging back down, and now in leader race by 3-4 seconds, and has nothing but, I would say daylight, has nothing but moonlight ahead here.
Yeah, it's just that absolute lack of hesitation to pick himself back up and get straight back on it, knowing exactly what went wrong when he went into that braking zone and then never repeating it again. However, I do believe it is actually an appropriate time to hype this up. Rachel Concoli is less than a second behind a car in front, but overall GT3 position. It is one of the AM cars, so I don't expect much of a fight, but that number 242 TMR Ferrari should be making up a position on track relatively soon as she starts to hunt down another couple of cars in front. The team did have an 8-second gap to Zachary Livingood in that number 234 Mustang, but that gap's come down to 2.2 seconds, so Rachel is doing some work at the moment and looking to make up some positions on the road.
And this is going to be really tricky for all 4 of these drivers to navigate. 2 pro cars fighting for position, 2 AMP cars fighting for position. Total gap between them less than 3 seconds. Everyone's going to want their piece of the pie, but they've got to navigate this properly. They've got to make sure they don't trip over each other's fights, as well as keeping it clean with the person they're battling against. Currently it's Rachel at the back of this train, but it's going to slowly close up into these 3 cars ahead. Then we've got the 2 AM cars nose to tail with actually a car of a lap up mixed in right as in the middle of the sandwich as well, before we get to Stefan Legrand for the 346 Squadra Veloce Bravo, and Zachary Livingood as mentioned in the Lithium Motorsports Pro Ford Mustang.
It's going to be a battle that's going to be interesting to watch develop, because Rachel needs to be aggressive with all of these cars in front to make sure she can get up to the back of Livingood, who it looks like is carrying a little bit of damage actually on the front of that Ford Mustang, a car that the team decided to stray away from because of how easily it gets damaged. We know it's got that reputation for the boot falling off in real life, but it does have a similar sort of picks up damage really easily issue. But then Rachel Concoli, 1/10 of a second behind the car in front, has a peek into turn 8, doesn't decide to go for it this time by, but is just letting the 341 crew know that she is there and looking to get by. Perhaps the teammate's going to be on the blower to them to try and, you know, ask them to let them pass, but
not going to happen.
This is a race, and that 341 crew are trying to get past the 346 of Stefan Ewan in front of them. So Rachel's going to have to get this move done on track. What's that?
You know,
go on.
You know what they say? If you don't ask, you don't get. But I think in this case, if you do ask, you still don't get. They are in their own fight. They are not going to be interested in any sort of swap of position. The only way it could possibly happen is if they think that you can punch a hole in the air at the 346 for you to follow your way through. But for the time being, I think the Falco Van Richard is going to be pretty confident to try and make that gap himself.
Well, for now, it is Ford versus Ferrari versus Ferrari versus Ferrari versus Ferrari. 12 hours of Road America. And Rachel Roncalli at the back of the train, chasing down Zachary Livingood. But unfortunately for her, she has 2 AM cars and a Pro car a lap ahead that she needs to get through before she can actually try and gain a position on track in her class, which is going to be some ask, because the 2 cars in front of her aren't only for overall GT3 position, they are fighting for their own in class position. In fact, it looks like it is in fact the bottom step of the GT3 AM podium, so there is absolutely no way that Reiselt and Gwen are going to give her anything in her own fight for P18 in class. Oh, actually, it might be P16. Should be P16.
I've got to say, it's P16, but if you were to have one car at the head of a train punching the biggest hole in the air possible, it would be the Ford Mustang, wouldn't it?
Well, it depends how you look at it. Like, which car produces more of a vacuum behind it? Is it the Ford Mustang, or is it the very aero-efficient 296?
If it's aero-efficient, surely it doesn't cut much hole in the air at all.
But
actually,
less of the weight.
Here we go, Livingood led him by the car a lap ahead, and with a flash of good luck. The problem is there are 3 cars that see that and go, either I want to get past you, or I want to use you as a pick.
Well, Stefan Gwen is looking. He's pulled out to the side of Zachary Livingood. They're going to be side by side into Canada Corner. Livingood going to be offline and all on that dirty side of the road. In fact, Gwen is going to check up as well, and Reiselt is going to slide on through, and Gwen is going to come under pressure from the 242 of Rachel Roncalli, who looks to the inside of the final corner, but can't make it stick. Livingood off the road in front as that lap ahead car, that 213 of, I think that's Virtual Drivers by Thrustmaster, runs away into the distance as the order in front of Roncalli gets a little bit reshuffled, as she's got a new car in front that she needs to deal with.
It's no progress towards the Ford in front that's actually for class position. That's the frustration. They've gotten all tripped up, they've gotten checked up by the prototypes, and you've not managed to make any progress towards it. But as this Porsche makes it around, she might try and follow the slipstream a little bit, and try and make this dive happen, get past the 346 and then set the sights on the 2 cars ahead, because once you've got them separated, they're probably be a lot more cooperative to let the move happen.
Yeah, we've talked about how some of these Ferraris seem to have trimmed out the rear wing to gain some straight line speed advantage. It doesn't look like the TMR crew have gone for that slightly less draggy car. There appears to be a little bit more aero on that GT3 machine, and they're trying to take advantage of that in the middle sector, because they're not quite able to make any moves in the first or final sector because they're not quite quick enough. Roncalli then to the inside, has some overlap, side by side through turn 8. Rachel Roncalli gets alongside Stefan Gwen, but Gwen is going to have the inside line through the carousel. But look at the aero advantage of Roncalli, but she's gone wide onto the grass on the outside of the carousel. Gets it all gathered back up, but drops back to 9/10 off the back of the 346. Just not able to make that move work, and now has to do all that, make all that effort once again.
And I'm going to say a robust defense from the 346 there, really pinching all of the room out in turn number 8, and a little bit of side-by-side contact. Something you can get away with in GT3 cars, but you don't want to do too often, because there's always the risk of the contact being exaggerated or something catching wrong and sending you both into a really rough spin in that situation.
Yeah, the 346 though looking a little bit rattled. The gap did open up, but Roncalli's managed to close back up to 0.8 of a second already, despite the fact she was off, nearly off the track in the carousel. So great final sector from the Ferrari driver to get that gap closed back up once again. She's going to be looking for another opportunity in that same section of track if she keeps catching at this rate. No threats from behind at the moment. Alex Pilbeam in the 234 Ferrari, 1.6 seconds back, and having his own issues with Julian Joy coming through in the 69 Porsche. So she's got the track all to herself at the moment as she tries to line up a move on Steph and Gwen in front. 0.6 seconds is the gap. It was a lot closer last time they came through here, but let's see how she does on the brakes this time by.
And let's see how the number 69 car cuts through both these as well. P6 overall has their own fights, of course, and doesn't want to be checked up and does get past them both quite easily. We'll see what happens to the two cars ahead, who again are fighting for overall position, if not class position in terms of GT3 Pro and AM.
BMW GT3
and it looks a little bit awkward for them
itself in this fight, and guess what team that BMW GTP is? That's right, it's the sister car of the 242, making it a little bit inconvenient for Rachel Concoli to close up onto the back of Steph and Gwen, but she's gone and done it anyway. 0.4 of a second is the gap. It looks like the 346 really struggling through the carousel, not quite able to carry the speed, perhaps put a bit onto the dirty side of the track by the BMW coming through. So the gap comes down to 0.2 seconds as Concoli tucks up into the slipstream on the run down to Canada corner. Christoph Jatura is going to squeeze through on both of them into Canada. The gap sort of stabilizing between these two GT3s, but Gwen going a touch wide, almost on the gravel on the exit of Canada. Through Bill Mitchell Bend they go, up to the final corner. No traffic to deal with this time. That gap closes up once again. Concoli looking for a way through. She doesn't seem to have the straight line speed advantage she needs on the run down to 1 or 5, but perhaps this time by will be something different. The car in front doesn't have any help in the slipstream from anyone else, and that blue and white car is being filled by the blue and black of the TMR car behind. 1/10 of a second the gap closes up towards turn 1. Concoli much braver on the brakes than the car in front, but again, no gap for her to work with to try and squeeze through. She looks to the inside of 3. All she's doing there is saying, I am here and I want through, and is applying the pressure to that AM car as she again tries to do everything she can to try and get by, but can't find anything yet.
And about a couple of positions ahead, it looks like a little bit of a moment for the 262 Hydro Racing Forces car, and the 224 Octopus Racing has managed to sweep around the outside. A little bit of a neon color scheme that's really popping in the nighttime for that 224. They make the move stiff and have now pulled away pretty quickly. We'll keep focused on this battle because it's very much still brewing. That was a bit of a one and done for P13 overall and in GT3 Pro. I've got to remember that the lead GT3 AM car now is the 16th GT car on the road, and then second, third, and fourth are the ones that we are sort of enveloped in with this fight. The Lithium Motorsports AM about 30 seconds up the road from the car we see in the foreground there, and also back down as there's a car off a little bit. The 66 Pablo Restaurant, the Carbon Esports GTP, takes to the grass to navigate that traffic. And to that lower risk, sometimes it really is. But as they cut through, as the 346 has vision again and started to close back in on the 341 of Pandemonium Esports, they are in their fight for a podium in class. They want to continue that. The cars in Pro do not care. They are in their own fight. They want to fight for every position they can. And that's the position that Concoli is in this other blue Ferrari.
Blue Ferrari's the order of the day on track at the moment, as Rachel Concoli is still looking for a way through on Steph Gwen. She wants through. She is filling the mirrors of that car with that bright, shiny blue and black that we love so much. As that's Ivan Bremer off in the background, P5 in GT3 Pro overall. So not quite getting the car pulled up for turn 3, struggling on those brakes in the dirty air a little bit. But again, Concoli just doesn't have the straight line speed to get through. And now is the time where the team had to start thinking about, should we make a rear wing adjustment in the stop? It does add time, but she could find some pace if she does decide to adjust that rear wing angle.
I think what the strategy might actually be is, we've been running a short stint here. We're 4 laps short on the stint on the car ahead. We don't need to make an adjustment. We just need to make that stop as late as possible. Drain the tank dry, use that overcut, which has seemed to be so effective. And if you can't make the move here, which I know she'll be trying into Canada corner here, but you can afford to be patient, save a bit of fuel, and then make the move later. It just means that it's going to be harder to chase down the next cars ahead that you want to try and fight for position.
So we actually have an update from the team that got a random meatball that we couldn't quite figure out why. So apparently what happened was there was a technical issue where the USB from the driver briefly disconnected and its clutch was then stuck. Unfortunately, a GT3 hit them from behind and then caused the meatball. So it was very unlucky. So it must have been a while before we saw them going slow, and they just decided to take a little bit of caution. So that'll be why it looked a little bit strange. But yeah, some possible suspension damage there that they picked up relatively late on. But here goes Concoli pulling to the inside of Steph and Gwen coming up the hill. They are going to be side by side on the run down to turn one. Concoli finally carrying some momentum, but look at the straight line speed on Gwen's car. Able to almost nose ahead before the braking zone, but who's going to be bravest? It's Concoli. She pulls a door ahead, takes the inside line. Gwen tries to cut back, but doesn't have the downforce. And finally, after so many laps, Rachel Concoli finally makes the move stick, and the 242 Ferrari moves up a position.
And meanwhile, the 341 was actually feeding her a little bit of slipstream because they were going for a move on Zachary Livengood in the Lithium Motorsports Pro Ford Mustang as well. Just 30 seconds ago, we had a situation where the AM cars were the filling in the sandwich and the pro cars were the bread. Now that's completely flipped on its head. The net car ahead of Rachel is for position in GT3 Pro. Zachary knows that that position is treacherous and is trying to make the move back again, and goes for a bit of a late lunge, or try to for late lunge, backs out of it, and not. Here's Rachel Control to try and go for 2 moves in 1 lap.
Zachary Livengood perhaps being a little bit too aggressive to keep a hold of that position. Look at the grip advantage Concoli's been having through the carousel. It is maintained against that 234 Ford Mustang. Of course, that massive naturally aspirated V8 engine going to help drag him along the straight a little bit more. Both of these cars taking advantage of some slipstream from the cars in front, but of course perhaps the Ford giving off a bigger bit of slipstream for the Ferrari behind. We'll have to see what happens into turn 1 this time, and which car has the straight line speed advantage, or perhaps which one is more nimble at the apex of the corner. Will the 341 assist either of these cars on the straight? I assume it will stick to its racing line, but we can live in hope. Concoli 3/10 behind the Ford Mustang, looking to try and make that move work for position in class. It will be 16th in GT3 Pro as she's dragged along the straight by the giant Ford Mustang GT3.
It'll be 14th actually. There's been some pit stops, it looks like, that have shuffled everyone around. Fury Simsport with an extended stop and actually a meatball. So the 202 car fall in a fair few positions, and actually now it'll be P13 in class as they run through turn 1. And that 341 car is Zachary's best friend right now. That Ford Mustang loving the draft it's getting, not having to punch that massive hole in the air all on its own. But you can tell that Rachel's poking a little bit out. That's not a spot of braking zone. She knows where the brake markers are. That is to just fill that left-hand mirror that little bit more. Again, maybe a flash of lights inspired by Jan Kurtz to be like, hello, it's time for me to make this move now.
I think, interestingly, this isn't Rachel Concoli's typical racing machinery in iRacing, is it?
I think this is definitely more of what she prefers. I think maybe a prototype machine is maybe what she has a bit more experience in, but I think any sort of long endurance races where she can really settle into a rhythm and find that sort of spark. And we've seen that with the one move that's already made, and the look to the second one that's already ongoing, as this traffic is going to play a little bit of a factor, maybe. Oh, they both slot in between. That really acts as a comb to separate everyone out a little bit, and it won't be too much of a factor. There'll be a pretty fair distance going into Canada. It's about what they can get on the exit here, and don't know whether there's any GTPs coming anytime soon to interfere with this party.
Well, I think the interesting thing about Concoli being in this particular endurance program. It kind of points towards, don't read into this too much, it's an allegory, the sort of racing team polycule that a lot of the drivers involved in our team are also involved in. Because you said about the
use
endurance
any
racing.
word.
Just hold on, because you've talked about, we've talked about the Race for a Cause 24 before, and I've talked about my team's success in that particular event. But what we haven't actually talked about is our rivals in that race. Prismatic Motorsport were rolling around in a Cadillac, and Rachel Concoli was one of the drivers, one of the teams that, one of the drivers of one of the teams that we had to beat on track to win that race. And she was also one of our rivals at the start of the Hyper Formula season. And now she's driving for the team in a completely different endurance series, because it's not that deep. It's just a bit of fun, and we all want to go racing, and it's not about team this, team that, team the other. It's a collaborative effort to all go racing together as Zachary Livingood takes the inside line away from Reiselt into turn 6, but Reiselt manages to hold on around the outside and hang on through the kink, but runs a little bit wide onto the grass. He's going to check up a little bit. Concoli backs off, not wanting to get involved in this, as Livingood sweeps around the outside of turn 8 and does make it stick, and manages to get another car between him and Concoli to hang on to that position for P13 in class.
While we were looking at that, Stefan Le Guen in the 346 got caught under a little bit of fire, was getting lapped by the HWT Motorsport GT3 AM leader, as well as one of the SimRace Sweden cars that's now during this fight to try to get past Rachel Concoli. And in turn 3 just spun on the rear bumper of that 218 and is now a fair way down the road. No damage, of course, but lost 9 seconds, and now there is no real pressure for the 341. They're pretty comfortably third in their class, and maybe that'll make them a little bit more cooperative, mainly to the 218, who is not leaving anything on the table. They want through more than anything else right now.
Well, I've been stuck there for a very long time up to now. It's been about 5 laps or so since 5th in class caught up to the back of this particular battle pack. So now Rachel Concoli's got a bit of a choice. Does she just try and stay in front so that she's still on the tail of the cars ahead of her, or does she let this car by and again think about using it as a pick? It's something we've discussed quite a lot during this during the race, during this broadcast, and the 242 team have a decision to make at this point that could affect the outcome of the race if they drop too far off the back. There goes Ivan Bremer then down the inside of Concoli. Concoli doesn't fight it too hard, but does end up going a little bit wide on exit, which is going to open the door for Alex Pilbeam to come through as well on that preferred inside line, but Concoli actually defends it on the dirty side of the track. Back end steps out. Oh, but there's contact ahead. Contact between Bremer. Oh, and Concoli goes into the back as well, and that might be damaged suspension. Is it not? Front end of the car gone. No headlights, and it looks like a bit of a collapsed suspension on that front left corner. After all that hard work to get up to the back of this pack, it may have all been undone in a moment, in a bit of contact between Reiselt and Stefan Guen. And there's that both TMR cars having contact together in the barrier on the outside of the carousel. Oh, what a disaster for both cars in the same moment.
Yeah, if we had a replay of exactly what happened, both in that initial collision and also what happened to the 242 right after that. So wide from the AM car and snaps into, and again, this is the SimRace Sweden esports car that was looking very promising in this race and is now stuck in pit lane, I believe, with a meatball as well. So chaos for them. I think they were running top 10 in class, and then the car just won't turn for TMR. It looks like the GTP machine expected them to hold the inside as they wanted to do, but the car said, no, I'm going outside into the wall. The prototype followed them, but fortunately I think managed to get it stopped and stay out of trouble. And is still running P16 in their class. But yeah, just a misjudgment of the corner from that AM car. The what was the number again? The 341, and then rejoining right into the path of the Simrace Sweden car. Nowhere to go, especially for that 242 with a 324 right on the rear bumper, looking to try and make a way through. Just sandwiched between a rock and a hard place for Rachel Concoli, and that is going to be another huge blow to TMR's win in this first race season. Championship debut for the team, and I would ask your thoughts, but I suspect that I know that they are not particularly positive about
Honestly,
your luck today.
On the real, the race is already a little bit in the gutter for the GTP team, so I know that they aren't fussed by that at all. Like Neil's already, they've already thrown apologies across the garage, and Neil's already said, yeah, no problem, doesn't really impact our race, TBH. I think it was more devastating for the GT3 squad on that particular occasion, who were looking to go on a good little recovery drive to get on the back of that lithium motorsport car and maybe start to think about scoring some points. So as much as all of that really sucked for both of those cars, I can't lie, it did make me giggle a little bit, because at the end of the day, this is the sort of thing that can happen, and there's always like a 1,000 to 1 chance that it does happen on track. But I think the fact that it just so happened to be two of my cars that got involved in the incident together, it's nothing but a little bit funny. It's just pixel cars, it's not that deep. Works for one live.
I don't think they made contact, actually. I think they might have managed to avoid that.
No, they definitely did. There was definitely contact on corner entry.
Okay. I think the team that's really hurting the most from that, unfortunately, is that 218 car. They were running pretty high up, and I think that might actually be their race over, potentially. They were running, I'm pretty confident, inside the top 10. It was P22 overall, so yeah, probably P6 in the GT3 Pro class, and getting completely caught out by that snap on corner exit, and then snap back onto the track by the 341, who it seemed like got away with it mostly unscathed. Maybe a bit of netcode exaggerate the damage on the side of the Simrace Sweden team, but that won't be much solace, I'd imagine. That is a very strong run for them, ailing quite heavily. Fortunately, they do still have the 219 assist car that's been having a fantastic race so far, running P2 with a very good strategy over there, and of course the 217 as well in the Audi, switching things up, trying two different cars for the team in the same class.
Howdy.
And they are running 9th in class, so that's one card off the table for Simrace Sweden Esports, and for those drivers it's gonna definitely hurt a ton. But for the team as a whole, they've still got 2 more to play, and one of them's looking very solid right now.
Yeah, closest fight on track at the moment we are looking at it. It is Pandemonium Esports by SimLab Red versus Squadra Veloce Bravo by Eagle RS. Interestingly, 2 teams with a "by" in their name, but they write them in 2 different ways. Just something I've noticed. Stefan Gwen then up in the slipstream of Falco Reiselt. Gonna get dragged all the way. In fact, I'm on a replay. Never mind. I'm caught up.
This is the same battle we were following that entire time. Yes. It's just that all of those GT3 Pro cars are now out of the equation. It's a straight up fight between them. The mistake from the Gwen, offset by that mistake from Falco van Reiselt. And I'm not sure how much damage the 341 is carrying, but I know there was no contact for the 346, and so maybe that's why they're under such immense pressure right now as it comes through turn 6, as the lead car learned from the mistake that was made onto that curve pretty heavily, but made it off nice and smoothly, and now it's the run down to turn 8. Not me a dive here. It's about how you can approach the run through the carousel in that dirt. Yeah, again, you get the slipstream as soon as you're out of that corner, but it's such an aero and such a grip limited corner through here in the carousel. It's very difficult to follow effectively if you're behind another car, and it doesn't look like the Street Forces has anything to really challenge with right now.
Well, it's that carousel is just, it's so aero dependent. Like there's a good amount of camber in it. It's probably one of the most, it probably was one of the most cambered corners on like a regular road course, if you discount the banking of any roval that exists ever, because I wouldn't count that. That's silly. Of course, overtaken in recent years by what they decided to put in at Zandvoort for some reason. So that helps just maintain some mechanical grip. But of course, because you're carrying so much speed into there, you've got the aero grip that's helping push you into the ground as well. But then the second you have a car in front of you that's just throwing loads of turbulent air in your way, the car just loses so much grip, and you have to almost drive it like you're an IndyCar. Although these two cars are going side by side down the straight. Gwen coming from behind, they are side by side into turn one. Van Rysel trying to defend on the outside. They are door banging through the apex of the corner. Van Rysel actually manages to hold on and will maintain the outside down into turn three. But that's going to be Gwen on the preferred inside line. Van Rysel drops back to try for the cutback, and look at the exit he's got. They switch sides, but Van Rysel puts himself back on the outside of the circuit. Stefan Gwen trying to hold that preferred inside line once again, door banging all the way down the straight. Van Rysel with the slightly better run out of the corner, but that's not going to matter when it comes to the braking zone. Who's going to be bravest on the brakes? Van Rysel opens that corner well wide and looks for the exit on the run down to turn 6. Gwen is aware of it, defends the inside, but then Van Rysel looks for it anyway, but can't get the nose down there. Gwen with some brilliant defending through turns 5 and 6 there, and what a little battle we just saw.
You think there's any love lost between those two?
No, and it's all the better for it. That was fantastic.
Yeah, the tightest margins that these GT3 cars can run against. And you honestly, I think, need a little bit more respect to be able to run and rub paint without it becoming anything more serious. And I think that was a great example of that from those two drivers, of just putting it right on the limit, but also trusting the fact that these are tin tops. They are able to brush against each other. It's a sort of racing you see so much in Mazdas, sort of in the support series for IMSA, and I can't believe they're in at Martinsville. I think next month. That's
so excited for that.
That might be a little bit over the line, I think, into wrecking each other. But for the most part, those Mazda battles are respectful and incredibly intense from start to finish.
Yeah, you never kind of get a finish in those races without a pack of cars covered by about half a second. Both races at VIR last weekend were absolutely immense, and that series continues to impress as this fight takes a little bit of a step back, and we just get a little chance to breathe, which has been rare in this race so far, because something's just kind of happened for long stretches of time, and when one thing stops, another thing starts again, which isn't something to complain about at all, because this race has been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I think as this battle starts to wind down a little bit, the next potential for something really quite spicy indeed is going to come for the top 5 in GT3 Pro. You've got the Azadar Motorsport white car, piloted by Paolo Fonseca. But behind them, Right Engineering GT3, the 276, piloted by Malte Johansson, who's just a second and a half back, and is going to want to close up, sees how the GTP team is doing up in the podium of that class, and thinks that I want some of that glory for myself. Wants to try and get into that top 5 at the very least, and is continuing to close in. Is going to be in slipstream range pretty soon, and this interesting one sits Chevrolet versus Ferrari, or as you seem to say, it's American Ferrari versus Ferrari.
No, it's Italian Corvette versus American Ferrari.
Right. And what is it about the cars that you think makes them so similar?
So of course we know the Corvette has always been the staple front-engined, rear-wheel drive muscle sports car. But of course Corvette wanted to start winning more races in and selling more cars in Europe. So what they did was they decided to take a Ferrari 488 and make it American. And there have been a few times where I've seen the CAR on track, that this is the old GTE, and gone, oh look, it's a Ferrari, and then got onto the back of it and, oh wait, it's a Corvette. They're very easy to get mixed up with each other, because they're both mid-engine, they're both rear-wheel drive, they're both, okay, I mean, one is a turbocharged V6 now, and the other's I believe, a turbocharged V8 now. So they are very similar cars, very, very similar cars, and literally, the Corvette, the design of the Corvette was changed to be the way it is, so they could sell more cars in Europe.
Well, this battle that I was hyping up so much seems to have taken a turn quite suddenly, with a message from Race Control about the 276 has a penalty to serve.
Oh, what for?
It is a good question. I can't quite see it on the sheet right now, unless it's way further up.
Control F276, question mark?
It looked like it is an incident with the 211 RPM Racing Black, potentially.
What on earth happened there?
I couldn't tell you.
Must have been so much going on in this race. Odds are it happened whilst you were focusing on the race at the front of the field, or that fight in GT3 that we had for a good 10-15 minutes there. Interesting.
But I think this will still produce quite an interesting battle if this is a drive-through, as I assume it is. In that they should slot in right around the 241 instead, so they'll just drop back one position basically and have a battle with them, as there is an absolute gaggle of GTPs coming through here, all on different laps, but all trying to make their way through this track as efficiently as possible. But this 276 should come out pit road and come out right ahead of the Pandemonium Esports gold car in the pro class in the Audi R8, and we'll pit up right where we left off, I guess.
So if anyone wanted to get your "Yo, this race is fire" screenshot, that was the perfect opportunity, as we had an absolute gaggle of cars on the pit straight. I'm hoping someone gets it, because it'd be, look at that absolute gaggle of headlights. All you can see is big bright headlights on the track. I love it. Shadows racing shadows.
You can really tell which one the
Ferrari is.
Yeah.
You know what? You can tell them all apart, and I think that's the great thing.
Yeah, but the Ferrari's the easiest one, because there's the 6 lights, the 4 big ones right across the front end, and then across the 2 headlights in a more traditional position. I
mean, the Porsches and the Acuras are quite obvious as well, because obviously the Acuras are seated like right on top of the front arches, and the Porsches are just like right low at the bottom of the chassis.
The one BMW is quite distinctive as well, with its nostrils.
Look at the nostrils in the background. I don't think you can quite see it on the broadcast feed, but because I was focusing on a car a couple back on the Porsche that we were focusing on, there it is, the nostrils.
Yeah.
The schnoz. It's honestly, it's so ugly, but it's got a bit of charm to it. Like, you can do some design things with that thing. Like, remember when they did the art car this year? They changed, they didn't actually change the shape of the car, but on all of the advertising materials, they changed the shape of one of the kidneys in the grille to the Le Mans circuit. It was great. And
oh my god,
fantastic! It was so cool, and it's the best thing that BMW have ever done since releasing the GTP.
I think maybe it's sort of a bit harsh to the BMW M Hybrid V8.
Awful name, looks awful, sounds awful.
Yeah,
drives awful.
And especially in the Ordinaris, and the damage model was pretty harsh. It seems like it does seem to be a bit fragile. If we talk about the Ferrari as being the GT car built like a prototype, I like to think that the BMW is the prototype built like a GT car.
It's more like a prototype built like a Group B rally car from the 1980s, where the roll cage is made of cardboard.
Oh no!
That's how it falls apart. No, I won't slag off the GTP too much. It is absolutely fantastic that we have 4 manufacturers at the absolute top of their game, all competing in the GTP class in real life, and all represented out here on track in the Platinum Endurance Championship, which has been a little bit of a rarity over the last couple of seasons. Of course, the BMW falling quite out of favor in the last in the last year or so, since we finally got a hold of the Acura and the Porsche, and people have sort of gravitated towards both of those cars in the last couple of seasons, Cadillac obviously still makes that gorgeous V8 burr that everyone loves and makes it still one of the more favorable options, but the BMW just lacks that little bit of character and drivability that people like about the rest of the field. But again, it's still great that they're here, because I'd rather have 4 brilliant, recognizable, awesome manufacturers involved in this racing series than just the 3, because we've seen what that's like in IMSA and DPI towards its death, where we dropped down to 2 manufacturers after Mazda pulled out, and it was such a shame to see. But now it feels like it's back at full strength, because now they've all made that step across to the WEC as well. And we have an 18-car regular field, and it was a 23-car hypercar field at Le Mans, which is the first time we've seen a field that big in years.
I mean, a year or 2 ago, people were calling this the new golden age of endurance racing. It feels like now people seem to have agreed that it's graduated into a bit of a platinum age, and what a fitting set of cars to run in the Platinum Endurance Championship here on iRacing.
Yeah, and I think it's really important that I feel like I myself have missed so many golden eras of motorsport, and I've missed acknowledging amazing years in motorsport. Like in terms of speed, we had a golden age of speed in race cars between like 2017 and 2021, where we had the Rally 1 regulations that were rapid. We had the peak of the LMP1 regulations when they got to their fastest. We had the DPI cars that were gorgeous and quick. We had the F1 cars at the time that were faster than they've ever been. And we're slowly getting back towards that speed, by the way. We're not far off. But then, of course, all the cost cap era started to come in, and all the cars started to be slowed down, which, don't get me wrong, isn't a bad thing. It is not a bad thing at all. I am glad of the new era that we found ourselves in, because so many manufacturers have returned to the top flight of sports car racing. Formula One teams are now profitable for the first time ever, and it just means so much more can go into the investment of these sports, because it is so much easier to make money off them. You're not just dumping a load of money into them for marketing, you're making money off the programs, and it's why we see all of these manufacturers in the WEC and coming into IMSA, and we've got so many international manufacturers that are starting to look into IMSA as well. We know that Alpine, Hyundai and McLaren have all got interest in competing in the WEC. We've got Toyota and Ferrari that are flirting with the idea of entering IMSA as well. And we've got Aston Martin that are actually going to be the first hypercar manufacturer, the first proper Le Mans hypercar manufacturer that are actually making that step across the Atlantic Ocean. I had to check in my head there for a second, to not only compete in the WEC, but have a program in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship as well. And the convergence was the most beautiful thing to happen to sports cars. It should have happened years ago with the original DPI program, but it never did, because the ACO and IMSA could never agree on what class they wanted them to race in. But finally, they butted their heads together and came up with a compromise that actually works. We have a Porsche LMDH leading the Manufacturers Championship in the WEC, and we have Toyota and Ferrari still out there winning races, and it's beautiful, because we don't, every time we go to a WEC race weekend or an IMSA race weekend, we don't know who's going to win, and there is nothing more beautiful than that. So we need to acknowledge the golden ages of motorsport whilst we're still in them, and we are in a golden age of motorsport, and we need to appreciate and love and respect every single second of sports car racing that we get, be it virtual or real life. It's still cool, it's still awesome, and it's still my absolute favorite thing on the planet. I love this stuff.
It truly is fantastic, and again, we keep mentioning this, 1, 2, 3 in our field right now. Acura, Cadillac, Porsche. We're seeing the 96 go for its overcut again. They're saving that stretch across all their drivers. They're currently a minute 10 ahead of Jonas Weber, who was actually now swapped into that #1 Right Engineering car after those technical difficulties forced Jan into a third stint, which he used to great effectiveness, we've got to say. But we are expecting 96 in the next couple of laps. and I would assume that Jonas can hold on to that lead position. But of course, you never know. While they're separated on track, anything could happen with ebbs and flows in the traffic. And we still don't know how this is all going to work out 4 hours from now as we get towards our final stops of the race. Magic Arrow, another, actually only 15 seconds behind, so that gap has closed in a fair bit. The pace is dialed back a touch with Jonas getting in the car. Again, maybe just bad fortune with traffic, but that 55 car was 25 seconds plus behind Jan Curbs when he was setting those blistering laps in that third stint.
Funnily enough, Jan Curbs, even though we praised him for his speed, doesn't hold the fastest lap of the session. That honour actually goes to the Magic Arrow 55 crew, who have set a 1 minute 47.5. We are still a second and a half off how fast we were in qualifying, but to go that fast in the middle of an endurance race, it takes quite some doing with a full tank of fuel on board.
And that came from Norbert Tamas less than 10 laps ago, so these conditions really favouring the Magic Arrow 55 and another who was doing a great job. There's actually a 3-driver team at the top of this field. I believe that the first and second are both running with 2-driver rotations at least from the start of this race. Magic Arrow going for a bit of a 3-pronged effort, but you've got to say it is Norbert Tamas who was been impressing from the word go, and again has the fastest lap of the race and is pulling this car back into range of Ryder Engineering as Old Firm make their pit stop, and I'm sure Norbert has decided to sell on them as well.
Yeah, Julian Harmond then pits from the lead of the race, of course not the net lead as far as we know it, pulls it into the pit box, comes to a stop up on those jacks to get those tires changed. We don't expect a driver swap at this stage, but now the countdown is on. We are keeping track of that number 1 Ryder Engineering car that's just coming through the kink at turn 11, through Cattle Bottoms, great corner name, on the way down to Canada Corner, with a few GT3s he's going to have to navigate before the end of the lap, but we do expect him to still be about 6 or 7 seconds clear of Harmond by the time they come past pit lane exit. Again, with Jonas Weber back on board, who we expected was the driver that was supposed to go in last stint, but of course, due to a late disconnection from the session, forced Jan Curbs onto that triple stint. So Julian Harmon then is down off the jacks. That car is not rolling yet as Jonas Weber comes across the start-finish line. And there's Harmond starting to roll, coming out of the pits behind the number 41 of Neil DeBacker, who's now on board that car. And it's going to be a 5 or 6 second gap by the time Harmond is back up to speed. So I don't think we've seen a stint between Harmond and Weber. So it's going to be interesting to see how they stack up against each other, especially with the 96 crew's fuel saving strategy and as Norbert Tamas starts to close down on the lead.
I remember a conversation in the Race for Cause Discord about what you call the person who you alternate stints with on your team in a certain phase of an endurance race. So you might have a 24-hour and there's one section where it's you and someone else alternating doubles, and whether there's like a good term like your stint partner or something. Because then people are talking about the equivalent for the person you always seem to be against.
Yeah.
And I think you and Jankos back in the day would be stint rivals for sure.
No, absolutely not, because I'd put Alex Salmon in the car because he was
I see.
They were as quick as each other. I could match or beat Jan's teammates, but I could never touch Jan in an endurance race. It was the sprints where I was able to be a little bit more aggressive and get him. But yeah, it was always Alex Salmon, fellow IELMS champion for TMR, by the way, who was able to take the fight to the likes of Jan Curbs and Ishmael Yakubu. But no, I could rarely touch Jan. There were days when I could, when we came to the likes of Le Mans and Daytona, you know, draft tracks kind of keep you in there and you can use your brain a little bit more to strategize. But in terms of raw pace, it was always Alex. He took Jan Curbs on head-to-head in the Apex Prototype Challenge back in 2021. I was his race engineer for that, but it was always him versus Jan in those races, and it was absolutely beautiful. The first round at Nürburgring, our strategy was to stay out and go long. pit loss time is about 36 seconds, so I was keeping an eye on that. I knew exactly where 36 seconds was back on the track, and it was that waiting game of waiting for Alex to be in that clean air to pull that gap against Jan to then pit and come out in front of him, because of course it was just a refuel in the R18 because the tires just didn't really die. And obviously, of course he did, well, not obviously, because I doubt any of you actually watched it, but he did eventually come out in front on that particular occasion and win that race. So yeah, Jan versus Alex, that was always the one. That's what I was getting at.
Okay. You and Jan were always ships passing in the night, almost.
Literally.
But it seems like I've gone through the stints, and actually, aside from Jan having to do that extension for a triple stint, it has been Jonas versus Julian.
Oh, there you go.
For the first half of this race, so they are the rivals that are now once again going at it. We'll have to see how that ebbs and flows again. 5 seconds, 6 seconds as the tyres warm up, and actually a lot of traffic, not just the car of Neil DeBacker ahead, but also a couple of GT3s caught in the carousel. Let's not forget Norbert Hamas, only 15 seconds off the race lead here, and charging fast, has the fastest lap of the race, has been very quick in these stints in the nighttime running. Multiple 47s on the board in the last tyre and fuel stint. And I think sooner rather than later, this could once again, as we saw earlier on in the day, become a 3-car fight for that race lead.
The question is though, who was it that was in that Tamas's teammate that wasn't?
It was Dominic Paqueta.
But yeah, sort of struggled relative to the cars, the drivers that he was driving against. Although, to be fair, he was racing against the likes of Jan Curbs, which is a very difficult driver to race up against. So, really,
and let's not forget how strong Randy Mateos has been.
Of course, yeah.
Throughout this race.
So he was probably put up against the 2 strongest drivers in both of those teams. Whereas, of course, Norbert Tamas is the #1 driver in that team, currently going about 1/10 of a second a lap faster than Harmond as it stands. Harmond outpacing Weber at the moment, though. So maybe a little bit of traffic that Weber's had to contend with, or is just struggling, because this will be the first time he's driven late in the night, of course.
Yeah. And the reason why this is now starting to ebb back in the favour of Norbert Hamas and has gone is because these 2-car teams, they go sort of double stints each, A-B, A-B. Mm-hmm. And so you always get the same matchups, whereas the 3-car team might have on A, B, C, A. And so now you've got their A driver, who's Norbert Hamas. I think you've got to say the ace on that team.
Of course.
Coming up against the other team's B drivers, who you expect are maybe the ones that are obviously very quick and can be consistent, but are not the ones you expect to be in active battles too often, because you put that A driver on the start of the race where everything's on the line. And so I think that is why the Ferrari is looking so strong in these last few laps.
And it's not to discredit them at all, because they're still really fast drivers. Like the teams that have drivers that are closest together on pace are going to be at the front of the field, and to do that, everyone has to be quick. And every single one of these drivers in the top 3 teams is a fast driver, but there's always those 1 or 2 almost aliens that are just quicker than the rest of the team. No matter what the rest of the team do, you can analyze their laps, you can use a different setup, but they're still going to be able to extract the absolute maximum out of that car. And of course, it's the likes of Jan Curbs, it's the likes of Norbert Tamas, and what's his face? Why have I forgotten his name? What is wrong with
Mateus?
Yeah, Mateus, who are gonna do that every single time. Like, of course, we've got our own at TMR. His name's Neil DeBacker, and he's ridiculously quick. And I'm so bummed for him that he hasn't really had the chance to show that off today. But of course, there's gonna be 5 more opportunities for that. But it's not to discredit those other drivers, because there's always that one. It's like you wouldn't put Andre Lotterer in for a qualifying session. You put why have I forgotten his name as well? You put Lawrence Van Toren because he's faster. And it's not, anything to discredit Andre Lotterer. He's still a fast driver, but it's just Van Tor's quicker, and that's okay, because it's a team effort at the end of the day, and everyone has to contribute.
I remember we do have drive change requirements, but it's not as restrictive as it tends to be in real life, but you always see in these real life ones, especially in these pro teams, but even at the very top level, sort of fighting for wins in GTP, you've got that one that you keep in the pocket, that you make sure hasn't hit too much drive time, so that you can just unleash them in that final hour, last pit stop, maybe penultimate pit stop, throw them in, throw a fresh set of tyres on, and tell them, you go win this race right now.
Harry Tinknell and a Mazda.
I would, yeah, I knew you'd mention Tinknell. The name didn't spring to mind, but I knew if I said that line, you'd know the exact person and remind me who the name was. Right to Engineering are down on pit road.
That is expected. No. Wait, what?
No, sorry, that is live timing being that's live timing being a mess.
Yeah,
Apologies for that panic. I saw it on the stream and I'm like, eh.
Yeah, live timing's been all over the place all day. It's one of them. It's I blame iRacing. Hashtag blame iRacing.
Hashtag blame iRacing. Hashtag blame Cisco.
Hashtag Cisco fix the game. Can you imagine if he was just like randomly lurking and heard that and it's just catching strays?
I'm pretty sure.
Car broadcast.
I'm pretty sure they're busy watching different.
Yeah,
they're watching skid cars.
They are. And to be fair, it's going to make me sound like completely disinterested in this, but obviously we know that's not the case. I really wanted to watch that today. I thought it'd be really cool to watch. I know it probably doesn't finish until. It might finish after we finish, before we finish.
No, that's fair. I think if the stream went live an hour ago and they were starting top 32 back then, the finals won't be until about 4 AM.
Okay, cool. That's fine. I might stay up and watch that tonight then.
You know the big gap between top 32 and top 16 in FD.
I actually don't. I haven't watched FD in at all this year.
It's normally time for about a 50-turn Mario Party game plus a DJ set.
That's such a specific reference. No one's going to get that.
The cool people will.
Twitch.tv/Aerotech.
We'll go do that later. We got four and a bit more hours left of this race that's still picking up again. 15 seconds separate your top 3 after more than 7 hours of racing in total. And again, we've got Match Hours Ace in the field for sure. Jonas Webber and Julian Holland are sort of holding each other at arm's reach right now. They're sort of holding stations. It's about what that 55 can do, and also, let's not forget, 10 laps differing on strategy between the 1 and the 96. Wow. We know that if Jan Korb's in that car, it will just run, but he can't drive forever. That's just not. You're gonna start to slip at some point. They put someone else in.
Ooh, bit of a moment for Julian Harmond there. Weren't quite able to catch that one on the broadcast. Just on the grass on the exit of turn 6, I think that was. Car 45 degrees sideways, just about managed to catch it. And I think that's one of the huge advantages that the Acura has. It's just so catchable. Just in general, I always, link it back to stuff I've done going through that little bus stop chicane at VIR at full send. I was fully turning left through a right-hander. The back end just did that little step out, but you want that little rotation, that little slide, so that you can really start to push that car. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, just Julian Harmond just able to gather that back up, despite touching the grass, which is a big no-no in these sorts of cars, and just a display of the deft touch that he has in that car.
Well, the 10 laps saved on fuel won't help you up in an early pit stop to fit some damage. So great job from Carmen to keep that in place. And they've now they're putting the number 5 car, the DLR Sim orange car, a lap down now. And the one car who's sort of matching them on strategy is now close to half a stint away. This could be a situation where, as we get to the end of the race, there could be some teams that try slashing dashes and some teams that don't. And I think that is really, that again, if that happens, you've got to think the 96 is favourites to win. And if it's trending that way, I think the Retro Ninja car needs to change tack immediately and start to try and recover those laps.
I think it's way too late.
You think so? Do you think they need to go and try and build the pit stop gap instead?
I think the job is done for the 96 because they are still pushing now. So I think that they have done all the fuel saving that they need and don't have to worry about it now. And all they need to do is maintain that 6.4 second gap. They don't even need to be in front of the number
They need to
one.
maintain the gap and hope that they're right in their assumption.
And I'm inclined to say that they are correct in that. They'll have run the numbers, they'll have done the maths, they'll have figured all these things out. And I think they should be okay.
The gap did open up a little bit, but it's now back down. It's been hovering at 6 seconds. It's actually... These top 3 have been in lockstep for this entire stint. It's been 6 seconds from P1 to P2, 15 from P1 to P3. And sort of consistent high 148s, low 149s, even as the traffic ebbs and flows. And this is quite impressive in a way. But it also means that we might be waiting another stint or two before this battle starts to really kick off once again, because these drivers are so evenly matched right now.
Well, speaking of writer engineering, we do have a fight involving them that is starting to develop on track for 8th in class. That's going to be the 276. Well, it's 8th in GT3 overall. Alex Pilbeam in that 324 Ferrari 296, really outperforming his AM tag at the moment, 3/10 in front of Maltha Johansson as they come through the carousel. The bright yellow lights distinguishing Pilbeam from Johansson, the pro car with those bright white lights. Both of them, of course, running the endurance headlights so that they can see in the dark, but Johansson not really pushing to get past Pilbeam and kind of settling into a bit of a rhythm, but of course is close to the back of that car, so we do have to have a gander and see if anything is happening down there. Also, I do have a small update from the 242 GT3 that was involved in that incident with with its own team after having a bit of a collision with some cars, doing some misjudging through the mini kink. They have retired the car due to the amount of repairs left and the amount of time left. They don't think they'll be able to get back any of that deficit, and they have decided to park it, unfortunately. So we'll be seeing no more of Rachel Concoli, Michael Grossberger, and Joe Mugford. And of course, on a personal note, I do thank them for their efforts today.
As quickly as that battle was heating up, 4P8 overall in GT3, K3T car has to come in and make their pit stop. I think it's probably for the best of the fields. I think they had a lap on the entire rest of the AM field at that moment.
Wild.
So it's I assume quite relieving for the Lithium team and Dodge on Web to know that no, they did have to make a pit stop, take some more fuel on, and actually have a drive stop here. Dele Rulet, who did run some stints a couple of laps ago, but had again very good pace, running the 205s for a fair bit of that stint, and now we're in the dark, maybe can dip deeper into those. So out with one Super Silver, in with another potentially.
It's always difficult to keep track of driver classifications in this race. I'll admit it's not something that I have looked into. I'm sure there's a.
I believe this race helps to inform some of those classifications, and so
right. So they haven't actually decided yet.
They have to have some of those appeals like you have, where a driver goes, no, I'm definitely a silver, I promise.
Or a bronze. Sarah Bovey, Ari, Sarah Bovey, and Ben Keaton.
Well, Ben Keaton cheats because there's that rule of he got his first pro license after age 30, and so he can't ever be rated higher than bronze.
No, he can if he's quick enough.
I don't think so.
He tried to make him a silver and he said no thanks.
Well, I think they tried to make silver and he said, no, this rule says you can't.
Interesting, I never heard it that way around. I always heard that he just went, no thank you, I don't want it. And they went, okay.
I don't know if anyone understands FIA driver classification, I could be wrong, but...
No, true. I wonder what I could get up to if I ever... I don't know. Oh, obviously,
how much money do you have?
So little. So
you might not get to a bronze license then.
Darn, that's a shame.
And that's why we do this.
We do it to make money so we can go and get our racing licenses.
And if that fails, at least we're having fun doing this as well.
This is fun, yeah. I wouldn't do it if it wasn't fun. We do it. Right, okay. I am a little bit hesitant to point out a fight that is starting to develop on track, but I'm going to do it anyway. It is the fight for P22 in GT3 overall. The 269 currently being piloted by Paolo. Hang on, I've got this. Paolo Tadeo Lini. Really? That's that easy? Tadolini. There we go. See, I can't read Italian. Paolo Tadolini and Patrick Gannon, they do have a lap ahead car in front of them. The 241 piloted by Mahmoud Albash, who was the qualifying driver for that team. So pretty quick driver behind the wheel of that car. Pat Gannon has to either wait for Tadolini to drop behind so he can start that fight, or try and catch up and pass Mahmoud Albash. It's going to be pretty difficult to do because that is a car P6 in class and a lap ahead. So you assume a relatively quick driver behind the wheel of that Audi.
Yeah, you definitely think so. This was the driver who started that car as well. So between them and Christian Muller have been sharing the car so far. And we talk about that sort of A-B cycle. They've been running the exact same thing, and this is their A driver back in for the third time in this race. I think they're feeling pretty confident by now. Maybe the first time in these nighttime conditions, but they've done plenty of practice leading up to this race, and I'm sure they'll try and make the move, if not here, into turn 5, and leave these two behind to squabble for P39 overall, P22 in class, I think it is. That's overall in GT3.
Yeah, you've got to take out the 1, 2.
It's P60. I can see it on the
6.
My lifetime it doesn't have them separated properly, but Carmen's does, and fortunately we can see it's P16.
Oh yeah, there it is. Thank you, Carmen. I love having it as a producer. It's good fun. Mahmoud Albash not quite able to make that move work yet. That Porsche seems to have great straight line speed compared to the Audi. You'd think it wouldn't be straight line speeds where a V10 powered Audi R8 would struggle, but that does appear to be the case. Balance of performance between these cars, of course, playing a bit of a factor to make them roughly, well, make their lap times in a slightly different way is, of course, the intention of balance of performance. But that Porsche of Paolo Tadolini just able to hold on for now, whilst Patrick Gannon in that Corvette just waits patiently behind to try and, get up behind the 269 and make a move work. It's going to take a while before that happens because these three are just absolutely line astern at the moment and aren't really breaking for position.
And then these battles further down the order, they still matter. Every position counts in a race like this. You're going to be looking for a few extra points, and also you just want to carry the confidence. But even if the first 8 hours of this race haven't gone so well, try and make those last 4 count, and know that you left Elkhart Lake on the best footing you could, because we're heading over to Portugal for the next round of this race. And if you thought the elevation change through the middle sector of here was a lot, then you've not seen anything yet. That's going to be a massive challenge for these drivers, but also should produce some really good racing. And actually, there goes 269 into the pit lane, so another battle that
fizzles out by pit stop strategy. Yeah. Thanks, drivers on track. You promised us so much, and then it stopped.
Why can't, I mean, these were virtual cars, why can't they just go forever on fuel? We don't have to ever watch them slow down. Just
turn the fuel burn off. Okay, so now that fight has fizzled out, there's another one starting to develop on track in GT3, and the 355 of Nuno Barbosa is currently on track in front of the 341 of Daniel Zitek. So, and fingers crossed this one becomes something.
This one's pretty legit, actually. The 341's been on track for about 8-9 laps, but that's well less than half the stint. It's the sort of difference we have at the front of the field in GTP. By the way, down to 5 seconds, Norbert Tamas closed in within 13, so it's slowly chipping away between those three. We gotta keep an eye on that, but for now, this is a battle again for
341 picks per penalty, right? We knew about this. Or no, sorry, one of these cars picked per penalty and dropped back to the 341, right? I'm thinking of the 210, aren't I?
I think so.
210 that picked per penalty for that incident at turn 8. and has kind of disappeared off the face of the earth. I don't really know where they are at the moment. Just looking at the standings, they're actually P4 in class, so they may owe us a pit stop soon, so something to keep an eye on there. In about 10 laps or so by the look of things. But yeah, it's going to be Daniel Zytek versus, or Zytek versus Nuno Barbosa. Two very similar machines once again, two V6 twin-turbo powered Ferrari 296s. Again, the same engine that's in the back of the Ferrari 499P hypercar, was tuned down a little bit, so you don't get the 700 peak horsepower like in the back of the hypercar, which is a shame, you'd think. But also, I don't think I want GT3s running around with 700 horsepower.
It will be quite fun.
Would it? Or
I don't know if...
GTPs that can't pass GT3s because the GT3s are actually slippier in a straight line.
What if, and for people that don't know, my main car in the Harrison Flower IR18, my second main car at this point, which will sound ridiculous, is the Porsche Mission R. Yeah. What if we cranked the horsepower way up, for qualifying only, half of them running 140 flats around here in qualifying trim on that hot lap, and then in the race they can run at a more sensible pace and make sure they can run close and pass each other.
What, the GT3s? You want to run in 1:40s?
Why not? We can make the GTPs run 1:30s.
Not even the LMP1s went that fast here. It's 1:36 at best.
Okay, and?
Wait, was it even? Yeah, it must have been. Yeah, I don't think I'd want 1:30 prototypes around here.
Yeah, no,
Side by side though, Daniel Zytek goes down the inside of Nuno Barbosa as we're getting distracted talking about making cars super duper fast. A very decisive move, actually outbrakes himself just a touch, but gets to the outside of the circuit. Barbosa not quite able to carry the speed through turn 5 to answer into turn 6. And Zytek is already starting to pull away and hunt down the number 264 of Kevin Lazar, who's only 6 seconds up the road on cold tyres. Took us through that move, Olivia.
I mean, that's... Hang on, let me regather myself real quick, and then we'll talk through how that one happened.
It was a little bit jarring jumping onto that, wasn't it?
I just didn't expect it to happen. It looks like...
Neither.
Traffic weaving a little bit. Does GTPs coming through on that run into turn 5, and then out of nowhere, the 341 just with a massive lunge. Whether the Fiat wasn't confident on the brakes, maybe wanted to try and let that one happen and draft off of it. It's possible when you're like, no, they've just come out of the pit lane. Maybe they just weren't confident on the cold tyres and know that they have the strategy advantage and can save fuel behind them. So that looked like they were sort of handing the position over. They broke before the 3 board, like maybe at the 4, which is very much not where the 341 was expecting. They had to really jut out of line and then get on the anchors down the inside, but still managed to make the apex and cover the move off. So I think yeah, that was more of a coordinated move from Nuno Tavares Barbosa to play that long game that we've been talking about quite a lot in the sort of, we were talking about in the higher end of the GT3 field, that battle between the 210 and the 244, which of course did get interrupted by a drive-through penalty for the 210, and the fuel save that we know the 219 has done, as they are now in second in GT3 overall. It's like 46 seconds now behind the 206, who've been having a bit of an anonymous race. We've not talked about them very much, unfortunately, which is a shame because they have been squeaky clean from start to finish. The reason we've not talked about them is because they've just been ahead of everyone. They've not really had a chance to focus on the battle they've been in. It is that way sometimes. You're suffering from success, but I think the trophy's sweeter than any words that we could give to a team like that as we ramble 7.5 hours into a 13-hour broadcast.
This is it. This is fine. This is what it's all about. If John Hindhoff and Jeremy Shaw can do it, we can do it too. The lack of energy was concerning there. You're supposed to say hell yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, I might be ordering pizza right now.
What are you having? This is
I'm on a calzone. I'm on a calzone and loaded fries is the plan.
Does calzone count as pizza, or is it its own thing?
I mean, I think it is a variant of pizza.
Where it's like an ale is a beer, but not all beer is ale.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
calzone is pizza, but not all pizza is calzone.
We're on the same page.
I don't think I've ever had a calzone. The only time I've ever...
And prototypes are sports cars, but not all sports cars are prototypes.
Yeah, that was a much more relevant example that we should have gone for instead. I've never had a calzone, but the only thing that... Or the only time
you can make one quite easily, it's the fun thing.
The only time I've ever really heard about calzone is as a punchline in Parks and Rec.
The locale calzone zone.
It's just the fact that Ben Wyatt just loved calzone and everyone else just thought it was a weirdo for liking calzone. It was a really funny bit, and it killed me.
Anyway, let's talk about the race for a little bit. There's a couple of black flags being handed out to a couple of teams. The 211, who is at this point about 6 laps down on the lead, so not the most controversial for them, but the 276 Right Engineering car currently running P7 in GT3 and just behind the 241. Seems like they have another penalty under their belt, and I've been noticing their number come up quite a lot in the race control logs, which is never what you want to see either as a driver or as a teammate, really.
No. It can be quite frustrating as well. It can cause that spiraling effect we talked about earlier. Because if you keep making mistakes and then you keep getting called out for your mistakes, it can, start to play on your mind a little bit.
Yeah, whether it's frustration at yourself or even if you're sort of angry and thinking that a call's gone against you, because it's refereeing, everyone's going to feel hard done by at some point. Mm-hmm. But it can be very easy to be focusing on that, and that can make you drive more aggressive, and you end up doing something that really does deserve a penalty at that point.
Such is the blight of endurance racing. It's important to keep that, keep your mood level nice and chill, and just get in the car and do your job without getting too frustrated. Keep the nose clean.
It's why it's all one of the keys to the race. Don't get penalties.
We need one of those. We need a little sponsored key to the race segment.
I mean, it's always the same. It's don't get penalties.
Literally, don't get penalties. Keep the car out of the pit lane and don't hit a wall. That's not my actual John Hindhaugh impression. My actual John Hindhaugh impression is much better.
Really?
Yes.
Well, why haven't you shown it then?
Because I'm not commentating as John Hindhaugh. I am commentating as Taylor Mills.
Fair enough.
I'll show you after.
I can very much tell we have now hit that point of the race, and I think everyone knows what I mean by that point of the race.
Oh, you mean 2023, 24 hours of Le Mans, that point of the race?
Was it 2023? I thought.
Wait, was it 22?
I think it might be 2022, yeah.
The problem is, I can't remember, because I was at the circuit in 2022, so I won't have heard it. And I also slept at some point during the 2023 race, so I might not have heard it.
Right, okay.
So I actually don't know.
Well, either way, we're going to do our best to not advocate for that on the stream, because...
We're just going to sing the Road America song.
Our boss is right in the air, and that probably wouldn't fly very well.
We need to make up a song like the Spanish commentators did for Road America.
I don't think anyone wants to hear that.
Road America.
We would have the view count down to 0 in seconds.
Listen, we're having fun, and that's what it's all about. Nino Barbosa, though, hasn't really been shaken by Daniel Zitek yet. He's just managed to maintain that roughly 8 to 6/10 of a second gap. Quite the advantage on the straights that's kept him in touch with Zitek. Struggles a little bit in that middle sector, but can hang on enough just to be able to stay there or thereabouts when it comes to the runs down to 1-3 in Canada Corner. So yeah, it's just a good bit of driving Barbosa to stay in touch as Kevin Lazar pits from what would have been P17 on the road.
That seems like another black flag, although I don't see it being given by race control. So whether that was a speeding penalty in pit lane, maybe, or
Possibly.
whether someone has managed to make it to the instant limit already. I've seen a couple of mystery black flags, and those are the only two explanations I can think of, but
it was an 11, a 4.
the latter does worry me.
It was 11 and a 4 lap stint back to back, so I'm thinking a penalty was served at some point during that, and perhaps this was one. Z-Tech just going a little bit deep into turn 5, but manages to get it all gathered up before 6. Just leaving himself a little bit under threat from Nuno Barbosa in this middle sector, but of course we haven't really seen any sort of pace advantage from Barbosa in the middle sector. It's really been those big long straights where he's been able to keep in touch. As the 66 is looking like he's going to want to try and slide on through past these guys as soon as possible. Interestingly, I don't have another name for the guy of the Carbono Carbono car other than Mike R. So that's Mike R on board the Carbono Esports GTP.
I will investigate. Yeah, it's my car.
Yeah, I checked ATVO as well and was just as surprised when it said my car. Wait, is that supposed to sound like my car? Is that a fake name?
I mean,
we've seen it before.
That's not our call to make. We are under the assumption that it just happens to be their name, and
take it at face value. That's always it.
I mean, I assume the last name isn't literally R, but it could just be the initial. And
what famous Mike R's do we know?
I don't know. I'm not.
If I'm not mistaken, Mike R is from the Czech area, either from Czechia or from Slovakia.
Ah.
So I believe it's Mikhail and then an R last name that may be difficult to pronounce, so he just shortened it for all of us.
Right.
I'd love to give it a go.
Well, I am seeing that the location seems to be Iberia, so not too sure.
Well, I mean, you could be from Czechia and live in Spain.
You can do, for sure.
He was marked under the Czech flag last season. So
hold on, before we continue this conversation, Edvin Forsland looking to the inside of Rafa Venteo does make that move stick into turn 5. The XPD racing car drops down a position and now is playing chase to the number 217 Simrace Sweden Esports Audi. A very lovely livery on that car, I might add. But yeah, another very simple, very easy move into turn 5 that we've seen so often in this race, as it's now XPD Racing GT3 2 playing catch-up in this particular fight.
Yeah, it seems like we had that little lull for about 20 minutes where it seemed like everyone was a little bit separated, but again, there was natural differences between driver pace as we go throughout this one have sort of spread everyone out just that little bit, or like converged them back up a little bit as the paces sort of differed. And some fast cars behind have closed the back, and now we've got 3 battles, or 3 or 4 battles, all within about a second on the road, as the Right Engineering car has made a pit stop again, 110 behind Old Firm Racing Orange. The gap again staying pretty stable to what it had been, but more importantly, Magic Arrow just 3 seconds off the back of that 96 car in the lead of the race. They don't have to pit very soon, but Nova Tamas, it dipping once again into the 47s last time by, really pushing that car. But I'd imagine this is probably the last lap of his stint, and he'll be handing over to either Blachowski or Dominic Fitete.
Yeah, I think at this stage of the race you got to hand over to Rosie. I don't know what the minimum drive time is for a GTP driver, but
no, it's for that team it's estimated 28 laps. They are well clear with that.
So the question is, do you do the friendly thing and put your friend back in the car, or do you make the business decision and put your fast driver in the car? Have you ever had to make that decision, Olivia?
I think in this situation you probably go through another full rotation, and I think then it just lines up where you throw Tamas back in for the final hour and finish with a bang. But I think that's the sort of level of where we are at right now.
The alternate idea is you could keep Tamas in for another one and then do a triple with Tarosi, and then you don't need that other double rotation in there. You can keep the quick drivers in the car. But as I say, have you ever had to make the decision as to whether or not you keep a driver in the car because pace?
Oh yes, actually, I can tell the story. I can tell this story. This was the 2022 Watkins Glen Sits Hour. And I was running with D, a very good friend. I started off the first 2 stints. I think started the car in 8th, put it up to 3rd or 2nd by the pit stop, and there was a team that had 6 drivers registered for 6 hours, and their first driver was wicked fast and put them like a minute ahead of the field. And then D was in for stints 3 and 4. We were planning to split 3 and 3 because they were feeling really good and were happy to run a 3rd stint. But we started to notice, first of all, this lead car was really falling off as those later drivers coming in. But more importantly, we were fighting this other driver, and they just managed to get ahead by the end of that 2nd stint for Dean. I was on the radio about 3 laps ago in the stint and said, you can stay in for a 3rd stint if you want, and we can run this race out and we can have a pretty solid top 5 result. But I think we've got a shot at something better here. And at the time, I was about 1.9k, D was about 1.0k.
Oh wow!
So that was sort of the sort of pace difference. 2 years, more than 2 years at this point. And I said, if you put me back in, I am doing
the 341. Pandemonium Esports going for a little loop-de-loop out of turn 3, manages to keep it out of anyone's way. Thank goodness. Nice easy recovery there for the driver, straight onto the grass and then straight back onto the track. And
that will drop them out of the fight that they were trying to keep involved in for, I think it was P4 in AM. They're now pretty solidly back in P5. But yeah, I was sort of thinking about, like, it's up to you, but if you put me in, I'm going to chase that car back down, I'm going to make the move back on them, and I can hold on to the end of the race and we can get that spot for sure. And we ended up going for it, and due to misfortune from everyone else, that ended up being my first and currently only special event win.
Nice.
In that race. At the final tour, this is the story I'm going to tell now, and then we can keep referencing it forever. Which is,
I remember, yeah.
About 3 seconds back, heading into the final corner, the car ahead missed the braking point, put it into the outside wall at the final corner of Watkins Glen, and not only gave himself a meatball, but gave himself a drive-through penalty as well. It's that thing of, if there's ever a moment that tells you that anything can happen in racing, you can never give up, because you never know what might fall into your lap. I think that is probably the moment, because...
Did you get it on the road, or did you get it after the fact with the...
We got it on the road because they pulled into pit lane to try and serve the drive-through, which doesn't work. But because of that, it meant that we passed them as they were on pit entry.
Wow.
And that was the first time we'd ever seen the lead of the race.
That's awesome.
And it was about 6 hours, 1 minute into the race, with the checkered flag in hand from Barney.
Love that. That's actually a sick story. Mine isn't anywhere near as positive, so...
Anyway, we have our answer. As much as I did make their stop coming in there, and their answer was throw Bartolozzi back in.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, I think that it's a fairly sensible call. I think you don't want to put someone in for a triple stint unless you're really confident that they can keep that pace back up. Again, Jan Kurbs, from a generation where you had to keep the tyres going all the way, and you don't want to put someone in on all tyres, whereas in sort of modern sports car racing, you can get away with a single stint in iRacing.
Oh, there was a car very sideways at the apex of turn 6 there that may have been... That is the
217
car of Edvin Forsland that we only recently saw make that really nice move into turn 5, but their race coming undone very quickly. They're doing a very good job to get the car turned around well out of the way of anyone else. It does look like it was just a spin. I can't see any damage on the car, but that car also looks like a shadow to me at this point. But yeah, very well recovered from Edvin. Car does look clean as he comes through the headlights of someone else. So just an unfortunate incident, but again, very well recovered.
Yeah, a single car spin. Just the way that the track flattens out at turn 1 is very easy for the rear tyres to unload right as you're trying to use that max amount of grip in the middle of the corner. And it's very easy to do that. And unfortunately, no damage to the car, no damage to anyone else. But it is about 30 seconds that were lost getting that car oriented and making a safe rejoin and getting back to racing action. That's dropped, I believe, 2 positions behind not just the SBD 230, but also the 277 Eagle car.
And gonna put him under threat from Alex Lado behind in the 262, who is very slowly getting onto the back of him.
And those 2 cars are lined on pit cycle, both running lap 24 of their stint. So that is a race that is going to go all the way to checkered flag, one would assume.
Oh, I'd hope so.
Oh, I really do hope so.
That's a proper race, that is, all the way to the black and white checker flag. Love that.
As opposed to the green and white checkered flag, which we do not talk about.
What's a green, white checkered?
That's...
I don't know.
The green and white is what they put in of a stage in NASCAR.
Yes, it is. Yeah, definitely. That's it. What's a stage?
Not to be confused with a green-white checkered, which is a different thing, which is also an affront to motorsport.
Yeah, that's silly. That's really silly. Why are they called the same thing? Did no one look at that and go, "Huh, that's a bit funky"? We all just kind of agreed that that was okay.
I don't think anyone looked at the NASCAR rulebook at all, given the way that the races are currently run.
That's true. That series runs IMSA.
Oh my god, it does.
That's concerning.
I mean, I feel like that does partly explain the way that the championship ended last year.
Remind me.
An incident that sent a car into the wall at high speed at turn 1 of Road Atlanta. Was not penalised. That was called a racing incident.
Oh, but what does racing incident even mean? It
means I'm too scared to make a decision that could affect the championship.
Yeah, because no other series is like that at all, ever.
Yeah, exactly.
It's called motor racing, we went car racing. I love motorsport, it's my favourite. Definitely not stressful or annoying at times at all. I think that's what makes it so fun though, is the fact that motorsport and sport in general just extracts such visceral emotions from you that sometimes you didn't even feel like you were able to actually feel. But there you are, sat on the edge of your office chair or your settee, shouting at a TV screen whilst cars go around a track, or a ball is thrown or kicked by some guy that you don't even know.
Do I tell you where I was on December 12th, 2021?
What happened on December the 12th, 2021?
That was the 2021 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix.
Oh.
And I was in a pub with my mum celebrating my 21st birthday.
Wait, what date was that?
December 2021.
Ah. What's your day in December?
I said it. I realized I don't want to leak too much information because this is a live broadcast.
Your birthday?
I don't want to tell everyone on the internet my birthday.
I was going to put it in my calendar, that's all.
DMing you it later. Like it was, yeah. But I was sat in the pub and I saw the safe driving this lap and I literally put it down. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. I'm
sure your reaction was a lot more. I cried after that race. Genuine tears of joy. I was so hyped that someone other than Hamilton had won the championship.
That's...
I like Lewis Hamilton a lot more now.
It's also, I just feel like it was a... I can't believe we're going to discuss this on a broadcast.
Yeah,
we're making a bit of a mistake here. It's the thing of, I think Verstappen deserved his first championship to be something more solid.
Yeah, yes, that's a much better word to describe that. Yeah, 100%. 100%. We are in the middle of a bit of a pit stop cycle at the moment. Jonas Weber currently on board that number 1 car, still on board that number 1 car, driving against Julien Hammond in the old racing firm Acura, the 96, still at the front of the field on that slightly extended fuel stint relative to
I'd call it more than slightly at this point. They are going so much longer.
They haven't committed as much to the 27 stint in the last few laps, but they are doing 26 lap stints at the moment, which is still 1 extra lap longer than Ricer Engineering, which just keeps bringing that level up. So I do expect them to come in this time by, and it will be an 11-lap advantage over the number 1 Writer Engineering Esports car, which is an insane amount of gap to have pulled. But of course, that's been helped a lot by the fact that Writer have committed to this full push strategy, because they could have just started lifting and coasting a little bit to try and do those 26 laps.
Oh!
As one of the GT3 cars goes for a spin alongside Julian Harmond in, goodness me, through why have I forgotten the name of the corner? I've been saying it for Bill Bend.
And in comes the 96 for fuel, tires, and a fresh pair of pants, I assume.
Yeah, the 399, the Slippers Racing Team Ferrari, spins to the outside, back to the inside, and just about manages to get it stopped on the outside of the circuit before the final corner, finds a nice gap to rejoin the circuit, and gets away with that with no damage, overheated tires, and brown underwear, which isn't bad. It's a pretty good result, all things considered. Oh, was that the 96 overextending the box as well?
It happened before. I think they got away with it this time.
Oh, that's good news.
And look who's back in the car as well. Back to driver number A. A is not a number. Randy Mateos, who started this car. It's going to be starting, I believe, the 3rd stint.
Third driver stint, yeah.
Which I assume will be another third driver stint. I assume it'll be another double that they're planning there. And as part of Writer Engineering, Jonas Weber is currently running through the final sector, got on the outside of the final corner, getting around some traffic nice and cleanly. And I think will once again jump the number 96. But I don't think that gap is as convincing as it has once been. Again, 10 seconds between the 1 and the 55 behind. And the 96 will get rolling, and it's only a few seconds just behind.
It's a good few seconds though. Look at that, got back out to 5 seconds, and that'll only extend over the course
No,
of
that was about what it was. I think the real surprise here is the Magic Arrow car, which you were talking about maybe they want to keep a hot hand in. It seems like they found a second hot hand, because Barturosi really liking these nighttime conditions, setting 48 right off the bat on cold tires, and is now just 8 seconds off our race leader.
Well, Tarosi, we know, is a very, very fast driver. I remember my first broadcast with ABN from the Hockenheimring race. Carmen and I were having a discussion at the end of that race as to who Magic Arrow should put in the car at the end. I said it should be Norbert Tamas who should go in for that final stint. She said they should keep Balsaz Tarosi in at the end, and I vaguely remember they did actually end up switching and putting Tamas in, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to overhaul the gap to the race leader, and they weren't able to win on that particular occasion. But they kind of need that win here today, or at least a P2, to have a really good start to their championship. And there is an opportunity being presented to them. I don't think they're quite quick enough to catch Writer Engineering as it stands. They're a little bit too far ahead for now, but just in front of them, 0.3 seconds is the gap between Randy Mateos and Balsaz Tarosi. Tarosi got a much better run through the kink, and Mateos is going to have to defend, but chooses not to into Canada, but Tarosi chooses not to go. Mateos is going to be struggling on tire warm-up in that Acura, and Tarosi is going to have much warmer tires and much less fuel on, well, 6 laps less fuel on board, is hounding that Acura through the final corner. The gap is a couple of car lengths for now, but 0.3 of a second is going to be the gap as they come up the hill, over the rise, and down to the start-finish line. What sort of straight line speed advantage do either of those cars have? It looks like they're pretty even for now. Slipstream, not so much a huge effect in the GTPs as it is the GT3s. Not much speed difference through turn 1 either. The dirty air being thrown into Rosie's way, not helping him too much, but it's going to be that braking performance where that 963 is going to have a little bit of an advantage over the cold tires of that Acura. But once that Acura's up to temperature, its braking performance is going to go above and beyond that of the 963. Really good exit from turn 3 from Mateos, who's able to just eke out a couple of car lengths over that Porsche and not present an opportunity to Tarosi into turn 5. So Tarosi's really going to have to start getting the lead out now and get that on that loud pedal to try and close that gap back up. Perhaps the traffic ahead going to be able to help create an opportunity for him, but that gap's open back up to half a second. So it's safe to say Randy Mateos has got those tires up to temperature and is using the Acura's downforce in the middle sector to try and build that advantage, Liv.
Oh, there's a check up there. The GT goes all the way to the outside. That's the Writer Engineering 276. Maybe trying to play a bit of assist to the car ahead. but they're well ahead right now. And this is just making that battle that a little bit more spicy between Randy Mateos and Bart Chirosian. Look who's behind his XBD car that's a 4 laps down, but we know those drivers have pace. We know they've been sort of in the wars, unfortunately, in the early running of this race, and they have a fight. There's a car that they're only a minute ahead of. That sounds like a lot, but you're not in that sort of state where you're comfortable running that's 4 hours. They're gonna want the Roo if these cars don't pick up the pace, but they're not worried about that. They are busy trying to fight for everything they have, because this is for spots on the podium. And heading into the final 4 hours, this is sort of place where if you can make a move stick, there might not be much of a chance for that momentum to build back the other way, especially with the drivers that Magic Arrow has that can run as fast as they have. And again, fastest lap of the entire race currently in the garage of that car.
Interestingly, these two, even though they're fighting, are starting to catch Jonas' favour. Perhaps catching a little bit of traffic in the final sector that didn't quite go in his favour, which rhymes with his surname, which made me feel very strange for a moment there. Down the inside goes Randy Mateos on Mahmoud Albash, who we saw go for a little spin earlier on in the race. But there's still going to be nose to tail coming down to turn 8 with... I'm trying to... No, never mind. I was looking at the wrong Acura. There's no one going to be in the way there because it's Alberto Blasco who is chasing. Baltas Tirosi then still 3/10 behind Randy Mateos. A couple of car lengths it's going to be as they come out of the carousel. Big, long, flat-out section on the run down to Canada corner. Could create an opportunity, but it doesn't look like that 963 has the straight line speed advantage on Randy Mateos. But again, there is some GT3 traffic just in front, and it's there that Baltas Tirosi is going to be looking for that opportunity, because it's really the traffic that creates the overtaking opportunities. It's so hard to just get by in a straight fight. Of course, we've seen it done in the GTP field, but it's always nice when you can get some GT3 assistance. A little bit of a checkup on corner exit for Randy Mateos. Baltas Tirosi closer than he's been for this entire fight so far. Pulls to the inside, side by side on the run down to turn 1. Past pit lane exit, nothing coming out to block him, and clears Mateos, who I don't think fought that very hard, as these two return to the positions that they were in a good couple of hours ago, with the 96 following the 55, and perhaps we're going to see a big switch onto some fuel save strategy.
Oh, and 3 wide, the battle's not quite over yet. They might just slot through all 3 of the middle of 3. These two cars not fighting for position, but it's still maybe one of the most terrifying positions you can be in. Really, any one of that trio, you're really clenching and hoping that things don't go terribly badly in a situation like that. But everyone gets through, and yeah, I mean, a fantastic run from Magic Car 55. They are now in P2 and within 8 seconds of our current race leader.
Yeah, again, it's this fight that's happening and they're still catching. Jonas Weber just lacking a little bit of pace in this phase of the race, perhaps struggling with the track temps and lack of visibility. I do believe he's been in the car in these conditions already today, so should be used to the darker track conditions by now. Or perhaps there's some issue with the car that we aren't quite able to see, or probably worth asking to see if see what right to know. But we know that the pace of Tirosi and the 55 Magic Arrow car have been so fast during the night. Perhaps a setup for the night, but Jonas Weber has pitted. He's actually pitted 14 laps into the stint. He comes down pit lane. What's the damage in the car?
I'll tell you what the damage is. A ruling that has come through from race control. Jonas Weber is an ineligible driver for Right Engineering Esports, and it appears that because of that, that car is being required to withdraw from this race.
What?
So that means that this battle between the 55 and the 96 is now for your race lead.
Oh, that's certainly interesting. I've never seen that penalty before.
It's a minimum requirement in the GTP class of 2,750 I rating.
No way.
At current, it looks like Jonah's favorite is 2406, so a good 300 under that threshold. And
How much?
it's
Sorry.
350.
Oh, that's quite significant.
Yeah, and it's pretty slam dunk in the rule, but it seems like. So that is race done.
Wow.
For one of the strongest cars in this race, and that turns the entire pleasure race. And I know there's a lot of drivers who are not very happy about that call being made so late in the day after that car has been a little bit through the wars.
Well, realistically, these cars have been signed up probably with these driver lineups for weeks at this point, so surely someone would have noticed by now.
I'm gonna check it, but I don't know if that driver's had a really bad week on the service and dropped, or whether this has been just overlooked this whole time we've been here. And
perhaps it's one of those things where they don't really do anything about it until it's protested, which I would find valid and reasonable, to be fair. Because they can't.
It might be a thing where they've not, where maybe the
time.
team didn't really look that closely at the rules and didn't, and the stewards. It's one of those that slipped under the radar, and there it is, officially in race 12. Car number 1, your reigning champions, let's not forget, with a black flag with a white X, which means disqualified, no longer scored, and I believe all laps removed from the scoring. That'll be 0 for the number 1 team to start off their championship defense.
Yeah, 2 things even. He didn't meet the free practice requirements either, and is an ineligible driver because he doesn't meet the minimum I rating. So yeah, that disqualifies the team from the race and isn't the start to the campaign that Writer Engineering will have wanted. And it does promote that Magic Arrow 55 car into the race lead with Randy Mateos and his 96 crew on that uber fuel safe strategy, 3 seconds behind on track already.
I think the person you really have to feel for in this situation is Jan Curbs, who put in a ridiculous treble stint for that car, sort of in adversity, to put that car on track in the lead of the race, and it all turns out to be for nothing. But I'm sure he'll be back next time out at Portimao to try and right that run and try and put that car rightfully at the top of the field.
Well, they got 3 weeks to gain the right amount of I rating, so
or find someone else to put in that car. There's quite a high limit on the number of drivers you can have, but then have to maybe swap someone in from another team because they've got multiple cars. Let's not forget their second car has 3 drivers. You've got to think they just didn't realize that was in the rule book, because otherwise, why would they not have brought one of those people in instead and run 2 and 2?
Well, it's interesting to see the chatter develop in the drivers' chat, and we'll keep an eye on it. I don't think a lot of it we can really talk about on the broadcast, but it's certainly a very interesting development.
Seems like it might have been a bit of an emergency substitution with one of their typical second driver not being available due to an error on sign up, and popped in sort of not knowing that there was a problem with it.
Yeah, it's certainly a bit of an oversight, but I don't really know what to say. I guess without it, we don't have Reiter in the race, and it's been a pleasure to have them in this race out there on track. But it's one of those things. It's in the rule book. You sign up to follow those rules when you join the championship. And in fact, you have to make a statement that you have read and understand the rules. So even in an emergency, the rule book still has to be followed.
Tell me the truth, though, Taylor. Have you ever signed up for the series and not fully read the rule book that was posted?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
It definitely happens. I know that, you know, it's meant to be the thing where you're meant to dot those I's and cross those T's, but you get a vague idea. You make sure you know how the restarts work. You make sure you know how the penalties are applied, how the protest system works, and all the other stuff you sort of skim through and give it a cursory look. And that sort of detail might be one of those things that just doesn't catch your eye as you're looking through the rule book. But it's there that the penalties in the PC rule are pretty clear for violations like that. It's not a decision that's been made on the fly by our stewards today. That is just in black and white what has to be done if an entry is not eligible.
Well, it has stolen certainly an intriguing race at the field from us. 2.5 seconds is the gap between Tirosi and Mateos at the moment. We know that the 96 crew are on that big fuel save strategy, so you know they're in a really strong position to take this race victory still, as long as they can just maintain the gap to that 55 crew, who are another team that are on that kind of half/full burn strategy, 26 laps per stint. And of course Old Firm have joined them on those 26 lap stints, but did enough work earlier on in the race to be a good chunk of laps sort of ahead on fuel in the strategy. So yeah, they've put themselves in a really strong position. Now they've just got to keep it clean for the next goodness, 3.5 hours or so, and when the pit stop cycles all shake out at the end of this race, they should be in the hot seat.
And the one thing this does do is it opens up that remaining spot on the podium, and I think the three major contenders are Photos Team GTP, who currently has a minute lead over the two cars behind, but has by far run the longest so far in this stint, 19 laps. Then you've got Old Firm Racing Yellow, who's been a strong contender all the way through this race. Again, the sister car of currently the car fighting for the lead, so we could have a double podium potentially if things fell right for them. They've run 13 laps in this stint, but then DLR by Simlab Orange have just run 6 laps. They are by far the most economical, even more so than the 96 car. They might be able to cut out an entire stop compared to the number 7, and if that is to happen, they could inherit that P3 on the podium. And either way, it's really pretty close, I think, between them and Old Firm. So it all just depends who can solve for what's going to happen 3.5 hours from now, because I can't work out stint plans that far in advance of that spreadsheet.
I was going to say I'd have to write it all down to be able to figure that one out. I'm sure there's people out there that do, but goodness me, it is a tricky one, isn't it, to be put in that position.
If I've been driving the car for months, and I'm probably work it out off the top of my head, but I'm not the primarily a prototype driver, and I know how much the stint lengths can vary because of the hybrid system, letting you sort of lift and coast a lot more efficiently. But exactly the extent of that is, oh, Magic Arrow!
Yep, that was an interesting one, wasn't it? Just one of the GT3s in front of them, heading for pit lane rather late in the day. Balaz Tirosi having to thread the needle a little bit between a couple of Ferraris. It got a little bit tight, but everyone managed to make it through okay. So good bit of driving from all three drivers involved there, but a very late move over to go into the pit lane from the GT3. You want to do that just at least a little bit sooner.
Well, all's well that ends well, and Balaz Tirosi pulling a gap of nearly 5 seconds now to Randy Mateos behind. The Magic team does really seem to be that hot hand at the top, and I think we've got to say was looking to threaten to chase down that number 1 car on track before all of this drama unfolded. They were within like 6-7 seconds, and how much that was maybe distraction from negotiating with or like trying to work out what the rules were while also trying to focus on a race, because it's never a fun time having those sort of confusions while also trying to focus on driving clean laps. But you've got to say that both, for the majority of this race, they've had very solid pace in that 55, and they are now pulling that gap. The only real hope for the 96 is that either the fortunes change a bit, they find a little bit of pace in these nighttime conditions, or that fuel safe strategy comes home to roost and they can cut out a stop that the Magic 55 cannot avoid.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think they, even if, I feel like their pace is good enough to maintain their gap to the car ahead when everything shakes out, depending on who gets in. Because we know that all of the drivers in the 96 are really close on pace, whereas Magic Arrow has a driver that's just a touch slower than everyone else. So I think perhaps when they get back in the car, it's going to be an opportunity for Old Firm Racing to start to close that gap down again and maybe get back out in front to be in a good position where they either cut out that stop at the end or their stop is short enough that they can jump back in front and then be far enough ahead that all they need to do is get to the end of the race. Because either way, it's going to be a relatively short stop at the end of the race for a lot of these drivers, but the question is, how short is it going to be?
And we've got to think, again, the strategy can kind of start 2 stops from the end if you know what's projecting, and if you're confident there's not going to be a safety car, which it does not seem like PEC is going to call at any point in this one.
No.
That can throw a little bit of a spanner in the works, but otherwise, if there's no rain and no other planned stoppages, you can, if you know you need to take sort of 1.2 tanks of fuel to end the race, you've got a couple of options. You can either take that full tank and then splash and dash with about 10 minutes to go, or if you think the tyres are going to help you significantly, which maybe not in these conditions, maybe not with the warm-up cycle that we've seen, but you could split that final bit of refueling in half, take that sort of 50 litres both stops, which gives you plenty of time to get the tyre change in cleanly, and then you've got that entire sort of final hour of the race on fresh rubber to try and charge someone down.
Well, you could be even more aggressive on the strategy and take your take on 38 litres of fuel, you know, to change 4 tyres, because that's your margin, by the way. For those that don't know, in GTP it takes 38 litres of fuel to change 4 tyres. So there you go, you can have that one for free. Just do that for one of those stints. Well, the first of those 1 and a bit stints, and be super aggressive and run a really short stop and go flying for a bit, and then take the pain afterwards. Because you don't have to take all the long stops first. You can jostle things about a little bit and try something different to try and get yourselves in a nice bit of clean air and a bit of track space ahead of everyone else to then take the final stop at a long final stop.
There's a lot you can do, and you've got to try and be quite creative in the end of a race, especially if you're on that back foot. There's no point just staying in the same line as the car ahead and finishing 15 seconds behind them. If you've got a strategy, you may as well try it.
So there's a bit of a fight on track that I've been watching over the last few laps or so. Gianni Peroni in the 276 Writer Engineering Esports GT3 car is right on the tail end of Loic Guiardo. There we go, I can do that one. Loic Guiardo, they are side by side into turn 5. Guiardo forced to the outside line. Peroni takes the inside away from him, perfectly gets it stopped, runs a little bit wide on exit though, saying that, and Loic's able to just come back on him and get that nose into turn 6, a little bit of contact to the apex, but Gianni Peroni able to stay ahead on the exit into turn 7, and they are back nose to tail, but with Loic behind now. That's a really solid move from Peroni to get that one done.
Again, this is the 12th in the GT3 class standard. I'll have to check to see what the point structure looks like for these lengths of races. So I know it does depend on the race length. We had a very big points haul available for
Le Mans, yeah.
For Le Mans. But it looks like for a 12-hour race, there's points weighted all the way down the order, and in these positions, it's still 1 or 2 points per position. There's a total of 42 available for winning this one, with 33 available for second.
Oh wow, that's actually a really close gap between first and second on points. Oh look, it's another gap, another fight that we hyped up that has ended by a pit stop. Look at that. It's very strange how that keeps happening. Although that looks like an early stop for Writer Engineering, 12, 7, and 11 on the last couple of stints. Have they been hit by a couple of penalties?
I believe that GT has got some penalties fairly recently. I don't know if it's been in this last stint. But maybe.
Certainly looks like it. The way I interpret those stint lengths, it's been in the penalty wars a little bit.
Yeah. And I think I did mention that the GT3 team is one of those cars that you don't like to be on the sort of regulars list in the racing tour decisions, but I guess given what's happened on the GTP side of things, that holds extra true right now.
Indeed, it is. Let me check the stints. Okay, I'm not going to hype this fight up. I'm just looking at it now. There's a 1.6 second gap between Danny Fugi and Nuno Barbosa, but Nuno Barbosa is only a few laps away from pitting. So he's perhaps trying to hunt down the 315. It is a position in class, but the 315 has just stopped. But I'm going to just make your mark and get past another driver, mainly for the fun of it, because it is a race at the end of the day and everyone needs something to chase.
I mean, more than that, if it just helps you run clean laps, then we have 1-3 hours left to do. You never know what battle you could end up in at that phase of the race. These sort of 5 seconds you gain by getting yourself in clean air could always make the world of difference.
There's still plenty of time left in this one for things to be shaken up a little bit. Still questions at the front of the GTP field, as we wonder if the 55 Magic Arrow car's pace is enough to outrun the fuel saving strat that Old Firm Racing have come up with in that Acura, running 27 lap stints earlier in the race under the rear wing of the Magic Arrow Porsche and giving themselves a 10 lap advantage over the rest of the field. So an impressive bit of driving and a good bit of fuel saving from that team to not only maintain pace, but maintain that fuel advantage they've got. But we don't know how much time that's going to be worth at the end of the race. Have they cut out an extra stop? Have they only managed to shorten a stop, as we see a little bit of a wiggle from one of the 963s on track there, getting up behind the 346 GT3 as the Shadow passes the Shadow on the road through the final corner. But yeah, there's always something going on in this race, always questions to be answered. Such is the nature of endurance racing, but one team that's been absolutely dominant in their class so far is that number 206 XPD Racing GT3. Been completely anonymous at the front of the GT3 field with a 54-second gap to the SimRace Sweden Esports Pro car that's been a little bit in the wars and led the earlier part of the race, but picked up damage really early and after the red flag restart, and just hasn't really been able to recover up to now. But as I say, there's still those 3.5 hours left to go, so well, 3 hours and 20 minutes to go, so plenty can still happen, and XPD Racing still have to survive the next 3.5 hours. We've seen cars races ended by mistakes from those around them, through issues they've had on their own, through their own errors, so that could still happen, and you need to keep your head on your shoulders and keep it on a swivel, keep your eyes peeled, keep your eyes on stalks even, for anything that could happen for the remainder of this race, because there's a long list of things
I mean, hardware failure. You never know if that could play a factor. Whether it's the internet dropout or, you know, the racing equipment gets more and more complex, and if there's a little bit of power interruption, just something not quite right, then the wheel might just lock hard left and put you into a wall, and that's not exactly easy to fix for the mechanics. So you've always got to keep your head down and keep pushing away at what you're doing, because something could very easily happen to either get a penalty for an incident with someone through traffic, or you just never know. Speaking of incident traffic, that was a little bit sketchy. From the was that our leader?
That's Project Valorous 51, I think.
51, right? Yeah.
Certainly looks like it, at least. No holds barred. He's gone straight into another wild around the outside overtake on the carousel. But it has just ticked past 10 p.m. here in the UK. 7 hours and 19 minutes have gone through this particular session. There are 3 hours and 20 minutes left on the clock. Olivia and I need to get some food. It has been, so far, Taylor Mills and Olivia Hayward here in the ABN Studios broadcast booth. So we're going to take a short break and be back with you in just a little bit with some food in our system and maybe even a little bit of caffeine. We will see you shortly. Welcome back to the Platinum Endurance Championship 12 Hours of Road America. There have been some developments whilst we have been away on our comfort break. As a reminder, it is Taylor Mills and Olivia Hayward in the commentary booth. But yeah, whilst we've been away, there's been a little bit of a development at the front of the GTP field. It appears that the 96 Old Firm Racing Acura pulled over to the side of the track at some point in the race to fix a potential hardware issue, putting them now about 47 seconds after pit stops behind Magic Arrow 55 Porsche. Now, it was Olivia who spotted that one whilst we were away, so I think she may have a few more details for us in that one.
Yeah, it was one of those that looked very much like maybe either a throttle that stops responding or maybe a motor that goes dark and you've got to sort of feel around and get out of the way. It was on the exit of Canada Corner. They were on the inside trying to move inside a pack of GT3s and the car just sort of stopped going forward, really. They had to pull it off to the outside at Bill Mitchell Bend, and there's that signature blink of the car when there's some sort of hardware configuration change, and the sim sort of lags for it and it catches up. So that's how I know that it's most likely some sort of hardware issue they had to fix. Maybe it was actually a gear shifter not going into gear, maybe. But whatever it was, it's really tough the 96 crew, who were a few seconds behind Magic Arrow, but still had a chance on strategy. But now with that 40-second time loss, basically equivalent to a stop plus 10 in terms of if it was for an infringement, that takes them right out of the fight and actually puts them under a bit of pressure from maybe the number 7, although again the pit cycle should let them hold on to P2 at least without any repeat issues.
So then the fastest car in qualifying that had to start in the pit lane due to a late car change that then started PA after the red flag restart that fought its way all the way up through the GTP field to take the lead of the race well, less than an hour ago, after the number 1 racer engineering car got disqualified, finds itself handed another bone with less than 3 hours to go, as Magic Arrow are now leading the field with a 47-second margin after a late race hardware failure for Old Firm Racing. It's one of those things that can happen in sim racing. It's the equivalent of a mechanical failure in real life, and it can very much have the same sort of morale impact as it would in real life. Olivia, I'm sure you've dealt with some sort of hardware or software issue during one of these endurance races. What does it take to recover from these sorts of things and be able to crack on and do what you can?
You're asking me, but it happened to you on our team in a Sebring 12 last year.
Did
I
it?
believe. Didn't you have like a wheel? It might have been the third driver on our team who had the wheel just turn hard left on the start-finish straight and barrel it into the wall.
We're trying to think now. Was that me? Was that my Fanatec gear? Because I know that I've had some issues with it every now and again, you know. I think my shifter stopped working once, which was a fun one, but I don't know.
It's definitely, it feels like a chance has been taken away from you.
Yeah.
But ultimately, it could have been a lot worse. Again, that situation where it puts the car severely in harm's way. This was more of a situation where you lose a bit of time. It's almost like in a real life race where the ECU has some sort of blip or malfunction, and they've got to stop and go through the whole restart procedure. They control alt delete it, as the commentators usually say, and then they get back going again, and they might have lost half a lap, but they're still very much in this race. And again, there's 3 hours. It's not impossible to make that gap, and there's definitely still a lot to fight for to try and hold on to the position they are currently in P2 on the podium, and try and carry that as a motivator into the next round at Portimao, knowing that you had for sure the pace to contend and just try and bring that same energy into the rest of the season.
More passion, more energy, got it. Fortunate enough of them, though, that they have been one of the cars that's been a class of the field in this event so far. So they had that huge gap to the rest of, well, to everyone that was 4th and below. Focus Racing GTP, of course, only 5 seconds behind them, thanks to that, what we assume was a hardware issue. So I think Old Firm can take some solace in that they've had the pace to be up at the front and to fight really well in this race and could carry that forward into the other 5 rounds of the season. And they've done well enough to build themselves that margin that they can have these issues and still be in a good recoverable spot to try and make something out of the rest of the race. But the thing is, if they have cut out an entire stop at the end of the race, 48 seconds could be enough to keep them within contention for that race win. And of course, it won't be enough if they only have a shorter stop during that last stint. Of course, that's still the big question mark over the GTP field at the moment. But it could, as I say, if they cut that stint off, be enough to leapfrog Magic Arrow in the final round of stops and leave them pretty safe and dry until the end of the race. It's something we need to keep an eye on. And if these folks stop at any point after, I think, what'll be 9 hours and 55 minutes, so in about 2 hours' time, which isn't far away at all, that should be them safe until the end of the race with a little bit of margin. You'd want to go probably to the top of that hour and go with only 40 minutes to go, in the hopes that Magic Arrow squad have to take a stop with more like 15 minutes to go.
And I think the other thing is, we look at this in perspective of Bartrossi and the Magic Arrow team. I think if you take any note from this, it's to be very careful around track from this point. And one of the biggest ways you can lose that time back and give the 96 a lifeline to let them back into this race is to have some sort of incident passing a GT3, and whether it's damage to your car or whether it's a penalty from up above the stewards, that would bring them right back into this fight. And at that point, the momentum swing would be very much in favour of the 96.
And that's it. That's one of the keys to the race we were talking about earlier, is keep your name out of the steward's mouth and keep your car out of pit lane. Magic Arrow have done most of that so far. Of course, they did have that pit lane start that they had to deal with, but they seem to have recovered from that really, really well and are 7 hours and 52 minutes into the second phase of this race. Fortunately, I can't really, it'd be 8 hours and 52 minutes into the actual race, right? Doing rough maths.
It'd be 9 hours 12. We're in the final 3 hours at this point.
Oh goodness, that's kind of scary, isn't it?
Also, there was an incident directly behind the 55 with a GT3. The 241 car spinning it down the corner. Luckily, it was behind and not ahead, because that would have been just that little bit of a panic for the overall leader, having the car facing the one direction, and especially at night time, having those headlights facing each other, it's never a fun feeling.
No, it's even more unfun when you've got headlights from behind illuminating the track in front of you, and all of a sudden they disappear. It's like, oh goodness gracious me, what's happened there? But if it's just a car behind you spinning, you can. It's a feeling of almost relief and gratefulness that it didn't happen in front of you, especially when you are in the lead of an endurance race, because I think that's one of the most pressurized positions to be in, really, because of how long you can be up there for and how much can go wrong in the amount of time that's left. Because go on. And
not just that, but the fact that it's not just your race on your shoulders, but the race of the entire rest of the team. That's a huge burden to carry, and you've got to be really mentally strong to push past that and just keep running what you know you're capable of.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing that I say to you, I say to the Champ Car team, I say to all the other prototype drivers in the squad. It's always do what you can do and keep doing what you're doing. It is good enough. Don't try and push for anything more than you know you're capable of, because that's when the mistake starts creeping. Because I feel like we can all, like everyone in sim racing, can drive pretty comfortably at that 90%. And I think for the most part, your job as a driver is to make that 90% as fast as someone else's 100% with as little effort as possible. Really try and, it's just about trying to build the muscle memory of the racing line, braking points, throttle points, steering angles, and all that sort of thing into your head and into your muscles, to make sure that it's not something you really have to think about. It's something that you just do. And when you want to go that extra 5-10%, you know exactly what you need to do it. I know that Neil DeBacker, one of the drivers of the 41 crew, and in fact Alex Gerber, have a very different driving style to me. since the switch to the GTPs, I'm a very aggressive braker. It is 100% brake pressure, all the way in, all the way to the apex, blah, 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 whatever, big trail braking. But these two will lift off just a little bit early, brake about 10-15% lighter than me, and then just carry a little bit more speed through the corner. They're actually faster than me on a much more relaxed and gentle driving style. I can sometimes get some more pace over Alex, but I'll never touch Neil. And the amount of times that I've tried to emulate that driving style, I've just found it nigh on impossible.
And that's why you can never be too certain in these endurance races, because ultimately it's a team of multiple drivers, and each driver is going to treat the race slightly differently. And it can even be as simple as having another car that sees your car number, expects one thing from one of your drivers, and they do something else, but they're not the same person, and that can throw you off. And that miscommunication, that almost like when you are walking down a narrow corridor and you keep trying to go the same direction to let the other person past. If that happens on a racetrack, you're moving a lot faster, and things can go a lot worse.
You're not facing each other, you're coming from behind, which makes it even more difficult to deal with, because you've not got clear vision of what's coming up behind you.
But that's what the fitter has to endure for the next 2 hours and 45 minutes. They've got to keep their head, not let the moment get to them, and just keep driving their race as they have been for the first 10 hours, essentially.
Yeah, it's just insane to think about. But it's one of those factors that's really important in an endurance race. You have to make sure that every driver on the team is on the same page. If it's just two of you and you're doing these shorter 2 hour, 40-minute races, 6 hour races, I know calling a 6 hour race short, wild. It's a lot easier to be on the same page, especially if you two have been driving together for a very long time. You don't have to think about what you want from the race. You don't have to think about the goals and objectives, because you both already know what they are, because you've been doing it for so long. It's going to be the case for a lot of these drivers out there on track. I don't think there are many new names out there in the grid who haven't been doing this for a very, very long time. I doubt this is a lot of the field's first ever sort of endurance series, like whether it's officials or leagues. You get the impression that this is a very experienced bunch of drivers, whether or not they're pros or AMs, they've done it before, is what I like to well, I say what I like to think is the vibe that I get from the entire field, because we haven't really seen many. We've seen them because they happen, but we haven't seen many silly, stupid decisions and moves being made. We've seen some very sensible and grown-up driving, as I just watched my teammate go 3 wide with 2 GTs in the skinniest part of the track. Thank you, Alex, for constantly proving me wrong. But yeah,
Alex has done that enough times to know that it's possible to do without wrecking anyone. Yeah, but
he's 15th in class. He's 4 laps behind the next car. He didn't really need to do that. But no, it's one of those things. As I say, the most difficult thing for a new team is making sure everyone's on the same page and has the same goals and objectives. In fact, we sent out a team objectives goal for PEC just before we all went to bed last night. It had two instructions on it. It was be safe and have fun. That's it, because that's what it's all about. Drive safely and just enjoy it. Because go on.
Do you think those points have been followed so far this one by the GMR crew?
For the most part, yes.
I think to the best of their abilities, maybe, yes. Or whatever was in their control, I should say.
Exactly.
It's been one of those where, and this is how it is in racing sometimes. Like, you should always analyze any instant you're in to see if there's something you should have done, because that's how you learn, that's how you improve, and that's how you make sure that next time those odds just that little bit better. But ultimately, it is just odds, and sometimes you're gonna look at something and go, wow, yeah, there were cars in front of my view that entire time, and then suddenly there's a GT3 spot sideways.
What incident you're talking about there? I have no idea. Wow, you must be alluded to something completely not known.
But you look back at that and you watch it a couple times from animals and go, yeah, there's very little that I could have done to predict that would happen, and so you just have to take it on the chin and try and get into some. I think that's what Alex is doing here. Try to get into a rhythm and feel that vibe as if this race is for
100%.
a podium.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, in I think 3 weeks' time, we're going to be back across the Atlantic, and there's going to be a 10-hour race where everyone's reset to 0. And if you can at least take momentum out of this race and feel confident that the things you could control, you handled well, I think that's the best way to move forward. And I think for all of these teams that are running down the order, because after 9 hours of racing that is going to happen, we've got GT cars that are still running that are about 20 laps off their leader. We've got GTPs that are more than 10 laps off.
Yeah.
But you keep running because having that seat time to learn how the car feels, to learn the drivers around you. Ultimately, you're going to be racing these people for the next few months. If you can get a feel for which drivers in your class you feel comfortable sitting behind, fuel saving off, trailing really tight into braking zones, and which GT cars tend to battle aggressively, which ones tend to maybe move out of the way more willingly, because again, if they move out of the way, sometimes you need to have that in mind so you don't try and take that line that they're opening up for you. Some drivers just drive differently, and that is something you want to account for. And if you can spend these few hours here getting a feel for that, it'll help you out in the next race.
Well, yeah, that's it, isn't it? It's, of course, Alex and Neil have plenty of experience racing against randoms in iRacing officials, but at the end of the day, that's still random. So you don't. I mean, if you have an incident in one of those races that you can't really recover from, it's like, oh, okay, oh well, try again next week, disconnect. Because you're not really likely to come up against the same people as you did the week prior. I mean, with IMSA Endurance and GET, you probably are going to come up against those people again, but it's not always the same field of cars. So there's not really an advantage to quote unquote getting a feel for the field. Whereas that is completely different here. This is the same cars, the same drivers on different tracks every single time we race. So it is so important for a new team to the championship. This isn't just talking about TMR, this is talking about any new team for the championship, to really get used to everyone on track, get used to how all the drivers drive the cars, how all the cars sort of navigate around a racetrack. And again, as you say, Liv, really figure everybody else out so you know where you can take advantage of other people's pros and cons and strengths and weaknesses and all that sort of thing. That's one of the lesser talked about factors of endurance racing, I think, but it's definitely one of the most important.
We were following just there as we were talking with that battle. The number 7 car caught up to the back of the 96, but was about half a stint off cycle from it, and now pulled into the pit lane to take service with 2 hours and 40 minutes left, almost 2:35, and that's a car off that the 96 has to avoid. Who was that on the entrance to the cars? I think it was the 399 who had a very strong start to this race, but I think, again, I think a newer team and the inexperience started to show there's been a few mistakes and a few moments for that crew. But again, keeping their head in it, trying to click off the laps and learn from it, because you're still 5 points, especially in the AM class as well. They're P6, they're still earning a fair chunk of points, and they're hoping to maybe claw some back from the 341, for example. But even if they can't do that, they're still getting that experience, they're still learning. And you would hope one of the goals in the opening round of the season is to try and not make any enemies.
Yeah, that's
because
the part.
Sim racers, we can be a fickle bunch. There's still a few names in my head where if I see them in a session that I loaned into, I immediately am trying to work out how do I get myself away from this person, or if I'm around them, how do I make sure that they cannot take an opportunity against me.
We forgive,
And
we
that's
forget,
not-
but we never let it go.
We forgive what we don't forget, I think is the main thing. And I think for any team who's managed to get through this race without again, it's something where if something happens and it's one of those sort of marginal things, it never hurts to apologize and to say, hey, maybe I shouldn't have done that, maybe I should have been a bit more patient.
Yeah.
And ultimately that is how you're going to be raced a lot with a little bit more room for the next 4 months or so.
Well, it's also like you even do it if you don't think it was your fault, just
no,
to
totally.
get that other team off your back. And that's something I've certainly learned in the last few months or so. I should be making an assault back on some of the endurance series in the next few months. And even if I feel hard done by, I'm probably going to make sure that an apology is sent over to any team I'm involved in an incident with. The idea is to not get involved in incidents, but I'm Taylor Mills. We all know who I am and what I'm like. These things happen because I'm a very aggressive driver. The silence speaks volumes, Olivia.
I mean, I don't know what I meant to I meant to say, yes, I agree, because that feels mean. I meant to get into an argument and say, no, you're better than that, because
Oh, thanks.
I don't think
Olivia.
anyone
I thought so
wants,
too.
I don't think anyone wants to hear that back and forth. Except for maybe you.
I don't need glazing, it's fine. I know how good I am.
Well,
I did the finger click as well. Now we know I'm taking the mic. Julian Joy then 5th place in GTP, just cutting his way through some GTP and GT3 traffic. We have actually cut away from him now. And back to your race leader, Balaz Tirosi, still on board that Magic Arrow 55 car. This should be the end of his second stint in the car. We're expecting him in about 3 or 4 laps or so. But a little bit of close racing on track. What I can see, we've got the Smurf Racing Team 391, 7th in GT3. I'm just dealing with some other traffic coming through on him. There we go. I found him on track. It's going laps down to the rest of the field. Getting sniffed up the back end by Isaac Barkley in that in that number 24 Porsche. A very good looking livery on that car as well. That pink purples, it really, really stands out. More race cars need to be bright colors. I am actually, do you know what's really weird? The fact that as Julian Joy goes 3 wide with traffic and Alex Gerber very swiftly follows, doing that one again. But there's the one thing that I found mildly entertaining from the start of this year was the fact that Toyota Gazoo Racing in, I almost said LMP1, in Hypercar switched from a very bright white, red and black livery to an all black livery to stand out. They literally said the reason they were doing it was to stand out. How weird is that? And the fact that it actually worked. Like, the WEC grid is so colourful now that a team needed to switch to basically an all-black livery so that they looked unique compared to the rest of the field. I think
it's not the days of late 2010 Formula E, is it? Did we go red, white, and black, or did we go red, black, and white?
The joke that there was a point in LMP1 where every single car in that class was some variation of red, black, and white. I think it was 2016 where the Audi was grey, black, and white. The Porsche was 2016 Porsche. I'm trying to remember what that looked like in my head. I think that one was red. No, it was the year before it switched to red, black, and white. It was still that Porsche Intelligent Design thing. And the Toyota was red, black, and white. And then Audi canned it. And then the next year, 2017, Porsche changed their livery to red, black, and white to match the Toyota's red, black, and white and the Rebellion's red, black, and grey. And it was just absolutely insane. Like, why? How did they all settle on the same colour? What ever happened to Toyota's blue and white? Well, I'll tell you what happened. It was Denso with wanting the red, but how wild is that?
And while we're talking about this livery, I do want to focus. I saw this livery earlier on in the race, and I do think it's one of the strongest on the grid. If we did hop on an external camera with the 224 the Octopus Racing Team car. It's not just the sort of neon pink and blue accent on the car, but also the way that they've used the endurance light strips to match on board with that. They've got that blue accent both on the front and the rear window. And you can see it a little bit better in the preview. So it's so dark right now. But I think there's a little bit of light over the hill from interval to start finish. I just think this is a really well done livery, and I want to tip my hat because I know every team is going to be very passionate about the car that they bring to an event. I think every team has put work in it to make a very beautiful field. I think that's very much appreciated. But sometimes you get one that just catches your eye and you go, I am a massive fan of how that looks.
Yeah,
and that's my pick for this race.
I get that, and I completely agree. There's always one car. Yeah. I won't tell you what my favorite is because you already know.
Okay, what's your favorite that's not that, though? Because that is a little bit of cheating to pick.
I really like the Project Valorous cars, to be fair. The bright pink, purple, and white just really stands out on the grid, and
I think that's also a very fair call.
Yeah, it's one of the cars that I was very quickly able to recognize when it kept cropping up, and it's one of those ones that every time that it appears on screen, straight away I know what car it is. Straight away. The only thing that I wish they'd have done was maybe changed one element of each car to just make them visually distinct. It's something that we talked about earlier. I don't know if it was in the pre-stream or what, about how both of my cars on track are both blue. It is part of the TMR brand guidelines that if it's a big event like this, if there's two cars in the same class, different colors, especially if they're the same car, so that they stand out, and you know straight away that if you see the blue car, it's the 41. If you see the red car, it's the 43. If you see the pink car, it's the 44. But again, if they're in different classes, you'll find that they'll both be blue, or all three of them will be blue if all three of them are in different classes, so that the main team brand is represented in every single class, if that makes sense. But especially if it's cars in the same class, just do something a little bit different to differentiate them. Like the Porsche Penske have the black and the white striped car. Toyota back in 2022, and they have that abstract GR on top of their that had the abstract GR on top of their hypercars, but they flipped which way it was on each car. That's what the design on the previous generation livery is, by the way. It is the G and the R from Gazoo Racing offset and sort of drawn on top of the car. So if you didn't know that, you learned something new. And also the two Ferrari 499Ps have one has a black and one has a yellow sun strip, and there's the two Hertz Team Jota cars. I forgot what they do though. I remember it used to be simpler, and they had an LMP2 and a 963, and that was like their guide for what the two cars look like. Because they actually did a PowerPoint presentation or a book or something that they gave to the wet commentators, and said, "This is how you tell our two LMP2s apart." And it literally had a list of differences between each car, so you could tell them apart. Because I remember Anthony Davidson always used to complain about not being able to tell the two green Jotas apart, and I always found that very entertaining.
That's very smart from them to make it very easy on them. And
yeah,
I do appreciate when that's done just very clearly in the...
Hello, a little bit of content down there at turn 5 between the... I think that's one of the Sim Race Sweden esports cars. Yeah, I need to go for a bit of spin.
I think they've made their opinions clear with that one.
Yeah, the headlight flash is all we needed to hear from that, but goodness gracious me, just having to check up on exit a little bit to avoid going wide. Car behind wasn't really expecting that, and just a little bit of front to rear contact, which shouldn't do too much damage in these cars. The GT3s can take quite a hefty hit. These cars weigh something like 1,500 kilograms or something, so they don't have to be super duper light. Of course they are where they can be, and it's why we see the likes of the Ford Mustang that fall apart so often. But obviously the prototypes are much more geared towards being lightweight, so you find they fall apart a little bit easier. But these things are usually built a little bit like tanks, so they don't tend to fall apart as quickly as a purpose-built prototype.
I mentioned that the Match Rapid 5 made a pit stop. There 2 hours and 25 minutes left in this race. I am a little bit maybe concerned if I'm them. I'm trying to work out if
45, 130, 215. They're 15 minutes short. They're 5 minutes short even.
it's definitely one we're gonna have to put a pin in. Remember, they are only 27 seconds behind even with that. And
I think they should fuel save from now. They need to fuel save now and do some more 26 lap stints, because it is very, very, very easy to save 5 minutes of fuel. You said 2 hours and 24 minutes, right?
I mean, that's 225 from 8:15 to 10:40, I'm pretty sure.
So 10 minutes of fuel and 45, 130, 250. Ooh, that's only 3 stints. I think they need a couple of 27 lap stints to actually make that.
So I think they've got a decision here, which is they can either, and they've got to make that call now, ultimately, I think.
Yeah.
Or maybe they had to make it a stint ago, who knows. But they're now in a situation where they either need to commit to that fuel save now and give up that sort of 45, 50 second gap that they've been given to the 96 and go and fall onto their strategy, or they need to push as hard as they can to pull a gap so that when they're that 50 seconds ahead, that splash and dash will keep them ahead coming through that final stop. As for your question, I have no idea.
No, it's hard to tell.
It's sometimes teams come in with a massive spreadsheet and they have everything planned out to the minute almost. Sometimes you have people come in and they'll have their fuel calculator that says you need to refill 275 litres, and well, it's an 89 litre tank, so maybe I need to save like about 8 litres to get that into a window. But the problem you have with that calculation is it doesn't take that. You can't always put a full 89 litres into the tank if that's the tank size. Because if you roll in with half lap fuel still left, it's not like you can burn that extra half lap off and then go into the pit. You're on the wrong side of the track at that point.
Yeah, but that's not what matters. You just need to be 89 litres when you roll out of pit lane, because that's what.
Right, but if you're multiple stops from the end, and it's telling you need an extra 280 to make it to the end, then that's what I'm going to. Actually, some people who maybe don't use overlays. I do know some people who either it's for hardware reasons or because they're very old school, and just trust in their hands to do the work. But this is the sort of situation where if that's the way that these Magic Arrow drivers roll, it puts them under that little bit of pressure, because there is a question mark up in the air of the strategy and whether the fuel save that the 96 has done is going to bring them out ahead. And if you aren't aware of that danger, you can't respond to it. And if you can't respond to it, then if it is as severe as we think it could be, that could let them back into this race quite easily.
But it's like it's not difficult to do that maths. It could be done with a pen and paper. At the end of the day, you just need to get your average pace over like the course of a stint. Add a couple of seconds to account for pit stops. Then take the race distance in minutes. Do a little bit of division, and then that will give you a lap number. Then you know how much fuel you burn per lap, and you can just multiply that fuel burn per that lap count, and then divide that by 89 minus 0.2 because of chugging, and then you see how close that is to like another full tank of fuel, and then that's how you decide whether or not you fuel save. Obviously, you got to factor in the pit lane as well, but it's not a difficult thing to do. You could do it. You could do it with. You can count it on your fingers.
You can, but when you're 10 hours into an endurance race, it's easy to miscalculate that sort of thing, just to think that you've got it right in your head and not double check it, because maybe you're busy driving the car for one thing. Maybe you're set to go to the end and the co-driver has headed off to bed, because let's not forget a lot of these drivers are European. We're past midnight on the continent now. It's my thing where that's the sort of stage you have. Maybe you have one person that normally handles your strategy, but they're no longer at the computer. That
couldn't be us. Couldn't be us.
Exactly. I do want to mention we had an incident for the Project Valorous number 50 that's got them down on pit lane for 4 minutes and counting. A rough spin on the curb coming through Bill Mitchell Bend, and unfortunately finding the concrete wall on the right hand side. They were running, I believe, P8 in class, but they're going to fall down quite a lot of positions. There's actually a lot of GTPs that have had sort of one big incident. They're all 5 laps down.
Yeah.
And it looks like this is severe enough that it's going to put them behind all of those, so it's going to drop them potentially down to sort of 14th in class, which is a huge drop in points. The 51 is there to pick up some of the pieces. They've moved up into P9 now in the GTP class, but you assume that the 50 is the primary car, so the number's lower than the 51, and that puts them in a little bit of a tricky spot heading into the rest of the season.
I mean, not necessarily. Sometimes car numbers are anything more than car numbers, and things are just numbered in order. It's nice to see a team order their cars in order rather than doing the oh, so here's a controversial Taylor opinion that everyone loves to hear.
Weirdos.
Why don't American teams just do numbers consecutively? It's so much easier. Like, okay, I'll specify.
Do you mean like sports cars, or do you mean like NASCAR?
Sports cars, like
right.
Multiple car teams. Just do it consecutively. It's much nicer. And if everyone would have done that from the start, everything would have been fine. Like they did it in WEC for a while. You had the 1 and the 2 always rolling around, the 7, 8, 9 always rolling around, the 5 and the 6, all that sort of thing. For some reason, there was a point where Audi, Toyota, and Porsche all wanted the 7, 8, and 9. 50 and 51, exactly. That's
what Ferrari runs here. Maybe Valor's doing that as a bit of an homage to that, potentially.
Well, they've been doing it since before that, I think.
Maybe Ferrari is an homage to Project Valorous.
Oh, actually, no. You know what? No, because Ferrari have been doing it since they were running GTEs. Never mind. They're AF Corsa numbers, aren't they? I think they're a reference to. I want to say it's when Ferrari won their first 24 hours of Le Mans. The 50, okay. It's either the 50 or the 51, and then they went backwards or forwards from there. I'm not sure off the top of my head. Either way, it's cool. I like it when numbers are an homage to something because they actually mean something.
I do quite like to go into the NASCAR side, which is a bit of a mess because their numbers are sort of trademarks that are sort of swapped between teams every now and then. But I do quite like what 2011 has going, where they have the 23 and they have the 45, and then when they have some sort of one-off entries, like they had, I believe, for Kamui Kobayashi at Kota, it's 67. You know, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
You gotta. I think they don't kind of work between all the other numbers that random teams have sort of selected over the years. Yeah, for the most part, it's definitely nice when they line up, and of course, I know you say this is a team that has 41, 42, 43, 44 as your numbers.
And 45. 45. It's and then but there's a 45.
If you need a 5th car, then yeah. And obviously we run 242 for the GT3 Pro in this series because you've got to have that leading too. Yeah. If you're in the GT3 class or GT Pro class.
The 42 is actually cursed, so we don't typically see the 42 actually out there on track. It used to be Neil's number for a long time, but we always used to have this case where the 41 would have a really good race and the 42 would have a completely naff race, like getting taken out left, right, and center, getting into incidents, blah, blah, blah. all that sort of thing. Genuinely, legitimately cursed number. So we stopped running the 42, and now it's the two primary cars, so the 41 and the 43.
And you thought you tried the 242 to see if that was any.
It doesn't
had any more luck.
Worked out so far.
It really doesn't. I didn't want to be the first to say that, but it really hasn't seemed to.
One power cut,
to benefit anything.
an unavoidable wreck, and an incident with the sister car. So yeah, I still think it's cursed. We may have to switch that to the 243. I am joking.
I don't know if they'll let you at this point. Maybe for next season if we're already looking that far in advance.
I might take the penalty for that. But no, yeah, just car numbers. Keep them sensible. But I don't enjoy NASCAR car numbering either because it's just confusing to me.
I mean, yeah.
I don't get it. Like why? Oh no, because this is something that the guy at my old team used to do. So the primary car was the 74. Fine, cool, like that. Second car was the 47.
Yeah, like I can see the
I
logic.
see it. Don't like it. That was my car.
96 is nine for Old Firm Racing.
Yeah,
in that sort of combo.
Yeah. But then car 3 was the 27. Car 4 was the 72 because there was four endurance cars at one point. And I was just like, why can't I just run my number? If car 3 can run their number, like, why does it?
Oh, right, because the 27 was picked because it was the number of that person.
Yeah, and then
that does seem unfortunate. Yeah.
And then the 72 was flipped. So like, if I
was on that team, I wouldn't have a problem with it.
But I don't know. I might have wanted my number.
That's because the 72 is my number.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. But maybe I just wanted my own number. I mean, it doesn't really matter now. I get to pick whatever number I want since I've run.
You had to pick the name, you had to pick the team name, you had to pick the colour.
Yeah.
You had to pick the badge that goes on the front.
No.
I mean, I did not in this case actually know that they've done most of that work. But when you're driving the car, you do.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting conversation to have with Alex. I haven't broken it to him yet that I want to run the Acura all season. Yes,
I think for most people that would be a very positive thing to hear. They'd be like, "Yay!" That's normally a Porsche enjoyer.
Oh no, he hates the Porsche a lot.
Oh, okay.
It's like you in that respect. No, he's going to have to run the BMW in this, and then run.
Oh, I see.
So it's a bit inconvenient, whereas Neil's going to be running the BMW the entire time. But it's the talented drivers that can switch between cars and be as successful in anything. That is not me. I'm back in one car.
I was going to say, which is why you're demanding one specific car and making the team go around.
All I'll say is this. I did 5 races at Virginia last week. Race 1 was NAF in a Cadillac. Race 2 was NAF in a Cadillac. Race 3 was NAF in a Cadillac. Race 4 was NAF in a Porsche. Race 5 was the first TMR 1-2 in officials since we won the Mugello IMSA endurance race. In an Acura. So all I'm saying is I'm really good in the Acura, and that's it.
Or you're really bad at VIR.
No, because I was really good in the Acura and finished second and overtook people and did a neat fuel strategy. It's the same one I was talking about earlier where I only refueled 23 litres at the stop.
Beating the pit stops. We're not talking much about the battle of the pit because it is just that back and forth, but the 96 in the pit lane. And this is the thing. About 2 hours and 10 minutes. They should pretty easily be able to make it on 2 more stops.
Oh yeah, they're 5 minutes safe.
Yeah.
5 minutes to the good. So there you go. There's that quick maths.
So the question is the 55 starting to save, or are they gonna go for that splash and dash and sort of rely on the natural pace of the drivers in that car to try and pull that gap and get the thing done?
Let's have a quick look at what their lap times have been over the last stint or so, if I can actually get them up and see them behind some of the overlays I've got open. I'm noticing not much at the moment because my relative is blocking it. There we go. A 50, a 49, a 49, a 48, 50, 51, 49. So I think that pace to me suggested a little bit of fuel save, or it could just be because Dominic Fichetta is back in the car. Of course, I'm not saying any of the drivers in that car are weak. They are three very talented drivers in that Magic Arrow Porsche, but you can't have three people on exactly the same pace in one car. There's always going to be one person that isn't as fast as the other two, and that's just a fact of life. And
even if it's just a particular track, maybe this is sort of situation where this is a track that Bartrusty, for example, really gets along with. I mean, if it was me in one of these cars, that'd be the case for me, and then we'd go to a place like Portimao and I'd be dragging the team down.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not like anything personal. It's literally just one of those things. It's racing at the end of the day. We can't all be perfect and excellent at everything. That's just not how it works. So yeah, it's a question of whether or not that is fuel saving or that is just the pace of the driver. We'll find out in 20 laps or so when this car does come down pit lane. If it sets a 25 lap stint, then we know they're not fuel saving. But if they do 26 laps, then we know they're thinking about the end of that race and how tight it's going to be. And it is going to be tight if it keeps like this. And that's my concern for that team at the moment.
And not just that, but it seems that the 96 has pulled in a bit. It's now down for 43 seconds. So trying to make that recovery drive from those hardware issues. Here, the number 5 was trailing that car, but has to pull into the pit. We're expecting number 7 into the pit in about 10 laps time. So they'll definitely need another 3 stops from here. They'll be fairly short stops, but there will be 3 of them. The 96 we know to make it on 2 more stops. It's that 55 where we're not quite sure.
It's close, and they can make it if they start thinking about it now. That's the thing. But the decision has to be made about 9 laps ago for them to actually be able to do something about it.
And you know what? I kind of like that we don't really know, because it means that we'll find out in 2 hours' time. There's something to look forward to. An instant though for the number 74, your comments were a little bit cursed, it seems like, and actually
oh my god, the Magic Arrow 55 car's off,
and that was an aftermath of that car that had an incident in the carousel. They were limping it back with no rear wing, and the 55, well, never mind that entire collision, the 55 had a meatball. That's going to be them taking extensive front-end repair, and that'll put the 96. They'll inherit the lead of the race once 7 comes in.
The 96 were in a really good spot anyway with their fuel save. They were making it to the end on 2 more stops, but they have been handed one heck of a lifeline late in the day. We are going to have a replay of that. Liv, you were talking about how there was a car with no rear wing riding around, right?
Yeah, so they went wide in the carousel, hit the barrier they rear, got a meatball and got a rear wing. This was them limping it back around, but coming through Bill Mitchell Bend, got loose as the car just unloads. They are just parked.
Oh, why?
And rolling to the left. I imagine that's gonna be a penalty for the 74, but I don't think that's gonna be much solace for the 55, who was going to that left-hand side, had to move onto the grass to avoid making contact, and then couldn't get the car slowed down in time before finding the tyre barrier.
The tyre barrier is usually a softer thing to hit. Don't cause so much damage when you door them, but when you hit it at that awkward 1 or 11 o'clock angle, that's when it's the suspension that takes the biggest hit. And here we go, off board at full speed. Fichetta coming through Bill Mitchell Bend, has barely any time to react and is just forced onto the grass at over 200 kilometers an hour. Has absolutely no opportunity to get it stopped on the brakes, on the grass and the gravel, not offering any retardation either. Just unfortunate for Fichetta to end up in the wall like that.
And I'm just going to quickly get the statistics. That was a hit at about 80 kilometers an hour, 50 mile an hour. This was the instant that shed that rear bodywork panel off the number 74 car for Roots Paz. They are also in pit lane taking repairs to that end of their car. They fall from 6th in class further down the order, and this will shuffle cars like SBD Racing up potentially into 6th place after both of these cars fall down the order.
I actually got a little bit of insight into what happened with the 69 car, the 96, sorry, earlier in the race. We came back from our break and they had a little stoppage out on track. Apparently their pedals disconnected. They managed to get them repaired, but lost a lot of time. But again, that hasn't really mattered because they've just been handed this this lifeline by the 55 going off.
And we're expecting them to make a move past. We have a replay of the 66 who has a moment in turn 3. Careful on the rejoin. Just ahead of a GT3 car who seems to get a little bit checked up and gives them the room to rejoin. Great work from them to avoid any further damage. That car 16th and the lap car currently running in the GTP class, but trying to get that chat time, trying to learn things and maybe trying to pick up that spot from the TMR 41 who's just a lap ahead of them. And potentially any other cars that come under trouble. We had 2 cars pick up meatballs in the last few minutes. Could always happen further down the order as well. But we look at what's happened with the 96 car. They are just 7 seconds back from the number 7 that is on track in the lead here. Again, 14 laps more with the 2/3 of the way through the stint for the number 7.
Race, by the way.
First time leader for number 7. And I'd imagine they'd probably cycle out into second after this pit stop.
100%.
So this gives them a real chance for some strong points going into.
Saying that, it's going to be a little bit tight between them and DLR by SimLab. We know the
It's a chance for second.
The pit stop
We'll-
lost is about 1 minute and 20 seconds, and the gap to DLR by SimLab is 1 minute and 20 seconds. So
I see it from them is 1 minute and 26.
oh, I see
It's
that too,
120. It's 120 from the 96 car back.
Oh, is that? That's
That's an interval timing. Yeah.
What? I should have read the thing.
But crucially, what I want to say is the 96 car only 8 seconds back. It's not impossible that with Julian Harmon on board that machine, they could just catch that car, overpass them on track, and have no questions about whether or not they are going to cycle into the lead, because they'll have the advantage on strategy and the advantage in track position. But of course, it's important that they also don't push too hard. Speaking of which, an instant, let's say for the 264 team race D Black, already about 6-7 laps down from the GT3 lead, and just goes straight out Canada, can't get the braking performance quite there, and hits the barrier about the same speed that we saw from the Magic 55 car. GT3 machine's not that much more durable. They're going to turn that back to pit lane and lose another few laps getting that thing fixed up.
Just as I was talking earlier about these big, heavy GT3 machines being basically built like tanks, when it turns out it's some of the prototypes that are built more like tanks.
I mean, the problem is you've got that initial mass to try and protect, but also that mass is momentum, and so there's more that barrier has to absorb, and that gets absorbed in deformation and crumpling and knocking the wheels in, essentially.
Not too many crumple zones on these big, heavy race cars. Of course, you've got a couple on the side and the front and rear crash structures, but actually they're probably a lot more crumply than your road car, because they've got a lot more energy that they have to absorb on impact, right? Because usually these things are going twice road speeds. That's like the average speed of one of these cars. Obviously, have higher barriers and safer barriers.
I think probably more than twice road speed. I guess if you're on motorway speed.
I'm gonna say fastest road speed is about 130 kilometers an hour. No, that's
okay, Miss. I've been on the autobahn.
I did 218 k's on the autobahn.
Of course you did.
About 135 miles an hour, which is 10 miles an hour under the rated speed of my car. Just to get that out there, you know. But anyway, yeah, average motorway speed in Europe is about, well, if you take the average, it is 70 miles an hour, 120 kilometers an hour. And these, to be fair, these things, I think if you take their average speed, aren't going too much higher than that, maybe 200 on average around here.
Yeah, but it's a lot more stop-start around here. That's the thing. Your top speeds are going to be a lot more extreme, and
And that's where the crashes are happening. They're not happening like in the really slow corners like 5 and 6 and 8. They're happening into Canada, into 14, into 1 and 5. I said not 5, but...
And I think part of that is just that if you miss braking zone by 1/10 of a second, you're missing it by a much larger distance into turn 5 into Canada. That's well, 1/10 of a second would probably be what, about 30-40 meters maybe?
Something like that at these sorts of speeds, yeah. Dominic Paqueta has rejoined the race in P6. Where is that?
I think it'd be
3 laps down? 3 laps down.
I think it'd be about half a second. It'd be like 30-40 meters.
Well, if it's 120, 200 kilometers an hour, then probably yes. It is way too long in the day to even think about doing that sort of maths. Ooh, what was that?
It's Road America. It's okay.
It's fine.
We'll call it maths in Portimao.
So, less than 2 hours to go in the Platinum Endurance Championship. 12 hours of Road America. The number 7 Focus Racing Cadillac currently leads the way after a bit of late race drama for the number 55 Magic Arrow Porsche. Old Firm Racing still in the box seat on their fuel safe strategy. Only 2 stops to go for them before the end of the race. The number 206 XPD Racing GT3 still leads the GTP Pro field and has done pretty much since the SimRace Sweden Esports Pro car got into an incident after the restart. And in GT3 and HWT Motorsport, who have been the fastest car, the fastest car in class all day, are still leading the GT3 Anfield by a whole lap over last season's champions, Lithium Motorsports AM. So what a statement of intent from HWT Motorsport in the first race of the season to be a whole lap against last season's champions.
It's one of these engines you haven't had much chance to look at. Like, they've been poking their head into battles in the in the GT3 Pro field, but it's always been a car we've not paid too much attention to because they're not racing any of those cars for position. They've just been, for the most part, minding their own business and are basically following the cars in a much faster class and just letting them get pulled along with them. It's been a very mature performance from them. I think that's why they're able to put such a gap. There's not been over the course of one stint. It's just been chipping away sort of 10 seconds per stint, and once you get this far in a race, that's how much that gap is going to be almost.
Yeah, just kept it completely clean all day, not having any incidents with the cars they were racing, as they do just drive off the track at turn 8. Commentator's cars well and truly in effect there, managed to rejoin nice and safely with no issues, as Luke Smith does the same down at, ooh, what's that? Is that, that's turn 6. It's getting so hard to see the corners in the dark. But yeah, just as you said, a mature drive, keeping their name out of the steward's mouth, as that was a prototype off in turn 8. Do we know who that was? I'm trying to get a bead on that one. The number 70, by the look of things, that is... Are they up in the top bit? Yeah, there they are. It's the race
10, the race 7 esport car.
It's the race 2 esport car having more issues late on in the race. It's quite impressive that with all the incidents they've had, they're still out there in P10 on track. So give them some credit. They don't give up. Certainly taking the spirit of the race reward so far.
I think they've had a knack for getting into a lot of minor incidents, and a lot of competitors have had pretty serious ones. I mean, at this point, Majara are back out on track, but they're all the way down in P6, and they are 4 laps down. So joining that group of cars that have had that sort of one big shunt that's been a sort of 5, 6, 7 minute repair, and they're still fighting for good points. But it's incredible how there are only 5 cars within 1 lap of the lead at this point. But from P6 down to P13 are all within 2 laps of each other, 4, 5, or 6 laps down.
I think that's actually a pretty good ratio, all things considered.
It is, but it's interesting to see how it shows that basically all of those cars have had one major setback. And the cars that have had multiple are the ones that are a little bit further back than even them.
Don't know what you're talking about. No, that's as we've said so often during this broadcast, that is the nature of endurance racing. It's a very tight, twisty, narrow track, and with 58 cars trying to navigate the 14 asterisk turns here at Road America, it's quite a challenge, especially with cars with a speed differential as great as about 15 seconds per lap between the GTPs and the GTDs. Well, in these particular conditions, we're looking closer to 20 seconds, call it 17 between the fastest GT3 and the fastest GTP, 47.2 to a 2 minute and 4.2. So it is actually almost exactly 17 seconds, which is nice. Some easy maths on that one for us.
Should we kill a few minutes and have a chat about how many turns there really are here? Because we've mostly stayed away from that, but
I think we're gonna have to, aren't we?
I think we turn 1, definitely.
That's fine.
Turn 3, yes.
No. Whoa. Hang on. Hold on. Are you saying turn 2's a corner?
No, that's why I skipped. I'm saying turn 2 is not a corner.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So, okay, hang on. So, my count of corners at this track is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I count 12, to be honest.
I'm gonna say 12, but I'm curious. I think this is define the difference between them. Are you counting the carousel as 1 or 2?
I'm counting it as 1. Are you counting it as...
So I was counting 2. Where is your 12th corner Thunder Valley then?
So, my extra corner is, you know when you're coming through Hurry Downs? Not Hurry Downs, Cattle Bottoms.
Yeah.
I think that turn before the braking zone for Canada is a significant enough change of direction that it is a corner.
Okay.
Because it literally affects the braking zone. Because you have to move over to the right-hand side of the track and then flick it back over to the left because it isn't just a straight-up braking zone. So I think that's significant enough. Are you counting the carousel as 2?
I was counting the carousel as 2.
I don't think it's long enough to be counted as 2.
NASCAR brain.
Yeah, but I don't
it's more than 180 degrees.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying. When it comes to NASCAR corners, it's not that they're 180 degrees. It's that the corners are so long that if you just call them turns 1 and 2, if you say, oh, they're wrecking in turn 1, you've got that massive quarter-mile stretch of track where it's like, okay, where? But if you say they're wrecking in turn 2, as it is actually labeled, you know, oh, it's getting loose. The wreck's happening at the other end of the turn. And then it's easier to describe where the car's being tight and getting loose as well. It's like, oh, it's tight in 1, loose in 2. So you know that you've got some understeer on corner entry and then some oversteer as you're getting on throttle, so you can adjust for that. It's just a quicker way of communicating.
Okay. What I will say, I'm gonna say, but what I will say is, I feel like if you are calling Kettle Bottoms a corner, I think you have to also call Thunder Valley a corner. And so there's 2 corners in between Canada and the final corner.
Yeah, okay, I can get behind that.
But this is what confuses me, because on the official corner numbering that they slide on for Road America, we can argue about turn 2, we can argue about turn 4 being fade, we can argue about 10A and 10B, I think, or 11A and 11B for kink. The one that I really don't understand...
Hang on, is that how they label it?
I can't quite remember, but I know there are letters involved. The one I don't understand is...
You're about to say 3B, aren't you?
No, it's that they count Thunder Valley, the right-hander coming out of Canada, 13, and then they count Bill Mitchell Bend, the left-hander that's a real tricky corner. They count that as 13A.
No. What? Okay.
For some reason,
the
right-hand kink is the primary apex considered by the track map.
Why are we labeling corners as letters as well. Why are we talking 3 and 3A, 3B or whatever on earth it is? Why isn't it just 3 and 4? Like, fine. Call those little turns on the run down to turn 5 corners. That's fine. But what on earth does 3B have to do with turn 3? They are 100 and a bit meters apart. They are not related in any way, shape, or form. And you cannot convince me otherwise. Why do we have to put letters in them? Like, I understand at Road Atlanta why it's 10A and 10B. They are linked corners. But there's no other racetrack. Okay, no, that's probably a lie. There are no European racetracks that do that. They're just labeled as separate corners because, like, the Vale Chicane, Interclub Corner, that is, what, 14 and 15 or something. And the chicane at the Nürburgring, it's just like, I don't know, 13 and 14 as well. Like, it's not 13A and 13B. It's just that corner.
You do know, like, the actual law behind why US corner numbers are so goofy, right?
It's Marshall Post, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's one Marshall Post in that section of Bill Mitchell Bend and Thunder Valley.
13 and 13A.
And so that's Marshall Post 13. And then to distinguish the parts of the racetrack around it, that's where they define which one's the main apex, which one's the A apex.
So how about this? Right, we just label Marshall posts, and then we just label corners. They don't need to have the same numbers. I'm sure it helps with visualization, but that's what race directors' instructions are for, with maps that label it, because then you get used to it.
I believe what you're suggesting is the way that it's done in Europe.
Yes, because it's better.
Before I get too positive about it, let's have a look at the numbering for Portimao, because I want to make sure that they don't do anything.
It is sensible. It is sensible.
Honestly, I can stand by pretty much all of those.
Yeah.
There's a double apex corner that sort of tightens that they've got as 10 and 11.
Yeah, that's fine. 100% fine.
Yeah, that's the closest thing to a problem I can see.
But it's not
okay,
because that kink into it is a significant enough corner.
Which is a good thing that race is 2 hours short, because we won't have this piece of content to fill 10 minutes during that one.
Oh no, what a shame. How unfortunate. But just, yeah.
There's also some corner names for Portimao as well, which is quite nice.
But Le Mans a bit of a weird one as well, because they count the numbers a bit strange, as Gianni Peroni of Writer Engineering Esports GT3 comes into the pit lane for a stop with 8 hours and 53 minutes on the clock. It's going to be a bit close for them, making it to the end.
It should be pretty simple for the GT3s from here. I think anyone pitting now has one more stop after this.
Yeah.
I think pretty much everyone, unless they've like just stopped, they're going to have 2 from here. One to cover the penultimate hour, one to cover the final hour.
But anyway, yeah, Le Mans is really weird with its corner numbering, because you know the chicanes on the Hun Audière?
The Mulsanne?
No, it's the Hun Audière. Mulsanne is the corners. Anyway, that's a whole...
Is it really?
Yeah, seriously, it's the Hun Audière.
It's similar to the Camel, Spa, I guess.
Yes.
And then this terrible corner that leads onto the straight.
Yeah, it's the Camel.
But we can talk about Spa corner names another time, because that will take about 3 hours of a broadcast.
True. But yeah, they you know the chicanes on the Hun Audière, which is the point I'm getting at. They count them as 1 corner each.
Interesting. Okay.
Even though it's 3 very distinct corners. I don't like that either. It means what it means is I think it brings my personal corner count at Le Mans up over 35. Yeah, I've got to count it again in my head. 1.
There is the interesting thing of officially, according to Watkins Glen, the bus stop is 0 corners.
No.
The bus stop is just the bus stop.
Okay, but that's tangential to Road Atlanta, because the S's are no corners. 1, 2, 3, 4, the S is 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, the S is 5. If you are labeling a set of corners, the S's, you are acknowledging that there are multiple apexes in
at least
of 2. Why is it 1, 2, 3, 4, the S is 5? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, the S is 8. This is just a fact. Or is it 7? Might be 7. Hold on.
I do also quite enjoy
7. Yeah, it's 7. 7 and 8.
the numbering they use for Sonoma.
I haven't looked at it hard enough to.
So it's the use where some of it's a bit of a mess. They have letters all over the place. So you've got turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 3A. But more importantly, the official corner numbers take into account the extra loop that NASCAR used to use and that as one of those used to use.
Wait, so does that mean for the shortened circuit, they just jump numbers?
It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 4A, 7, 7A.
No. That's so dumb. That's so dumb. It's like, I get it because I know how the Americans number their corners, but that's so dumb. Like, that's not where are the other 3 corners?
Well, we know where they are.
But just move the numbers. It's not that deep. Just draw a track map, you know. We've got paint nowadays. You can just use paint and just draw a little.
I mean, they have to change the numbers on runways every now and then. They can do the same.
Exactly.
Shred maps.
Oh, I do love that whilst we're having this random conversation about American track numbering, track corner numbering, we've got Carmen behind the production booth just flicking through the entire field and making sure everyone gets a little spot on the broadcast. So hello to everyone who's watching out there and is seeing themselves on camera. Thank you for putting on such a great show for us so far today.
This is very much the "damn, this race is fire" segment.
Well, everything's settled down into a rhythm. We're just sort of waiting for the outcome of all the storylines we've set up over the last 11 hours. 11 hours and 40 minutes.
Well, we can't write the next chapter for an hour and a half, and so in the meantime, we've got the filler arc of the anime. We just talked about corner numbers for 300 episodes.
This is all the bad parts of One Piece.
That is we could probably do
One
that.
Piece.
Also, there's an argument that corner names are better than corner numbers.
I mean, yeah, and we've been using some corner names for this track. We got some
yes, because it is hurry down.
really nice ones.
It's hurry downs and cattle bottoms. I love the corner name Kettle Bottoms.
And Bill Mitchell Bend is just
Bill Mitchell Bend.
It's a shame because that's a nice name, but Thunder Valley is
a great corner name.
Unfortunately, I believe it's not unique. I believe there's also a Thunder Valley at Mid Ohio.
There is, yes.
Just like there's a Druids bad at Brands Hatch, and there's a Druids good at Alton Park.
Oh, do you have weird British racetrack opinions?
I think Brands Hatch overall is a fine racetrack. I'm not like Carmen, who has a grudge on it because it's British and therefore bad. But I do think that Druids Corner at Brands Hatch is by far the worst corner on that circuit. There's so many wrecks that happen there. It's very difficult to make a clean overtake there. It just feels like it's all dive bombs and bumping people out the way.
Right. No, I actually think you're right.
Whereas Druids at Alton Park, and I will say I'm biased because I often go there with a camera for motorbike sessions.
By the way, do you remember
very different vibe? Incredible corner. It was 2 days apart. I mean, Easter Sunday was in the middle and there was no racing.
It counts.
But yeah, we scheduled that and forgot to do any communication to check if the other was doing it because
I didn't even know you were going.
I didn't know you were going.
Well.
And therein lies the problem.
Exactly.
We do have one close battle on track right now that should survive through some pit cycles as well.
I don't know about that, Chief. You never know.
It's a 6 lap difference between the two. It's a 262
but this car
and the 217.
This car only did 12 laps last stint, so they're coming up to the end of a stint already.
I assume that was for a penalty of some kind, or
must have been if it was a short
damage
like that. So I'm afraid you're about to hype up this fight, and it is about to be a nothing burger. I'm so sorry.
We gotta try something.
I know.
So the 262 and the 217, Ferrari versus Audi. We have one of these cars that involves multiple different manufacturers, and actually, so to have about a second, the 262 Hydro Race car has a 6-lap advantage in terms of they're simply shorter, because they have more weight in the car, of course. But it does mean their final stop, and actually we're following the 51 right there, who had a bit of an off. The Project Valorous 50 was down in pit lane for 8 minutes. The 51, I think has found the wall and has picked a meatball of their own. So no luck.
That's why they're a bit wiggly. Ooh,
I saw them off track, but I didn't quite catch. I thought there was big contact, but yeah, outside of the carousel on exit.
It's
Here we go. Try to go around the outside and oversteer.
Oh, that's weird.
Lose on the exit. That is a bit unusual one. And yeah, that left front tire. I think maybe the left rear as well. Actually, maybe more the left rear than the left front. Really not agreed with the way the car's going.
Wait, who's this on board with?
This is number 30. This is a 30. It's a different instant. 30 SBD.
Ah, there we go. There it is.
Okay.
Thank you, Carmen. Get us on board with the right car as we get one more shot of this. So yeah, Luke Smith just.
I guess they just try to tighten back into the apex after going around that one car, but
the car shouldn't snap like that. That's not.
It really shouldn't. That's
very
a strange incident.
Yeah, we've had a lot of those today, haven't we?
We have.
Although Martin Bermel in the 315 Ferrari has just come out of pit lane in front of Nuno Barbosa. Barbosa due a stop in about 6 laps or so. However, this is a close on-track fight. We'll have to see what Martin can do on fresh, cold rubber to try and stay in front. Oh, I don't want to say car mate. I'm looking for a different word other than car mate. It's like it would be compatriot in other terms, but what's the word for people who are driving the same car as you?
Teammate?
No, the same make and model.
Oh,
yeah.
I see.
Like
I just call it a manufacturer alliance, except in the GT3 field, it's half the field would have an alliance in that situation.
Here we go then. Nuno Barbosa pulling to the inside of Canada corner, looking to get a little bit of overlap on the car in front. Doesn't get it stopped, well, hard enough into Canada this time by, but there should be a couple of other opportunities present themselves to Barbosa, who is coming under a lot of pressure from Laurens Reich behind in another Ferrari. Oh, wait, is it? Yeah, another Ferrari behind us without the insurance.
What is another Ferrari?
I think we've got. I mean, I was going to say you have. If you can say a random car and you have a 50-50 chance of getting it right.
We have 4 Ferraris in a row on the same straight here. 5 if you look bad far enough. If we look back even further, 6.
With Reich not running any endurance lights on the front of that car, dives down the inside of Barbosa, gets well cleared before the apex.
And it's about 8 consecutive on track, by the way. 8 Ferraris.
And is now hunting down Martin Bermel, who's had those tyres come up to temperature now to start pushing to try and pull away from Nuno Barbosa. So the question is, does Barbosa have the pace just to find a little bit more in him to try and close that gap up and look to move down the inside as the 206 XBD racing car sets another purple lap time, a 2:04.091. That is so close to a 3. We are flirting with the 3s in the GT3 field now. It's a really good lap from Alberto Moreno.
Track conditions have cooled off a bit more. We've got to 22 Celsius air temp, 23 Celsius track temp. We are past midnight sim time here, so we did go well into the small hours of the morning, to about 2 AM local by the time this race draws to a close. And I imagine the track's about as fast as it can be, but I think the drivers will get a little bit more comfortable. And again, we're expecting aces to come in for this sort of final double stint for any drivers that have the stops. And so I think some lap should still fall. I think Magic Arrow is the team that was looking and had the overall fastest lap of the race. And imagine they're going to try and go for it once again, just to try and move a little bit forward. They have, but I think they're more just defending with the cars behind now. 4 laps down, they've that top 5 really has no pressure from behind. It's all from within. See where they shuffle out in that group.
Yeah, that's all part of the late game in endurance racing. Once you've made your bed, you've got to lie in it, and you've got to figure out exactly what you can do from where you are. Of course, Julian Harmond currently on board that Old Firm Racing Acura in a very strong position at the moment. Currently good enough to get to the end on 2 more stops after the one that's very rapidly approaching. But of course, during that cycle, Focus Racing Cadillac will retake the lead. However, they are a good nearly 10 laps or so short. Call it 8 laps or so short of actually making it to the end of the race on 2 more stops.
Focus Racing are also going to make it on 2 more stops. The problem is they're a minute 10 behind now.
No, that's the one, isn't it? Is that after the pit stop cycle? Because I think we're still...
It was 3, but now they've made a stop.
Right, yeah, following. We're on the same page now. Yeah, they've made their third to last stop.
Third to last.
Third to last.
Anti-penultimate is the word of the day. ANTEPENULTIMATE.
Wow, okay. I like that. That sounds like a word you've pulled from Balatro.
It genuinely is not.
Okay, fair enough.
I've pulled a fair few things from Balatro, but that's not one of them.
I do like that game. I'm getting really stuck on what deck am I trying to win with at the moment? I forgot. I feel like it's the black deck. What is the black deck?
Oh, that's the tough one. Yeah.
What does it do? Remind me.
-1 hand per round plus 1 joker slot.
Yeah.
So once you get into the late game, you can start to get a bit of an advantage gen, but the problem is, if you're kind of out of the early game, there's not really much you can do.
Just not getting jokers though, that's the problem.
It's like if you have, race pace, sort of late in a stint that's half a second quicker, but you qualify that back and get to instant every time you try and move forward.
Yeah. But that's the tricky bit. I can't get the Joker build or the Joker setup right, because I'm just getting. There is a word I would use there. Really bad jokers for the entire run, and it's really frustrating.
Yeah, and the problem is your spare hands give you money, and so
literally
you have less spare hands, so you have less economy to work with, so you can't search for the things that would actually help you.
Realistically, I'm trying to basically win every ante with one hand anyway, because that's good practice for the needle when it pops up.
I mean, it's never a bad thing.
I'm always pushing for like flushes and straights and full houses where I can. It's typically what I build into as well.
I'm trying not to get too into this conversation because I could very easily burn the last hour and a half talking about Balatro, and we just forget to talk about the 96 that's winning this race.
Who cares about the race cars?
I do care about the race cars.
No, I actually care about the race cars.
I have 2 passions. Well, I have 3 passions in my life. My wife, racing, and Balatro.
Yeah, so predictable, Olivia. Edwin Forsland, though, forcing his way down the inside of the 262 into turn 5. They are side by side coming up to 6. A poor exit from Forsland forces him to the outside line as Presmislav Maitika, I want to say. Is that not a name I come across very often? Keeping that keeping that Ferrari under pressure.
I think Presmislav Matcha, maybe.
Matcha, I like that. Good name.
I'm guessing. I'm also not from that region of, I assume, Europe.
Yeah. But Forsland keeping the car in front under plenty of pressure on the run down to Canada corner. I'm sure another opportunity ready to present itself as he pulls to the outside of Cattle Bottoms. They're going to be side by side on the brakes into Canada corner. Could this be where Forsland gets the move made? The Ferrari tries to do the cutback, but there's not enough space on exit to really make that one work, as Forsland moves up into P10 and will hold on to that position through Bill Mitchell Bend and into the final corner, and they'll carry that position across the start-finish line. So a great little bit of battling from these two and a brilliant move to seal that position from Edwin Forsland.
And again, we've had 3 Sim Race Sweden esports cars join this race in the GT3 class. One of them has retired after, I think that incident in turn 7, coming to Hurry Downs, but the other two both having very strong races. We're talking about the 219, who is still running second, and within a minute of the 206 ahead, which keeping them honest, you know, it's within range where you're knowing that they cannot make a mistake. And then the 217 supporting them 9th in GT3 Pro and picking up another solid haul of points with Edwin Forsland and Nick Kirstens behind the wheel, who I've just noticed have, I think, run triple. I think Forsland run a triple stint to start the race, and oh my goodness, has gone from lap 159 to lap 251, so I think another triple stint.
Heck yeah!
After that,
hardcore.
It's either triple or quadruple. I'm not entirely sure, but Forsland definitely settling into this one for the long haul, and I think maybe the easiest teammate to work with. 198 laps, runs for 4 Edwin, and Nick Kirsten just tried for 54 to get that car into driver share. And still running clean and still able to make moves. I think that's the sign of a driver who either really loves the car, really loves the track, or some combination of the two, because you've got to have something that's keeping you drawn into this race to keep that focus and consistency after such a long time in the car.
Yeah, I love watching drivers that can just completely lock in for over 3 hours of racing. So we're thinking hour and 3 minute stints in the GT3. So you're looking at 3 hours and 9 minutes for a triple around Road America, which is an awesome amount of time. It's so long to be sat behind the wheel of a virtual race car, never mind a real one.
I think it's close. I think it might be a quad stint, because it's the stint's 100 or so laps. Each lap is just like about 2.1 minutes. It's about 210 minutes. That's 3.5 hours.
Wow.
Maybe a bit more to complete the 104, 105 laps to start the race or something.
Well, take a bow on that one then, Edwin Forsland. You are killing it out there today, doing those triple stints, going for 3.5 hours in one session in a
106 laps in the first one. I'm saying quad stint, and it's been since 159 and going for another quad stint. So imagine doing a full NEC race solo and then signing up for another slot a couple hours later and doing it again. That's essentially what the driver of the 217 has done right now, and it's passed out to P9 in class while doing that with the assist from Nick Kirstens.
Yeah, gapping the car behind and catching the car in front. This is quite the story to have a driver do this many laps in a row per driver stint and still be fast. That takes some doing. He's absolutely locked in and so in tune with that car at this track. Of course, probably helped a little bit by the cooler track temperatures, just giving him a little bit more grip to play with, which should make keeping the car between the white lines just a touch easier than it otherwise could have been.
The milestone we've hit, we're in the final hour and a half now. So I think any car that makes a stop in the GTP class from here, we expect to only come down one more time as a black flag for the 69 car, not your race leader, but their sister car that's P4 in class. They've just come out of the pit lane and been shown a black flag for a dive bomb, it appears, on the spreadsheet. The 220 also getting a drive-through for a second warning, this one for a dangerous pit exit. We're starting to see those penalties come in. That 220 car running P5 in class, and actually it is going to fall into the clutch of the 224, although you have to make another stop, so that's going to be a battle that appears and then immediately fades back away into the pit cycle.
Yeah, I was going to say, we'll drop even behind the 224 and be maybe even more towards the Pandemonium Esports by SimLab car, the 241 and P7. So it's going to be a big loss of time and a big loss of points for the AZR Motorsport car of Teodoro, sorry. It's late at night, I'm struggling to read. But Julian Harmond still leading the way in the 12 hours of Road America with that superior fuel strategy as it stands, looking to stop relatively late in this race compared to the rest of the field, and should be able to get to the end on just one more stop. There aren't many of the cars on that sort of strategy, but DLR by SimLab will be able to make it to the end on one more stop.
It'll be 2 stops. It's just that first stop will be like right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right. Okay. Sorry.
And the Magic Arrow 55 car should be able to join them as well, but of course suffering from penalties late on. We've got a couple of cars that are also really early into their anti-penultimate stints. There you go. Including most of the cars that have ended up laps down. Project Valorous number 51 did have a late race incident, is now down in P15 behind the Carbono Esports car of Mike R and the Taylor Mills racing car of Neil DeBacker. So TMR, by keeping that car in the race, has managed to make up 6 positions compared to where they were at the start of the session.
Those deltas are hard to keep track of though, because those are all from the reorganized race restart order.
I know, this is after the...
And I hear a spin from the 299 car, who's the last car running, gets it rolling, stays out of the way of the Project Valorous number 50. And no harm, no foul. Just a little bit too late on the brakes into turn 6. We've all done it, let's be honest.
Yeah, easy enough to do. It's a very difficult, tricky braking zone up that hill. Of course, when you get to the crest as well, all of the weight comes off the front of the car, which is where most of the braking's being done. So super easy to get a bit of a lockup, and then you're coming off the brakes very quickly, which GT3 cars really don't like. They like good, consistent braking, hard braking if you can help it. To just kind of let the ABS do the work, as Julian Halmond comes down the pit lane. 9 hours and 17 minutes gone in this race, so he should be pretty safe to get to the end on one more stop after this. So again, a brilliant strategy from the 96 crew to put themselves in this position to be a whole pit stop ahead of everyone else as it stands.
We will try and see if they can stay ahead of the number 7 car, who again is halfway through their stint, has 2 more stops to make, one of which will probably be maybe fuel only, maybe a slash and dash, but I'm sure the 96 would love to have that car in the rearview mirror and not have any doubt in their mind as to the fact that they're going to cycle back out into the lead. We expect the number 5 car in the next 2 or 3 laps as well. And then I think the Rolling Goat might be one of the favourites to manage to make the fuel save work. They're only 5 laps into this stint. They might be already on their penultimate stint of the race, but they might try a little bit of fuel saving to make that happen. There's no real reason not to go for it. Again, the top 5 with quite a buffer to the cars behind of about 2 laps. So if they want to try a little bit of fuel save, it should work out quite well for them. It looks like the 96 will start out behind the number 7 by about 5-6 seconds.
You know, with the tyre warm-up, I expect that gap to be more like 7 seconds by time, you know, Preto's got through. Well, by the time Julian Halmond's got through his outlap, that gap will be about 7 seconds because of tyre warm-up and all such horrible things that we have to deal with as prototype drivers after a pit stop cycle.
Not just prototype drivers. We all have to deal with it. That's special.
It is. Yeah, we are. What do you mean? We're here to celebrate sports car drivers in this particular series and how good they are.
Does that explain all of the moves that you tend to make on slower classes? That 3 wide that got taken by the 41.
This isn't about me. It's about these lovely people in the race cars. You see three Ferraris in a row on track on the run down to Canada Corner. A very popular car in this championship, as we have touched on. 21 out of the 39 cars in the field, in the GT3 field even, are all Ferrari 296 GT3s. Kind of makes you wish I'd have pushed the team onto a different car, to be honest. What was it?
I think the GTP team can carry the uniqueness of TMR in this one.
True. The one and only BMW in the field.
Well, not the one and only. There's also there's two other BMWs. It's that they are.
Field. Thank you. Take your pedantics and slam dunk them into.
They are the last running BMW in the field.
There you go.
The two GT20s, Fury Simsport and Hellenic Racing, both failing to finish this race. I know technical issues for the 289, and I think just a litany of misfortunes for the 202 means that their opening round has ended early. Again, for a lot of drivers who are primarily based in Europe, I think you take the opportunity if things have gone really badly to get an early night's sleep at this point and to start practicing for the next round. But I think you've got some people that are a little bit crazy like us who are regularly up at times that we shouldn't, and you may as well finish things out at that point.
Speak for yourself. I have a normal sleeping pattern at this point.
Except for Wednesday nights.
I'm in bed even then I'm still in bed like before 10 to at least have a nap before
Okay, fair enough.
before Champ Car kicks off. I'm sensible. I'm well behaved. I'm very demure, very mindful about my sleep. It's important. Apart from tomorrow night when I watch the entire 6 hours of Kota that finishes at 1 AM.
That's not too bad, to be fair.
I mean, it means I'll only get 5 hours of sleep.
Okay, that's a little bit bad then.
Less than 5 hours of sleep.
Yeah,
and I'm not going to have time to have a tactical nap because the Italian Grand Prix is at like 4 o'clock, and then Kota starts at 7. Yeah, the life of a motorsport fan.
Yeah, tell me about it.
How's that IndyCar? You know.
Have it started yet? I'm not actually sure.
Should have, yeah.
I mean, I'm not keeping track of it. If I want to watch one, I could watch one tomorrow. Like, there are 2 races, which is a nice thing about a double header. Hello, Award, leading the race. Always love to see that. He's not famous enough though. No one knows who Pato Award is, you know.
Who's Pato Award?
Exactly.
Pato Award is a feline.
Wait, hang on. I can make a joke with a crossover of about 3 people.
Okay.
Pato Award? Who are they?
No, I don't get it.
Exactly.
Plays Destiny 2 for a living. Dato Award.
Oh my god.
That one's
this is horrendous.
This is bad. This is real late night endurance race broadcast hours. It's still better than the stuff that Martin Haven and Graham Goodwin come up with.
I feel like we should be aiming a little bit higher than that.
What do you mean?
I guess
Commentators.
Yeah, but we're not talking about their commentary, we're talking about their rambling.
Well, while we're rambling, would
fine.
people like to have
be fair,
a top 10 update on
you
the
do get to a point in an
Milwaukee?
endurance race where everything sort of settles down and
is your microphone live here, Carmen?
Yes.
Okay, so I did welcome Carmen to the booth. Yeah, popping her head in and out occasionally.
Yeah, in between.
Go for it. How many laps in are we, first of all?
So we are at we're halfway right now.
If you got an
125
IndyCar
and
update for us. Hell yeah.
It's the difference between a 3-stop and a 4-stop race right now.
Of course. Very similar to the one that was a gateway, I guess.
Love that.
Kevin Simpson's on a 2-stop, but it didn't work. Top 10 right now is Pato Award, Scott McLaughlin, Colton Herta, Santino Ferrucci, Alexander Rossi, Diana Lucas, Alex Pillow, Marcus Ericsson, Romain Grosjean, and Will Power.
Epic. Let's go.
All 27 cars are still running. There's only been 1 caution for a self-spin.
Who was it?
Catherine Legg.
Wait, I just threw my pen on the ground. I knew you were going to say Catherine Legg. I knew it.
She's not last.
upset. Oh, good.
What does surprise me that no engines have blown up yet? Because that's been a big issue lately.
We've already had an engine blow up in this race, so let's not put that evil on IndyCar.
Yeah, right now it looks like all the top 10 are on a 3-stop, but like they're off sequence because people like McLaughlin didn't pit, whereas people like Pato and Herta did pit under the caution. So Herta and Award have the tire advantage. McLaughlin has the track position advantage right now. But passing is a little bit difficult. It seems like it's getting easier as the race goes on, as we watch the 51 go wide.
I do want to ask one thing.
It's Neil.
Hang on, speaking of the 51 took pole at Kota and Alpine qualified P4, just to bring it a little bit back to sports cars for a moment.
Okay.
Nice. Where did the 50 line up?
Continue your conversation. Oh wait, I can actually let you know now. It is a Ferrari front row lockout. However, the 50 did not make it to. No, it did. It starts 5th. So the top 10,
so the second one is the customer car.
So the top 10 is the 51, the 83. Cadillac a 3rd. Let's go.
Okay.
Alpine are P4. Oh, it continued. It starts. Alpine are P4. The 50 is 5th. Well, the 35 is P4. I think Lapierre set that lap. The 50 is 5th. The 5 is in P6. The 20 and the 15 BMWs line up alongside each other 7th and 8th. The first Toyota is P9. Let's go. Hertz Toyota round out the top 10 with car 12. And then you're looking at Peugeot in P11. The next Toyota is in P12. Then the mixed car, the 36, is down in P13. Then you've got the 6 Porsche, the 94 Peugeot, the 99 Proton Competition Porsche, the other Hertz Toyota, the 63 Lamborghini, and that rounds out the hypercar field with the Heart of Racing Aston Martin taking pole in GT3. Boom. There you go.
There we go.
Oh wait, where are the Dames?
2 interesting notable things that happened in Milwaukee. Justin Newgarden's tagged the wall and still going, and so has Marcus Ericsson. No cautions for those.
I may ask, is the high line or the low line the one that's being run?
Good question.
Actually, really good question. People prefer the high line to make passes. The low line, however, is still preferred if you're in traffic.
High line.
Okay.
But there's 2.5
so
lines.
Maybe the current state of the racing on the service isn't as inaccurate as people were thinking it'd be.
It's not completely inaccurate. It just people.
It's been a massive highline fest, though. To be fair, like, way more.
So they're not running. So by highline, I mean like up near the wall.
Yes.
No, they're not even that close. No.
Okay. Fair enough.
It's like
maybe it's a bit unrealistic then.
The inside lane is like where like the repave was, that fresh patch of pavement. The outside lane, in quotations, is the middle.
Okay, the lane above that.
Makes sense.
Yeah, they're not touching that at
all.
all.
Expected. I do want to mention, by the way,
Please.
we have been yapping away. The 96 car was actually within 4 seconds for a little bit. Has now fallen back to about 5 seconds behind. But again,
feel safe.
carrying a much heavier car
And
compared to number 7. I don't think
they're still going a lot longer.
Are they?
Yeah, 26 laps for the last 3 stints and 25 for the Focus Racing GTP, who is on lap 20 or on lap 21 of 25 at the moment. So expect them in 4 laps or so. So there you go. That's your race update at the front of the field with the DLR by SimLab car still 1 minute and 43 seconds behind. So isn't going to jump Focus Racing GTP in that final round of pit stops, but it's still going to be in a really comfortable position compared to everyone else as they're 45 seconds ahead of their next closest competition.
Yeah, I think you'd say there with the catbird seat in terms of anything happened to the number 7.
100%.
And then the 7's catbird seat for the 96, really.
Which is a way of describing that I've never heard in my entire life.
Yeah, I don't know. There's not really a close one-on-one battle that a third car can be in the catbird seat for right now.
But Hugo Preto having to deal with a little bit of traffic in that final sector. The gap was 6 seconds before we came up to the final sector of the track, but has now closed to about 5 seconds. It was 4.4 before Julian Hammond had to make his way through the same traffic. Kevin Lazar in the 264 is all that separates Julian Hammond from Hugo Preto at the moment, as Preto coming up behind a little bit more GT3 traffic in this middle sector. That's David Narbonne in the 391 getting in the way, of course, not intentionally, but it's going to be hindering the 7's run into turn 8, making a break offline into the carousel. Harmand having similar issues, though, is going to have to deal with Narbonne at some point, probably between the carousel and Canada Corner, which is one of the least favorable places to have to deal with any GT3 traffic.
Oh, one thing I have noticed, Fallout number 7 car, not Julio Preto, but about 20-30 laps ago with Ricardo Freire, they actually took the fastest lap of the race with a 1:47.278.
What are they?
I'm not sure if any team has a 46 in them, in terms of race trim here, because we saw a 45, I believe, in qualifying.
45.9.
Yeah. But it'd be interesting to see if anyone tried to dip into the 46s or whether they're pretty comfortable at this sort of pace to try and go for those hot laps without putting their entire race at risk, you know?
Well, it's a good way to keep the pressure on the car behind you. If you want to try and make them push, you've got to start setting those purple lap times, because people are going to notice that. Whether or not they have overlays, I bet you a lot of these drivers do, because, you know, endurance racing, you want some information that you can actually work with. So they'll have noticed that, and it's kind of like, oh goodness, now I've got to kind of start pushing if I want to maintain that gap.
I mean, I think by default, unless you turn it off in the I&I settings, the UI Racing spotter will let you know if the fastest lap is being set, no matter where it is in the field. And if you hear that from the leader, then you get a bit nervous, I feel like, in that 96 car. And yeah, I was expecting they'd probably hear the call that leader's pitting in maybe 3 laps time, which will be with about an hour and 4 minutes left in the race. I wouldn't be surprised if that stop from the 7 is a little bit shorter, sort of more in that 35-second stationary time. Just splitting it in half to get 2 fresh sets of tyres in with their tanks of fuel required. But they're the ones to make that call. Maybe they'll, if they're happy with a low tyre wear throughout these nighttime stints, maybe they'll instead opt for a splash and dash and try and lean on tyres that are already bedded in and warmed up coming out of the pit lane for their final stop.
The tyre wear that you actually get at Road America is a little bit higher than at the likes of Le Mans. I feel like that lead tyres on strategy is only really viable at the Circuit de la Sarthe, where you don't really have as many corners. It's
an extra half stint, though. It's sort of thing we're talking about, because there's not enough time to take tyres and the splash of fuel that you're taking in the same time.
Half stint is enough. It's 38 litres, so you can do just under half a stint, and that'll maybe be enough time to change all 4 tyres. And even if it takes 1 or 2 extra seconds, it's going to be worth the time gain.
But if you're committing to that strategy, maybe you short fill the car a little bit in this stop and go for something a little bit different. Try and put the pressure on the 96 by surprising them a little bit. Well, they'll keep an eye on it for sure.
It's something I've seen tried before in other races that I've seen, but endurance races tend to be rather straightforward with their strategies. I'll be interested to see if Focus decide to pull off their short stop before the end of the before the last stop of the race, which, to be fair, will be coming up for those folks. No, they've only got a couple more laps to go before they have to take their second to last stop, and then
that's why I'm talking about it now. It's oncoming.
Incoming. They'll take their full tank here, and then they'll do their short stop at the end. It's something that we know works, so it's something that, as a community of racers, we're going to keep doing, just because it's so, it's all reliable, it's trusty. It's the sort of thing we don't really have to think about. You just sort of do it at this point. Don't overthink, just do. Although we are about to complete lap 300, Hugo Preto comes across the start-finish line to move on to lap 301. So a good distance set in this session, plus the 22 that we did in the previous server. This one seemed a lot more stable compared to that first one.
Especially as we've gone into the nighttime, it feels like we've there's a lot more luck in terms of reducing these sort of hardware load issues.
Whether that was server side or client side, who knows? However,
it could be that we've seen about a dozen retirements from this race at this point, and so those cars not having to be processed either on server or client.
Interestingly though, the number 96 is starting to drop back from the number 7. The gap is now up to 9.4 seconds. I do believe the 96 crew are still fuel saving quite aggressively, so that can explain away the difference in pace. A 48.8 average for Preto at the moment, and a 49.5 average for Harman. So Harman definitely committing to that fuel save strategy to just make sure this car gets to the end of the race at gets to that final stop exactly when it needs to. Just taking advantage of not having to rush too much through traffic. Sorry, Liv.
Yeah, we're talking about it a little bit when I talk about the Road Mode 500, right? If you have got into a rhythm with that fuel save to extend those stints, you quite like it, and it might be the way if you try and then push the braking zones, you might suddenly overshoot the apexes and not actually gain any time by burning up the tires and using up more fuel. If you've got a rhythm that's really working for you, and in that situation you know that it's gonna defend as the 7 pulls in after 24-25 laps of their stint, and will hand a solid lead about a minute back to the 96 car. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know that they've had basically one significant problem all race, and it's been a hardware issue that has thankfully not been repeated. And in fact, it was a different driver, so it wouldn't be the same hardware issue at the very least.
You never know. If they're really cursed, it could be. But about halfway through the stint for Old Firm Racing, 10 laps completed out of their typical 26. So I think they're well within the margin to get to that, to get through the next 20 minutes relatively cleanly and come into that pit lane with less than, just watching a little bit of argy-bargy on the run through Thunder Valley. Project Valorous 50, Brian McGuff getting involved with 2 of the GT3 cars there. Very difficult bit of maneuvering from all 3 drivers there to go almost 3 wide into Bill Mitchell Bend, but all 3 come out relatively unscathed. So good effort from everyone there, but you know, let's just take our time a little bit. It's not like we're in a race.
So the Focus Racing GTP has done a driver swap. They put Ricardo Freire in there, and although it pains me to admit it, you were right, they've taken a full tank of fuel, 50 seconds stationary time, 122 total pit lane time, and they're out with an hour and 3 minutes left and a full tank of racing fuel and 4 fresh tires.
Yep, and
I did want to
go on.
I did want to get an opinion from you though. If you are the 96 car and you're setting up that final stop, run the tank dry here, pull into the pit box. If you're on the pit wall there, do you just put the tank to full? Do you make sure it's topped completely off, and then there's no doubts at all?
Everything you need. At this point, you know exactly when the race is going to end. Race Labs is currently telling me 335.8. That's without Old Firm Racing having lost the time in the pit stop yet. So that will drop down to 334 point something, which means it will be a 335 lap race. And these guys know that. It's really easy to calculate exactly what lap you're going to get to during an endurance race, even if you don't have something calculating it automatically for you. And if you know what your fuel burn is, you just take that number, add that 0 point, you take that number, multiply it by the amount of laps you've got left, maybe add an extra lap in for safety, and then call it a day. You don't need to put that full tank of fuel in. I know a lot of people that do, but that's not how we do race strategy. You're trying to be as fast as possible, and if you don't need to take a full tank of fuel, you don't take a full tank of fuel.
Project Valorous's day goes from bad to worse here. The number 50 car with another meatball after an incident through the carousel, and sort of uncharacteristic issues for all these cars. You wouldn't normally expect it to be such a tricky corner, but I think this is the second, I'm not sure if it's the second time for the 50 or the second time between the 2 teams, but another long repair on the way for Project Valorous, a team that performed so strongly last season, especially Le Mans last season. Really not the start season they wanted, running both cars well outside the top 10.
Yep, It's really tricky, especially with how the balance of a car changes over the course of an endurance race as the track temperature drops and the air density drops as well. Of course, you've got tools in the car that can help you adjust the balance of it as the stints go on. You'll find as the track temperature drops, you get a little bit more turning from the front of the car, which if you need to, you can balance that out with front and rear ARB adjustments. But if you don't think about that, you obviously don't really do it. So all of a sudden the car might start snapping on you, and you need to really be able to preempt that and get the car set up for the later night conditions when but just before it gets into them, so that your car is like nice and stable throughout the late night stints. There's two GT3s going side by side into turn 5 there. Not sure how that one turned out, but I do think it was just a little bit of lappery.
Yeah, the Zenosis Esports GT3 heading through Hurry Downs with the 355 dot somewhere behind. Of course, the Zenosis Esports losing the GTP entry in the instant that put this 55 Magic Arrow car down and out of the race lead and contention for that race win. Still the GT3 entry plugging away, but still not the best of fortunes there, down 22nd overall in the GT3s, probably about 16th, 17th in GT3 Pro. Although it's a bit too tired to count up directly, as we are into the final hour of this race.
And just as a reminder how the field currently stacks up as we go into the last 60 minutes of the 12 hours of Road America for round 1 of the Platinum Endurance Championship, live and in full on ABN. We have Julian Harmond on board the 96 Old Firm Racing Acura, 1 minute and 9 seconds ahead of the Focus Racing Cadillac. That's the closest fight in GTP at the moment. Well, it's certainly the one that we're most interested in as to how that one's going to unfold. In GT3 Pro, we've got the dominant Alberto Moreno and XPD Racing at the front of that field, being completely untouched in the second part of the race. And at the front of the GT3 AM field, you are looking for the HWT Motorsport car of Alex Pilbeam, who is, it looks like a lap ahead of the Lithium Motorsport AM car of Martin Bermel. I swear I got it right earlier. But we'll go for Bermel, which is interesting though, because the Lithium Motorsport AM car, no, they didn't have a lap over HWT Motorsport. It's HWT Motorsport who have always had a lap over them. So a dominant race in both of the GT3 categories, whereas the GTP class has been a bit topsy-turvy at the front all the way through.
Yeah, I mean we had those 3 cars that were looking to take the podium positions of this race pretty strongly, and then through various means it's just Old Firm Racing currently left standing at the top of the board with a gap of 110 right now. Car behind can have a slightly shorter stop for the final stop in pit lane, but we're talking a margin of 10 to 20 seconds, not a minute and 10. So they'll need a mistake, a penalty, some damage for the 96 for things to tip back towards the 7, or indeed the 5, who's also in a pretty strong contention for this race, and then the 69, the 13, dark horses, but still looking to make the most out of this race that they can before we get down to those many cars that have come under fire during these 12 hours. It's a long time to get through without having any incidents. We got a couple of clumps of penalties. The 217 Simrace Sweden car, the one that is currently down in P13 or P12 in the GT Pro class. The 222, who is way down the order, right near the back, and the 224. Very beautiful livery, in my opinion. The stewards more focused on the actions of that car.
Funny. But yeah, just as a reminder of the incidents that did take the 2 closest contenders for this race victory out of this race. Magic Arrow 55 getting involved with a spun GTP on the entrance to the final corner. Had to pull off to the grass on the left in an emergency avoidance maneuver. Couldn't get the car stopped on the grass or the gravel. Hit the tire barrier at roughly 45 degrees, took out the front suspension, had a meatball and had to pit for 8 or so minutes of repairs. Whereas your defending champions, Reiter Engineering, had disqualified from the race because they had to get Jonas Weber into the car in an emergency situation, but the GTP class has a hard limit of 2,750 I rating, and Weber was actually a couple of hundred underneath that. So after an investigation that was a very short investigation, I might add, that did mean that car was disqualified from the race straight away.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, the investigation has 3 steps, right? Step 1, there's a rule. I had the exact number at one point. You know, drivers must be at least this rating to drive this car. Number 2, check the driver. That number is lower than that. Number 3, what's the rule for feeling an eligible driver? It's a standard DQ. Ultimately, I'm sure the number 1 not thrilled about the decision, but not too much argument from them because those are the rules they published for weeks in advance, and I think there'd be a lot more outrage from the rest of the from the lead if rules were written that clearly and then a decision other than that was made. Their hands are tied at that point as the number 70 gets given another black flag. They have the Race 2 Esport car has been one of those that has been appearing in the steward's notes quite a bit today. They've definitely been having their troubles and they're running right near the back. They're actually still in 10th in the GTP field.
Clumsy is the way to describe the way their race has gone today.
I think that's a very good word. There's not had anything that's been particularly catastrophic, both to other cars and to their own bodywork, but just a few too many mistakes, a few too many slip-ups that I'm sure for them and a couple of the teams that have noticed. I think they Right of Engineering GT3 cars, another one. They'll probably have a word in from race control in the aftermath of this one, or leading into the next round at Portimao. Just says, "Hey,
stop it.
We don't want to keep having more work. Just, you know, you work with us, we'll work with you." That sort of thing.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Ultimately, drivers don't want to be sat in the pit lane.
No,
stewards don't want to be sat home over replays and making difficult decisions, and other drivers don't want to be sat in pit lane repairing their car, for instance. So
it's so easy to eliminate those mistakes as well. I know, pot kettle. You just have to take a little bit more time just when you're approaching traffic. I know it's hard to, especially when you're in the middle of a fight for potentially a race win, but just that extra half second. Not of hesitation, but of just thinking time. Give yourself that moment to really consider what you're going to do to get past the traffic, and take a little bit more care, put a little bit more effort into it, and just don't take anyone out. It's really easy.
Yeah, there's definitely an aspect of if you have to do to learn. There's definitely a level of experience that builds over time. It's a skill that you hone. You can only hone that skill in the actual scenario, but part of that is getting very clear feedback of when what you've done is overstepping the mark, and that's ultimately what the team in Race Control's job is. And there's currently 6 of them in there, 7 I think now, after me pulling in one of the drivers to have a quick conversation. Yeah. They do like to do that, I've noticed, and I do quite like that approach of having that sort of open
summoning drivers,
open door. It's not really a summons, it's as they've got a waiting room, so it's more like they have the door open, and if you want to have a chat with them and get an explanation of what's happened, it's there if you want it. And we sort of ran things that way during the race for cause. Obviously very different vibe of them. So that was a charity race. There's obviously money involved, but the money's all going to a cause rather than sort of be disputed as prize money and as a competition format. So
things.
Stage's a little bit lower, and because of that, we wanted to make sure that no one left unhappy. But again, you've got to balance the people that are unhappy to take a penalty and the people that are unhappy to been sent back to the pit lane for 5 minutes of repairs. And
the shadow realm, as it's
feel like the car that put them there should, you know, get a little bit back from that as well.
Yeah, I surely don't know what you're talking about in that particular instance.
This wasn't actually referring to you.
No, I know.
Just granted.
I just thought it was funny about the incident with the LMP2 coming up again. Almost. I fought that one hard. I'm proud of fighting it.
I mean, as a driver, I'd expect nothing less. If you were my sort of team principal in a race, I'd expect you to, if there's an avenue to try and change someone's mind, you know, take it for sure.
Oh, yeah,
but also, sometimes the answer is just going to be no, and at that point you can
Gotta go. Okay, that's fair. Bye.
Either burn your lungs out, or you can crack down and say, okay, we can still win this race, and let's go and make that happen.
Yeah, but you can't still win a race if your name comes into the steward's mouth so many times. Phrasing, Jesus. If you come up in the steward's room as many times as some of these teams have, you've really taken yourself out of contention for any sort of decent result. Of course, the Writer Engineering GT3 being one of those cars that keeps coming up in that steward's verdict spreadsheet that Olivia's been keeping an eye on the entire time. It's difficult. You're making life so much harder because every time you make a silly decision, you end up 30 seconds further down the road compared to everyone else that you're trying to fight. And even after the first one, you might have a chance to get it back, but after you've got 2, 3, or 4, that's practically day done, and you've just got to hang on and hope that someone crashes out and magically gets you a decent result. And that doesn't always happen in racing.
Especially in a series like this, you can sort of get that a little more if you're in sort of an official race, especially the sort of early slots of special events. Sometimes you'll have drivers that'll have an incident and then they'll bail out and decide to go to a run badge later on in the weekend, and that's a free spot for you. Here, you only get one attempt at this, and everyone knows that. So even if something goes wrong early on, if you want to try and get it out of it, you've just got to keep pressing at the grindstone and see what you can recover at this point.
Not really many opportunities for teams that have been hit by penalties to recover this late in the race, though. We're 9 hours and 52 minutes into a 10-hour and 40-minute session. Of course, the second part of this race, after the first part was red flagged due to server issues, you say those are mostly shaking themselves out now. Also, Olivia, you were asking the question, are any cars capable?
Oh, I've just seen that.
I would look at the timing tower right about now if I were you. Oh, 1 minute 46.995 from your, what should have been...
Who else would it be?
Yeah, the fastest cars in qualifying, the Magic Arrow Porsche, probably with Norbert. Yeah, definitely Norbert Tamas on board, sets the fastest lap of the session. A 1 minute 46.995.
If not the fastest driver in general in this session, definitely the fastest one-lap driver that we've had around this track today.
I think it's safe to say fastest driver in the field, you know.
I think so as well. I think Jan Travis is maybe the one competitor in today's race, but Tamas has shown to be incredible consistency, and gotta think that's a lap that's been driven a little bit angry after the incident that takes them out of contention for the win, and I tried to blame them. It was a situation where they really had not much place to go. But again, putting that mark on this event, I got pole position, I've got the fastest lap, and quite a strong run at that. I know my pace was there. Let's turn back around in Portugal and do it again, and this time make it count.
2 laps between them and the next car on the road, so no real opportunities to try and move up into that top 5, which is at a minimum where they probably feel like they belonged today, with a good, decent haul of points. Of course, your top 5 in GTP at the moment Old Firm Racing, Focus Racing, DLR by SimLab, and the other Old Firm Racing car, with the Rolling Goats, the number 13, also inside that top 5, which is great to see. Those guys have been relatively trouble-free the entire way. We saw them making those choices in traffic to go around the outside of turn 1, which was absolutely astonishing to watch, and a brilliant bit of driving from their driver. And yeah, I think a well-deserved top 5 if they can hold on to this position.
And that's the
next 45 minutes.
Down on pit road right now, as we reach 45 minutes left to go in this race. This one could be a bit marginal for the 13, but I think if they do a little bit of saving, they can make it happen. They're going to do a driver swap and put Kerry and Chartier in for the final stint of the race. The same driver who took over from Ron UTL to start the stint, and they've run a pretty decent 3-year rotation throughout this entire race. Gillian Moore having the least drive time, but of course,
in a race like this, someone has to, with that sort of rotation.
Exactly, yeah. Could definitely pick back up some more laps in a few weeks' time and throughout the rest of the season. And I think it's a little bit of a novelty in terms of whether this car has now made their final stop. There's no pressure behind. It's unlikely that they'll be able to jump the Old Firm Racing yellow car ahead, who now has a lap on them and does still have to make a stop, but is guaranteed to make just one stop. I think if I'm in the 13 car though, I am doing that little bit of fuel save. Just driving down pit lane's not very interesting.
No, it also gets you some experience under the belt of doing that fuel save, and you know, shows that you know how to do it. And the more you practice it, the better you're going to be at it when you really need to try and fuel save whilst extracting pace in the car.
And again, driving the pit lane, not very interesting, which is why you can't stay out the steward's books.
In fact, that's part of the reason that I do fuel saving, is because it's a very interesting challenge to... It just makes the stint more interesting, whether or not you're actually racing against someone. It's something a little bit extra to think about that keeps the brain engaged for an entire 45-minute run. Not that driving a car, even virtual, quickly isn't fun or interesting, but just that little bit extra something, you know, to that little extra point of concentration for you to really test your skills in terms of what you can do in the car.
And if it's one of the things that you can really lock into, I think that's the key thing. It can be, especially this deep into it, especially in these sort of night conditions where it's sort of just blurs of lights and shadows and occasionally flashes of green and grey. It can be a little bit difficult to stay in that zone and not get almost hypnotized by sort of the motion going on around you, and so something to keep yourself occupied. I like sometimes having some music playing during these long endurance stints. Going sure to not pick a song that's too engaging, otherwise you're gonna start thinking along and
sorry, that we do actually have a little bit of a battle for position on track down into turn 5, a part of the track we've seen so many overtakes on so far in this race. Edwin Forslund, who did pick up a late race penalty, slots down the inside of Chris Gucht in the 277 Corvette to make up 11th position, and doesn't really have much time to try and get up to P10, the gap being 20.1 seconds as it stands, with just over 40 minutes left on the clock. But a solid move again from Edwin down the inside of 5. Very simple, very easy, just picks up the slipstream all the way down that straight and just outbrakes the other car.
Again, that Semi Sweden Esports team has a lot of experience. We saw them, I believe, last season at Le Mans. They had their light and dark mode cars, of course, sharing the.
They still do.
Yeah, but they have 3 cars now, so I couldn't remember which one was which. But obviously, with their yellow and blue accent colours for the Swedish flag, and that cohesion seems to be carrying forward. They're trying to. GT3 Am.
Oh, Edwin Forslund has gone for a spin out of Bill Mitchell Bend.
I'm leaving. I'm sorry.
The barrier on the outside of the circuit is pointing backwards on the grass, looking for a gap to rejoin. Unfortunately, still has both headlights on the car, so it may just be some trivial front end damage. Forslund should be able to keep it out on track, but might make the choice to come down pit lane anyway. He does, as one of the Acuras tried to squeeze down his right-hand side. His body language not really giving that of a car that's staying on the track, but he does choose to come down pit lane from P12 to take on a splash of fuel and get some repairs, I assume. Only 6 laps into the stint as well. Very, very unfortunate incident.
I'm never being late to Sweden. That's it. That's yeah. They have a black flag, interestingly.
So
not a meatball that I'm seeing, but a black flag.
Could that be for an incident limit violation?
Potentially. And we were talking about this. I'm wondering if this has just been a few too many laps for Edwin Forsland. Now we're in 220 laps deep in this race across 2 quad stints, essentially.
Wow.
It's a lot of work, and maybe just I pushed it a little bit too far. It's why endurance races brought in mandatory sort of driving time limits as well. You used to be able to run Le Mans solo, and a couple of crazy people did try it, but nowadays they very much say, be sensible. You have a good few people to make sure that you're all driving nice and safe. Virtual world, obviously, not quite as much pressure to enforce that strictly, but you're still noticing that things can and will go wrong when you've been running just that many laps. It's exhausting more than anything.
Yeah, driver fatigue is still a thing, even if it's in sim racing. We still have to exert a force on those pedals, which can tire out those muscles in the legs, as well as the mental, you know, the concentration, the actually thinking about what you're doing. It's still mentally draining, despite the fact we're not actually sat in a real car, but you still feel the effects of having to navigate the traffic and drive the track fast. It's all those hours of learning that went into it as well, and applying everything you've learned to every single lap you turn on the track to make sure you can get the best pace out of the car, making those decisions in traffic as well, which when they go right are fine, you don't have to think about, but if they go wrong, it can linger and really start to affect your mental well-being when it comes to how you're thinking about and approaching the race. And again, it's getting into those spirals, and having a team that can help pull you out of those spirals is so important, especially as you get fatigued and a bit less willing to actually help pull yourself out of those spirals.
Yeah, it's one of those where it's very cliche, but you can sort of share the sorrow a little bit and share that way, and then or share the champagne as well when things do go to plan.
And that's it.
Or the milk, depending on what sort of race it is that you focus on.
Well, especially these team events, it's all about sharing the experience with your friends, and the amount of random conversations that get started up during a sim racing endurance event are always good fun. We've experienced with that in the commentary box.
You've had a few hours of that. Yeah.
But it's the same principle for all of these drivers as well. Even if you're in the car, you've still got some spare mental capacity to just talk about random stuff throughout the length of the race, especially an event as long as this is 12 hours, and you've got to fill that time somehow, and you can't just do that with the race cars, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's again, sometimes you have music, sometimes you crack jokes, sometimes you ramble about a TV show you've watched recently, haven't you? Sometimes you rant about this bloody car in the traffic that keeps going on the wrong bloody line, and it's always in the way. I always lose a second every time I come up to them, and it's so bloody annoying.
I've caught this car every single time I've caught them in exactly the same spot, and they keep doing the same thing.
So there was one lap yesterday when I was running IIS that was driving me mad, and I was yapping away and about how they'd get out of the way and they stopped hitting the wall. And
What's your language?
It's all good.
Julian Hamann then on lap 26 of what we assume is 26. It will be 35 minutes to go, which is about 10 minutes short of a a full stint, which is actually just about how short Focus Racing GTP are of the end of this race. Not really making an effort to save that fuel. 25 laps last stint and 25 laps the stint before, committing to that full burn, thinking they don't have a chance to really beat Old Firm Racing in that Acura, who have been on that fuel saving strategy since probably hour 3, and impressive bit of driving to set themselves up.
Probably hour 1, we just didn't notice it until hour 3.
Yeah, but an impressive bit of driving to set themselves up that early for the end of the race. With a gap of 1 minute and 7 seconds, it's going to be close as to whether or not they'll actually come out in front of Focus Racing GTP, because 10 minutes of fuel, you're looking at about 20 litres or so. It's a good chunk of fuel as they do come down the pit lane for the first time, crossing that pit lane entry line, pit lane speed limiter on for the final time in this race for them, trundling through the pit lane at 72 kilometers an hour, I want to say.
Yeah, 45 mile an hour.
There you
and speaking of 45, that is the number of seconds that the 41 car powered by Neil DeBacker put in during their last stop just a couple of laps ago. So expecting maybe a 40-second stationary timer, sort of 1:10 total pit lane time, and it'll be very close in terms of reading out ahead of the number 7. And there's going to be one more driver swap for the road. Randy Mateus, the one who started this car 10-12 hours ago, I think took both race starts in this 96 car, is going to be the one to bring it home to the Chevrolet as well. Double the whole way through the race. It just happens to line up that there's a little bit left over, and then hand it back to the hot hand that they trust in the high pressure situation at the start of a race, and they trust to bring it home as well.
Well, it's that, and you kind of want to give the car to you kind of give the car to who you think may have been the MVP in that race. It's certainly something we've done on occasion in the team. I think it's fair to give that to Randy. He's been the fastest driver in that car, and someone who's really taken the fight to the rest of the GTP field, and he's only got 34 minutes actually, that he needs to drive now to bring this car home. And
come out of pit lane 2 seconds behind the number 7.
There you go.
I'm sure is hoping for a red flag, hoping the ref blows the whistle a bit early. I don't think that's very likely. They're going to have to make one more splash and dash as through comes the number 30 Fury Sim Sport car.
Wow.
Doesn't want to wait up, I think. Maybe gets caught a little bit into turn 5 and then realizes that's the overall leader to be. Maybe I should be a little bit more sensible than that and give them plenty of room to make it around this GT3 car.
Perhaps they just outbrake themselves a little bit into the corner and backed out at a nice point to just let the 96 gather themselves up after playing wreck avoidance and crack on hunting down those 4.4 seconds. If Randy Mateus even wants to hunt down those 4.4 seconds, he and the team know they don't need to.
I think that's true. I think they would be very patient in 5 behind a GT3 car, knowing they were on Cold Tires GT, might not have seen them, and just thinking, we've got plenty of time, we don't need to take any risks here. And then the number 30, who obviously a bit further back, doesn't have that full assessment of the situation, appears and then goes, oh, I didn't mean to go for anything aggressive, let's make sure I don't do anything silly here.
And even then, it could, as I say, simply be a mistake about braking yourself. It's easy enough to do. Down into turn 5, it's a very short, very aggressive braking zone. Surprisingly, you can brake. Well, apparently you can get the car stopped if you do a good chunk of lift and coast. If you brake after the 2 board, which is insane to think about, but it's just the immense braking power of these GTPs, especially with that.
What a quality trim in the IR18. I'm usually using the 2 as the reference point and maybe braking the touch after it. It's really is something.
Yeah, the hybrid electric powertrains in the back of this car providing a good amount of braking force just from the regen motor itself. And then, of course, you've got the 4 disc brakes, 1 at each corner to get you all slowed down as well. Of course, bigger disc brakes on the front because you want that more forward brake bias. Of course, you can play with that a little bit with brake bias adjustments, but always want those bigger brake discs on the front of the car.
Project Valor is coming in for what should be their final stop of the race. The SPD Racing GT3, the GT3 Pro leader, follows them in. They've got a splash and dash to take, but it's 2 minutes behind to the 219 car. No real pressure on board the 206. The double stints, and maybe they'll swap a driver out for this final run, or maybe keep Alberto in again, the driver that started the car again. I'll stay tuned with Rubens Lorente, and that's going to keep the hot hand in for the final sort of 25-30 minutes of this race. We've got half an hour left. I'm a bit confused because the elapsed time in the UI shows from when the pace car set off, basically, or when the session started. But of course the green flag doesn't come out until the pace car pulls off and into the pit lane.
We're always referred to the broadcast overlay, or whatever race laps is telling you. Or caps in your case, I assume.
I'm not using caps on full early. I've just had the track map from caps for this.
Okay, that's smart. I rate it. I always have like race labs relative track map and stand-ins. Because stand-ins has got everything I need on it.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm racing, I have all of that, but I tend to rely on the ATPO screen for most of the lifetime in here.
Hashtag just broadcasting things.
Yeah, no, it's like that meme from the Olympics of the people that are doing the shooting. You've got the I'm very much the South Korean with the glasses and the sights and everything.
Yeah.
And then
Lilac's the Turkish.
Exactly. Did I say Lilac? Just
raw dogging it.
Just fuel save on a wing to the prayer.
Literally.
And somehow makes it work.
Literally.
We've got the number 5 car behind 96, who has come in for their slash and dash again. He's took 30 minutes of fuel in. Should be enough time for fresh set of tyres as well. And bring that car safe to checker. They're going to do a driver change as well. Albert Preem gets out. Matthias Weichen, who again started this race. A lot of the cycles just happen to work out where these double stints alternate and you put the starter back in to finish out the race in the GTPs.
Is that another fastest lap of the race for HWT Motorsport as well? 204.0. Not sorry, that's XBD. My bad. Let me.
204.091. Yeah, fastest lap for them.
Wow.
And, fast lap across all of the GTs, it looks like.
Nope, 0.8 slower than XPD racing.
So you said 204.0, right?
204.890 for HWT Motorsport. I was the wrong thing.
I think that'll be the AM record.
Yes, it is. It is the AM class best at the moment.
Which is still something to be proud of, for sure.
It is, 100%. Fastest car in the class.
It's BD, we mentioned, made that pit stop just a lap or two ago, so they're still getting up to speed. And maybe they will throw one more shot at the wall. I think they take fresh tyres and have a shorter tank of fuel, so it's any time to put one more in for the road and really cement that win. That's how you do it, although no pressure. I'm at 10 behind. There's no reason to put anything at risk, although I know with some drivers they can run some really fast laps without any risk whatsoever. They just feel in control the entire time. 33.4 second stationary time for the number 5 car. So you're starting to see as we get towards the end of that race, those splashes becoming more and more splashy, and more and more dashy as well.
Yeah, we still have a couple more of them to go. Norbert Tamas and XVD Racing and GTP on pretty long stints as well. In fact, no, we've still got the Focus Racing car to come in and do a splash too. Only on that 19 of what we assume is another 25 lap stint. So that will literally be just a splash and dash. Love a good splash and dash.
Anyway, we're probably expecting no tyres for that.
100%, yeah, you're not going to be stopped long enough for that.
HPT again going purple in the GT3 AMs. Another 204.8, just taking chunk after chunk. That time it was about 600th of a second.
Yeah, I was going to say that that's
additionally shaved off.
I wouldn't call less than just over half a tenth a chunk.
Couldn't see it initially.
Tenth is a chunk.
We're expecting them to come in this time by though, because
yeah,
this is lap 26. That's probably why we see them go so fast. And again, just a splash, probably keeping. Well, actually, Asperger's had a decently long stint, but I think they probably keep him in for
100%. Yeah.
The final stint of the race, just the final. At this point, 12 or so laps probably for the GT3s left to do.
Is the writer engineering, the only surviving writer engineer in GTP in P8, splits it 3 wide down the middle with some GT3s. It's something we've seen so often in this race, all over the place. At least one of those every single hour, and it's always impressive when it happens. But goodness, guys, we're in the last 25 minutes of the race. You don't need to be so aggressive.
I think at this point they're comfortable. They are a little bit like fighter pilots, just doing some barrel rolls because they can on the way back to base. There was so I was at a NASCAR race last year in Las Vegas. They have the flyover.
Oh yeah, screen speed finalist Olivia Hayward.
So on the NASCAR race on the Sunday, they have the flyover, and it's the thing about Las Vegas Motor Speed. It's right next to Nellis Air Force Base, which is where those jets come from to do the flyover. And obviously they have them and they do it for a bit of flight time and etc, etc. But it's about 10-15 minutes after they've done the flyover with the anthem and timed it all to perfection, they have to get back to the base somehow. And they thought what must be really funny is to tell about you know, tens of thousands of people. And
so an overhead brake landing.
They went super low, I think lower than they did of the actual flyover, and came from behind the grandstand. So you had no idea, you couldn't see them, you had no idea where they're, and suddenly fall down of a plane directly over your head.
That's cool.
It was very serious, and then we got to watch as those sort of pace laps were going on, them making their landings at the Air Force Base just past the back stretch, which was
also cool.
It was pretty neat, I'm not gonna lie.
I think with the view as well, it'd be pretty hard to surprise the spectators with an overhead brake landing, because you kind of see it coming about a mile off, literally.
That's how I get you. It's from behind the grandstand.
How fast were they going?
Sneaky buggers. Oh, I mean, fast enough to make a proper roar.
Good.
But I think it was probably the same sort of display they do for the proper flyover, just in the opposite direction. And probably a bit lower as well.
How did they fly towards the grandstand for the actual flyover?
Yeah.
I would have thought they would have gone down the length of the circuit.
Okay.
End to end.
That's how they tend to do it for Le Mans, isn't it?
They fly down. They fly parallel to the
start finish.
The start finish line. Yeah.
Yeah, for NASCAR they tend to fly from the back stretch towards the front stretch.
It does look like we might be having some technical issues on the broadcast. Stand by whilst we do get those solved for the end of the race. Just like it's a bit of an iRacing crash, which is one of those things that happens. I'm hoping it's just a crash rather than a server disconnect, because that.
Oh, I mean, I'm completely fine in here. I see everything going as normal.
A pain in the rear end to sort out.
This is about the sit tech issue we've had between the server and the broadcast. We'll come to today. The SPD car is going to head out. And 20 split seconds for their splash and dash as Alberto rolls back out for the final stint of the race.
Yes, this turns into a radio broadcast of the 12 hours of Road America.
It's Radio La Women's.
Radio La Women's! You found a way to squeeze it in. Let's go. I don't know if you'd be able to.
Well, we don't have to do much radio until then. There was the one time where the broadcast feed went down, but so did the mics at that point, so...
Yeah, true. I haven't had to fill this much since...
Well, I had to when I went to the
last time. Yeah.
But yeah, the number 7 Focus Racing car leads by 13 seconds, but has run 22 laps on this tank. We still have about 20 minutes left to go in this race. 21:12 actually.
I don't think
for any Rush fans. And
I don't think they
can't make. I'm just saying that they'll be in within about 3 laps time. Yeah. Before taking about 10-20 seconds of fuel. Should slot out pretty comfortably before the DLR SimLab car, which actually they actually got a lap down right now.
Yeah, just about.
So should very easily hold on to P2 there. I believe Old Firm Yellow and the Rolling Goat should both be top of the Rolling Goat. maybe being a question mark made it to the end, but I think they have done a great job making sure that they should make it. And again, there's not much pressure behind Match 55, unfortunately 4 laps down overall and 2 laps down from the 13 car after those incidents from earlier. Ride to Engineering number 2 car, Fury Simsport GTP and Race 2 Esport, as well as Back Marker Razzle Dazzle, expecting will also face Splash and Dash, and those are 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th, so we could see a little bit of shuffling between them potentially, although I'm not too sure what the odds of that are, as looks like we've had maybe the 220 has have they had a connection issue as well. They've disappeared from the track at around turn 7 and have reappeared at the carousel, thankfully.
No panic.
So they are. Let's pull a Fonseca. A little bit of drama for a little bit. Daniel Cruz in the 299s had a spin and actually has found the barrier. They are the last running car, and also they have a meatball, so they are going to try to pit lane. And I'm sure
this late in the race, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure what their goal is that they're hoping that they can get that fixed up in time to at least bring it back out for flag, because that's always a point of pride. But I'm sure for the time being they're just
again
a little bit more of a break, I guess.
There's still nothing cooler than the fact that we get to do endurance racing in sim. Like, what a unique and cool experience to actually have to strategize for a 6-8-12 hour race, you know?
And just confirmation, Photos Racing GTP into pit lane. The Old Firm Racing orange car back into the lead of the race, and it should be for good this time. 18.5 minutes left to go. Number 7 going to be stationary. Start taking that fuel. I believe it is going fuel only. No tires going onto that number 7 machine.
Oh wow.
And they're just going to take a top off. They're still taking fuel, but again, the next car behind is a solid minute behind even now. And after 20 seconds, a little bit more, 22.4 stationary time, pit lane time total of 53.1. They are on their way, and they should be good to go until the very end of this race. And look at that, we have our feedback once again.
It's like it never left.
This will be back for the rest of the race as well.
But once again, a brilliant bit of strategizing from the 96 crew to get them in this position to not need that splash and dash towards the end of the race, maintaining that race pace early on behind the Magic Arrow Porsche, sitting in their slipstream for a very long stretch of a good couple of hours to make sure they could extend those early stints to 27 laps. And that was the thing that really put them in this position, knowing they could do 26 laps under normal circumstances, but then being able to push that to 27 in the slipstream of what was the race leader at the time, the 55, of course, now down in P6 after a very late race issue when one of their drivers unfortunately found the barrier in the final corner and damaged the suspension on that car, bringing them into pit lane for an extended period of time for some quite extensive repairs. I think it was usually about 8 minutes for a meatball, especially if it's only just the one bit of suspension, which we do suspect it was in that case.
Still not sure how to explain the 5-second meatball that we saw on Wednesday night, even after hearing the explanation from the driver. One of the sort of most bizarre repairs I've seen in iRacing, to be quite honest. I
think it's probably because the wing was half hanging off. I don't know.
That's not normally a meatball though in that car. It's normally a required repair once you get into the box, but they'll let you run around for as long as possible until you make that stop.
I'm just going to shrug that one because I'm really not sure.
Yeah. And sometimes that's how it is with
video games.
With computers in general. They sometimes do something and just go, okay, whatever you say.
The kids would say video games.
The kids would be cringe for that. We do have a fight on track that's within a second. Octopus Racing the 224 and Hydra Race Forces PEC. Hydra Race Racing Forces PEC. Apologies. Separated by the 217 of Simmo Sweden Esports, who is a lap behind these two cars. and is currently running now P12 in class after the excursion. I jinced into that machine. Still Edwin Forsland, bringing that car home to Checker. A hell of an endurance effort from that driver. But
Proper endurance drive.
yeah, currently the one separating the 224 from the 262, so I imagine David Marshall is a little bit
He's going to be so
impatient about getting that car out of the way.
I'm sure he's going to be pleased about not being able to make up another position because there's a lap down car in the way. But Forsland is looking about as speedy as ever, but Marshall is just going to be looking for that way through to try and get on the back of the 262 to try and make a move in the closing phases of the race. He's got 15 minutes to make it happen, which is a lot of time, but it's only about 7-8 laps in a GT3. But obviously that of course depends on where the race leader takes that white flag and where these folks are relative to the race leader. Time could be cut a lot shorter.
Yeah, inside the final 15 minutes, a lap in the GTPs typically being about 1 minute and 3/4, give or take. Probably closer to that 150 mark, if we're being precise. But it'll be probably another minute until the leader hits the start-finish line, and from there, maybe 8 laps? I'd see it being 8 laps.
Like that, yeah. Typically, in 6 laps, the prototypes will do 1 more lap than the GT.
And look at this fight. We're talking about the 224 and the 262 within half a second, but still that 217 in the midst. I think that car wants to try and go ahead rather than behind.
He does.
Sat right behind the bumper of the 262, and I'm sure now frustrating the different car in that battle. I'm sure actually David Marshall thinking, yeah, go for it. I'm okay with this now. And pretty much like Matcha being the one that's a little bit upset about being pressured for seemingly no reason. But again, it's endurance race, and that's how the fight is. And actually, every person is going to see that these cars are in quite a tight battle, gets out of the way, and I'm sure we'll just cruise behind this fight, ask some popcorn if Nick Cursons is around to deliver it, and I just enjoy the rest of this fight. As who's that on the grass? That's the after my orange car. They're trying to bring this car home to a podium.
Whiten being super aggressive with the traffic in the closing phases of this race, very much unnecessary considering the gap that they have over the number 69 Old Firm Racing yellow car. But perhaps Whiten just looking for a little bit more fun at the end of this race, going for that aggressive move just as a form of entertainment, as
confidence. Well, you know you can make it stick no matter what the car ahead does.
I mean, unfortunately for him, we are being given plenty of entertainment so far with a gap position only 0.4 of a second big as it stands.
Project Valorous Swift car not very happy with having the door shut in turn 8 by Edwin Forsland. That's the little bit of disco lighting you might have seen in the background, and gonna make that move nice and easy into the kink here ahead of that car, and is probably gonna file past these two on the exit and let them to keep battling going into Canada Corner and further beyond. Zachary Livengood, who's another couple laps down, is going to be ahead of this pack and is having a little bit of trouble in that Ford coming towards the end of this race. But David Marshall still want to pile that pressure on. Again, this is a battle for P8 in the GT3 Pro class. I believe there's a good 2 points on the line for the difference. No, between 8 it's still just 1 point, 18 to 19, but you never want to be in that situation at the end of the season where you are sort of 2 points off a championship spot and thinking, if only I'd managed to make that overtake 3 months ago in the final 10 laps. And I think that's the situation that the 224 and the 262 are hoping they are not falling into the clutches of. But a deep run coming through turn 2, and again we're seeing Zachary Livengood is going to get out nice and clean out of the way, but oh, there's the overall leader of Randy Mateus. Trying to go past them both as GT3 is trying to navigate the Lapper. Lapper will try and slot in between, but not having any of it from the 224, gets nice and clean in. A little bit of sketchy awareness from everyone involved, but there's 224, has the inside line to sit and is gonna make it sit and is going to be clear here. And what a frantic 20 seconds that was in this little patch.
Yeah, a brilliant bit of driving from everyone involved in that one. But Marshall just diving down the inside of the lap down Zachary Livingood into turn 5, set himself up imperfectly for the exit of turn 5, but somehow managed to get the car up and alongside Machka into turn 6, taking away that inside line. Just a little bit of door rubbing, but with just over 10 minutes to go in this race, moves up to P8 in GT3 Pro, scoring some extra all-important points at these early stages of the season. Great move, great bit of driving, and very respectful from both drivers in that case.
A great little battle, and I think it'd be 6 laps to go for this group, because the 96 who just got through very sketchily into turn 5 has hit in the start-finish line. Will have time for 5 laps before the timer hits 0. We'll see the white flag after that 5th lap, and so it'll be a 336 lap race for our GTP leaders.
It's just ticked down to 335.
It was 335 point something, surely?
No, 0.0.
Huh.
So that
I'm not sure I believe that.
Exactly. Oh, no, it's just ticked under 334.9. This is a 335 lap race,
I'm not sure I believe that.
I promise.
I'm sure that's what the overlay is saying. I'm saying I think it's lying slightly.
Gonna put money on it.
We probably shouldn't.
Let's not start betting on under-overs of race distances. But we've still got this gaggle of GT3 cars. Machka, though, just struggling to match the car ahead of them.
Oh my god.
5 and into 6, so they were overtaken only a lap ago. But not a fantastic exit from David Marshall in turn 6, having to deal with a little bit of GTP traffic there as well. It's allowed Machka to just close the gap up a little bit in this middle sector. Maybe running a little bit more downforce on that car to try and find some speed in sector 2 of the circuit. Whilst that's still the Simrace Sweden Audi holding on in the background. Again, an insane distance being covered by Edvin Forsland in this race. I'd love to get like an actual count of how many laps and what distance he's done, just so we can, run the numbers on that and find out just how crazy that is.
Oh, DLR thin lap orange with a spin on the exit of turn 1. Looks like just a solo, just kind of a little bit too much speed on entry, and the gravel doing its job, thankfully, for the number 5 car. Gets rolling again, and a little bit of drama, but not too much stress for that team. They should be able to lock up that podium without too much trouble.
Yeah, of course, a minute ahead of their closest competitor, minute and 12 seconds to be precise, ahead of the 69 of Old Firm Racing. I'm sure that outfit would have loved a double podium finish here today, but unfortunately for them, the 69 car just didn't really have pace to match anyone who's currently sat in that top 3, getting into too many incidents that left them out of this fight for the bottom step of the podium.
I'm sure you'd take a 1-4 if it was offered at the start of the race. I think you'd bite the hand off for that, quite frankly.
Yeah, probably, but it's always a case of what could have been. You've got to celebrate the victories and what you have, but always think, what could we have done better? How can we improve? How can we do better next time? Because you've got 3 weeks of thinking time before we get to Portugal and get into the Algarve and onto that beautiful Portimao circuit.
It's like that Porsche poster. Nobody's perfect. There's always room to try and fill out more of the top 10.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
And
DMR cars.
HWT Motorsport, another fastest lap in the AM category, 204.8 this time, and really not letting up the tiniest bit, despite being more than a lap ahead of the competition, close to 2 laps, I think, actually. Really wanted to finish the race off with a bang, and we can't argue, a fantastic run from them. And an SPD racing car with a 1 minute and 10 second lead over Simrace Sweden Esports Pro, and 33 seconds the gap at the front of the field. Our closest fight, but not the protagonists we were necessarily expecting to be holding up that fight a few hours ago.
Well, that's the thing. Opening round of the season, you want to come in as prepared as possible because it's the one round of the season that you get the most prep time for. And you want to make a statement. You want to put your absolute best foot forward to make sure you make an impression on the other teams and try and create some sort of aura of trying to maybe make everyone think that you're unbeatable. It's definitely something that people do. And it's something that you should try to aim to do. Try and create that sense of, oh, well, we can't beat them around your team, because there's a chance that people will stop trying or stop trying so hard. But, you know, give it a bit of effort, and then as soon as they fail once to launch an attack or do something a little bit different to try and beat you in it, and it doesn't work, as much as it's about staying mentally strong on your side, you've got to try and do some things that are going to not mentally destroy the competition, but leave them a little bit like, well, what do we really do here? And that's exactly what HWT Motorsport have done. Having a dominant victory by over a lap and a half as it stands, and still setting purple laps this late on in the race, has got to be a terrifying prospect for the rest of the GT3 Anfield.
Yeah, very much victory lap after victory lap for that team, especially Alec Pilbeam, who's been the one who's really been dictating that pace at the very top end in these last couple of stints. Wanted to show that they're going to be a force to be reckoned with, while hopefully not showing the series officials that maybe is looking for an upgrade into the gold class. It's always the balance in an AM class like this.
It's something that will have to be seen after this race. Of course, they'll get to keep that win on their points, but a driver re-evaluation may be coming their way, something to keep an eye on in the next couple of weeks. And of course, if that does happen, we will update you on that when we get to Portimao. But for now, we are underneath 4 minutes to go in the 12 hours of Road America. It has had red flags, big ones on the first attempt at this start. Strategy, intrigue, fight up and down the field in almost every position. Teammate drama, and has been an all-around quality event and an absolute pleasure to watch end to end for the last 12 hours and 20 minutes. Liv, what has been your highlight of the race up until this point?
I think it's been watching these sort of fuel strategies ebb and flow over the course of the race. We had our eye on this 96 car very early on for sort of taking that alternate approach to this race, using the strength of the Acura and playing a bit more patient. Whereas obviously, of course, we saw the 55 and the one sort of streak their way forward from the very start of the race, that we knew the pace that they had. But again, when you have a race this long, you've got a lot of room to try and make up a lot of time as you make that fuel save happen. And it didn't end up being too critical to their race at the end of the day, but I think it's definitely helped out, as I think we are now 2 laps to go as the 96 car comes around turn number 1 for the penultimate time. And just 8 miles left to go until they get to take the checkered flag from Barney.
Oh yeah, that is turn 1. We're on the exit of turn 3. Barney then will bookend this race, waving the green flag. 10 hours and 40 minutes and go. Well, 10 hours and 40 minutes to go.
Well, wave the green, then wave the green. And now he's going to wave the white and the checker.
He waved the green, he waved the red, he waved the green, and waved the green once again. But in just over 2 minutes' time, he will be waving the checkered flag. And to pick that up will be the number 96 of Randy Mateos, a team who have very much dominated the latter phase of this race. I think even with that 55 car still in contention, the 96 was in a much better spot on strategy, setting themselves up perfectly 10.5 hours ago to be in the position that they're in now. As I'm watching them come through the final sector down towards Canada Corner for what should be the penultimate time, as the clock is going to tick past 10 hours and 39 minutes. It will be white flag this time by Alberto Moreno and XBD Racing, who have ran the perfect race. Randy Mateos, who we are now focusing the cameras on as he comes through the final corner. Liv, I believe you wanted to interject there.
I think these two class leaders might end up taking the checker very close to one another. I think that 96 will just get around number 206 on this final lap of the race, and with the 324 not too far behind as well, they'll have to jump back and forth quite quickly to give every team their winning moment across three classes.
As so often is the case in these races, all three class winners are relatively close together on track, so hopefully we'll be able to see them all cross the line in all of their glory together. It will be, at this rate, the number 96 Old Firm Racing Acura, the number 206 XPD Racing GT3 of Alberto Moreno, and in pure domination, the number 324 HWT Motorsport, Alex Pilbeam, is going to be on board that car, on board that Ferrari, to bring it to the start-finish line. 3 minutes and 20 seconds to your last season's champions is quite the statement to make in round one of the championship. Here then comes Randy Mateos. He has already put Alberto Moreno one more lap down. Moreno 40 laps down on the leader now, in fact. Going a whole, goodness, I don't even want to do the maths on that. Something like 400 kilometers shorter, no, 200 kilometers shorter. What am I talking about? 3 Canada corner then for the final time. It has been the fuel strategy game they played with the 55 crew. It has been the pure race pace from all of their drivers. Round the final corner they come, up the hill one last time. They can see Barney waving that checkered flag, and here comes Randy Mateos and Old Firm Racing to win the 12 Hours of Road America, followed very shortly across the line by the 206 of Albert Moreno. Another team winning in dominant fashion, but with one more class leader to come up to and cross the line. It's Alex Pilbeam up the hill, weaving backwards and forwards on the straight by over a lap. HWT Motorsport win the GT3 AM class and the 12 Hours of Road America. What a race. That was something else.
Sure was. Intrigue, all manner of drama. That a fastest lap on the very final lap of the race for our number 33 car. Alberto Garcia Blasco wanted to show what pace they did have in that machine with a 146.5. I imagine dumping all of the battery for that one. But of course, it will be Old Firm Racing taking the overall win, Focus Racing behind, and DLR by SimLab still coming through the carousel, still yet to see the checker. Will be the final car on the lead lap, taking home P3 in this race. But yeah, those two GT3 class winners have just been so clean from start to finish. Not really as much drama as we saw up in the GTP field, but just did job from the very first to the very final lap. We've got the celebrations going on with at least the two GT3 leaders at turn 5. I believe the 96 car running it back around a little bit further and probably back to the start-finish line to burn whatever's left of that fuel tank in celebration of this one.
Yeah, shockingly, the team with the perfect fuel strategy has just cruising around the rest of this lap, really drinking this one in, and they deserve it. It's been a very up and down race where this victory has been in question quite a few times. They saw the race pace of that number 1 Writer Engineering car that was able to run off into the distance whilst they were still doing their fuel saving. They had Magic Arrow come back late in the race to jump them on pure pace as well and start to move away into the distance. They had the pedal disconnects that meant they had to pull over to the side of the road and get that fixed before continuing. And they overcame all of that adversity with a little bit of luck, whilst also picking their way through a very difficult GT3 Pro and Anfield. There were 38 of them out on track today. So to do that with a very varied level of skill between all of those cars is it takes some doing, especially over the course of of 12 hours because it is an absolute assault on the senses end to end.
Yeah, very much a hat tip to the number 96 crew, Old Firm Racing, Randy Mateos and Julian Harmond piloting that car from flag to flag. It'll be 42 points into their book for start of the campaign. We're in 3 weeks' time. We'll head to Portugal. We're hoping to add a few more on top of that. And there's the two teammates in 2 different cars.
That's cool.
Seen a couple of teams do this, Acura and Porsche. But they had no lineup in formation to celebrate this fantastic overall win for the number 96 car. And it's the fuel for donuts. 96, you got it?
That's what I'm wondering. I'm waiting for them to have their winning moment.
Oh, weaving, but
You got to turn the traction control off, Randy.
that might be the problem here. Oh, see, the 59 knows how to do it. They've got a really nice burnout going.
Oh, well, he's gone sideways and into the barrier.
That's not in the pass inspection
Goodness
now.
me, that is not a man that does many donuts, is it?
Well, I think you better start learning, because with the way that race ran, there might be a few more to come this season.
I hope for their sake that is the case. But a very strong open into the championship. Acura proving itself still dominant over the rest of the field. Second place, of course, in GTP going to the Focus Racing Cadillac that wasn't really in it for a podium finish until we had the Writer engineering disqualification and that unfortunate incident for Magic Arrow late in the race as well. Pretty much ending their chances of doing anything. Interestingly, the Project Belarus cars did finish adjacent to each other in the standings after running into a lot of issues with both of those cars. 2 cars that we know can run really, really well, so they'll both be very disappointed in that result. The Rolling Goat, though, car 13, keeping it clean the entire way to finish P5 in class, just behind Old Firm Racing Yellow. And DLR by SimLab rounding out that podium. Wheaton, who we saw earlier in the race, having some brilliant battles. There was that 4-way GTP fight that we got to watch all the way through. But here are the race results. We're just having a quick flick through them. It's going to be Old Firm Racing that take the victory. Focus Racing are P2. DLR SimLab are going to round out that podium with Old Firm Racing Yellow in P4. The Rolling Goat in P5, as I mentioned, and one of the race contenders, Magic Arrow 55, that Porsche with that late race incident knocking them out of contention. XPD Racing, that car number 33, had a really promising start to the race, but dropped out of contention early with a bit of a lack of pace and just struggling through traffic. The number 2 Writer Engineering Esports car is finished 8th, 5 laps down, not really having an opportunity for their race to get going, unfortunately. Fury Sim Sport finished P9 in front of Race 2 Esport, the car that we saw had a very clumsy race, but still managed to bring it home in P10.
Yeah, Bad Vodka Racing Razzle Dazzle finished up P11 in the GTP class with Tail Mills Racing number 41 coming back to P12. 2 Project Mallet cars, 50 and 51, having a strong run early on in the race, but ultimately falling to P13 and 14 respectively, with Carbono Esports GTP being our final finisher of the race. Then, of course, I noticed Esports retiring in the final few hours. The DLR SimLab White car number 6 and the Sim Racing Center LMDH 67 also with retirements, and of course that number 1 car, the reigning champion of United Esports, getting its qualification for an ineligible driver and will be scored with no points in this round.
So then, hopefully we flick to the GT3 Pro field and we can give you a rundown of the results there. There it is. The 206 winning in dominant fashion, 1 minute and 10 seconds over Simrace Sweden Esports, who we saw have some really decent pace, but just not able to capitalize on it in the second part of the race. The 210 Lamborghini RPM Racing round out that particular podium. Strong race from them. A lot of battles they got into and managed to get through that cleanly. The 244 D-Tix Motorsport car we thought was going to have a really strong finish, but just not able to really use the pace of that Ferrari 296 as the race went on. AZR Motorsport is the highest finishing Corvette out of all of them in P5. And Pandemonium Esports by SimLab Gold, I believe that is. Yeah, it is. finishing 6th in class. The second XPD Racing GT3 car finished 7th, with Octopus Racing Team finishing 8th in GT3 Pro. The Racing Forces car brought that car home in 9th, 2 laps down, and Eagle Speed Academy Esports rounded out the top 10 of that particular class.
From P11 in the GTD Pro field, we had the Writer Engineering Esports GT3, another car that was in the wars just a little bit. And then behind them, the 217 Simray Sweden Esports, the second car for that team, with a marathon drive from Edvin Forsland to bring that car home. I'll just quickly get the total number from the 217. I'm quite curious. 241 laps. That's 960 miles driven for Edvin Forsland in that car. Quite a remarkable effort. Then of course we have the 234 Lithium Motorsports Pro, the 213 Virtual Drives by Thrustmaster, the 274 Enosis Esports PEC GT3, the 298 THLF car, very distinctive livery on that machine, the 269 IS Corsa, the 255 Strumenti DS Racing, the 264 Team Racer DE Black, the 222 Digitrax Black, and the 299 Core Motorsports car, finishing a good 27 laps down from our race leader, but bringing the car home to the checker, and obviously we'll try and use that as a jumping off point for the rest of the season. The retirements from the GT3 AM Class 211 RPM Black, the 242 Tailmers Racing car, the 218 Simrace Sweden Esports Pro 2, the 202 Fury Sim Sport, the 289 Hellenic Racing, the 240 Pandemonium White car, the 291 Smurf Racing car, the 216 Deadpool Racing as well. And now back to Taylor for the GT3 AM results.
So then as we move on to the GT3 AM results, not many cars to go through on this one, but leading the field home was the 324 of HWT Motorsport, who brought it home a lap and a half in front of your previous season champions, Lithium Motorsports AM. And to round out that podium was Squadra Veloce Bravo, who had a fantastic third place finish. Dogs on Web DS Racing finished P4, and Pandemonium Esports by SimLab brought the 341 home in P5. Slippers Racing Team, best team name on the grid, brought the car home in P6, followed by Smurf Racing Team in the 391 in P7. Octopus Racing Team Black were 8th in the GT3 AM field, and DDK by Eagle Speed Academy finished P9. Purple Sector Motorsport were the cars that rounded, or the car even, that rounded out the top 10 on this particular occasion.
And with that, a marathon broadcast for a marathon race is going to draw to a close. A thrilling opening round, a lot of drama on both of those initial starts, and especially throughout that GTP battle. But ultimately, you've got to say that 96 car was looking like a deserving winner from the very early stages, and they were the one who was able to outlast the competition and bring home that checkered flag at the front of the field, of course. Congratulations also to the 206 XPD car in GT3 Pro and the 324 HWT car in GT3 AM.
There was a stage in that race where we really didn't know who was going to win. And I think that was it's the best part about sports car racing, and the fact that we had 3 different manufacturers at the top of the standings at one point. And again, we had all the teams setting themselves up for victory in 3 different ways. We had the 55 coming from the back to try and push through to that victory. We had the number 1 Writer Engineering car that was trying to just run away with it at the front. And the 96 team really used their brain to set up all of that fuel save strategy to get themselves in this position for the end of the race. And that's how it worked out for them. They managed to cut that extra stop off at the end and easily cruise to victory. But that's going to be it for round 1 from the Platinum Endurance Championship. Join us again in 3 weeks when we head to Portimao for round 2. Watkins Glen is going to make up the 3rd round of the championship, and we will see Le Mans for round 4. And to close out the championship, it will be a 10-hour race at Fuji this time, which should be very interesting to say the least. Hopefully we get a little bit of inclement weather. But as Olivia said, it's been a marathon broadcaster, a marathon race. It's been a very enjoyable race with battles up and down the field to feast our eyes on the entire way. As I said, we will be back in 3 weeks for the 10 hours of Portimao for round 2 of the Platinum Endurance Championship. I've been Taylor Mills, Olivia Hayward alongside me in the booth, Carmen, Sienna producing behind the desk. It's been a pleasure to share this race with the broadcast team. It's been a pleasure to share this race with you folks at home. Please join us next time because it's going to be another bumper race. We'll see you in Portimao.